All right. Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. Guru will be back tomorrow. Can somebody help me out? What does go for it mean? Giants should go for it. They need a starting pitcher. They should go for it. What does that mean? Go out and get Stroh Show? Go out and get Bieber?
To me, it signals a changing of expectation. It signals a different place that the Giants reside compared to even 2 weeks ago. They're a 500, sub 500, maybe a little bit over 500 team. Kind of just meddling. But now, Stein, they've won 9 games in a row.
Mm-hmm.
They are right there within the NL West. They're, of course, in the thick of the wild card. They got the number 2 spot.
Yeah.
And now it's about how you hold on to that. And that's where I think people see and hear well, go for it. Go all in. I guess they're slightly different, but we'll stick with go for it. It signals to me that fans and even members potentially of the organization are starting to view this team as both legitimate and maybe then you start to look at, all right, are we a piece here away? Are we a piece there away? How do we get this team better? How do we make this team more sustainable? Because right now, I think there is a question to be had about how sustainable the San Francisco Giants are.
That's fair. And look, they're having starting pitching issues. We know that. But I guess what I'm saying is, have expectations really changed? What were the expectations coming into the Giants season? Well, we don't have a lot of expectations, but we could make the wild card. There's 3 wild cards. It was a wild card. Let's
just
be
get
honest.
in.
Yes.
Make the playoffs.
Yeah. And that's
was that the
where
expectation, though? Or was that the hope? The hope, to me, was make the playoffs. The expectation coming off of 500 a year was just to be better than 500.
Well, being better than 500 makes you a playoff contender, essentially.
Yeah. The Phillies won 87 games last year.
Right. With as many, there's many teams that make the playoffs. You win 85, 86, you're going to be in the mix. I don't want to get painted into a corner saying I don't think the Giants need anything, but the trading deadline's August 1st. It's June 20th, 22nd. So that's five plus weeks. I say play it out. I say play it out because I'm not sure the Giants were the 6-13 team that started, the 500 team since then, or the team that's won 9 in a row. I mean, I get it. They're all 3 of those teams, but what's wrong with just playing something out a little longer? Listen, if they continue to have starting pitching problems, they're going to have to go out and get somebody, even if it's a quote unquote stopgap. So that's going to happen, I think, regardless if they can't get some starting pitchers back. So can't we just play it out for a minute? There's so much that's happened this year that maybe that are better than we thought. Why do we have to jump to, well, now we're 1 pitcher away from winning a World Series?
Well, the thing is, you never know how far you are away until you get beat in the playoffs. And right now, the Giants have their playoffs. They have them in their front view.
Right.
They can see the playoffs right there. They are in the driver's seat for the wild card. And for the 707, this Giants team is a few years away. Well, how do you know? I mean, you didn't know that the 2010 team was going to be ready the year it was. Maybe you could see that from 2009. And that, to me, it's something that Travis Ishikawa brought up yesterday when they knew that they kind of had some legitimate, chances at getting a World Series was in 2009. It wasn't in 2010. So to me, the best argument for not going all in or not going for it and not mortgaging your potential future is that you want to find out if these guys can win together this year. Now, if they can't, you might need to go to the drawing board over the next month. But I don't think it's something where you need wholesale changes. But Steiny, you got to admit what they're doing right now with the amount that they use their bullpen and the lack of starting pitching, quality starting pitching outside of Logan Webb, like they do need help. Not just in the playoffs, but they'll need help to get through the regular season, because I don't believe that you can continue to pile up not only bullpen games, but games in which you're coming from behind consistently. That last night marks the 6th come-from-behind win in the 7th inning or later by the Giants in the month of June. That, to me, is fun. It's electric. It's entertaining, but it's something that probably is going to stop in the near future.
Yeah, again, I think there's two different things here. There's getting a pitcher by necessity because you simply are down too many starters. And then there's, well, we're 41. Are they 41-32 now? 9 over?
Mm-hmm.
41-32. We are now World Series contenders. Let's go make the move that we think makes us, the favorites? I don't know. I mean, Luciano, he's the big boy. He's the big boy in the minor leagues. Is there any pitcher who'd be available that you would trade him for?
No.
Okay.
No, but we're not talking about, to me, we're not talking about giving up the top of the farm system. It's not a situation where you're going out and trading like the Dodgers did a couple of years ago, Kybert Ruiz, their top pitching prospect, Josiah Gray, to bring back Trey Turner and Max Scherzer. I don't think there's a combination of those guys out there. The San Diego Padres, essentially giving up on a lot of their best pitching prospects, going out and trading for Juan Soto, getting rid of Mackenzie Gore, their top pitching prospect. I don't think the Giants, 1, want to do that, 2, need to do that, 3, do that for a guy that's currently out there. The starting pitching, in my mind, you're looking at, obviously Shane Bieber's the one that comes to everyone's mind. I don't know if Cleveland in a month is going to be willing to give up on him based on not only where they're at in the standings, but also the fact that they have 1 year of arbitration control next season. The second guy is Marcus Stroman, who I think is gettable, but that would also coincide with the Cubs kind of falling off in the next few weeks. And the third guy, which might be more, I say, gettable, but a little more risky, would be someone like Lucas Giolito from the Chicago White Sox, because that's a team that has fallen short of expectations. I know that they went down to L.A., took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers recently, but Giolito is a guy that has had very high highs, but since his injuries has kind of been a little bit mid. And that's a guy the Giants, I think, would try and identify as someone they could acquire on the margins, much in the way they didn't have to give up a whole lot for Chris Bryant in 2021.
I hear you. And I think that's not what it's kind of not what I'm talking about. Farhan is excellent at finding guys around the margins. And that's what I'm talking about. If you have to do something like that to sustain having 5 starting pitchers or having at least 4 starting pitchers that you can rely on, yes, go out and get somebody, even if he's just somebody who's going to gobble up innings. I'm just talking about the idea of, after 73 games, we didn't think this team was going to be that good. Now they're better than we thought. They're 41-32. They had 35,000 there last night. They had 35,000 there 2 nights ago. There's 32,000 there last night. It's like it's all trending positively right now. What's wrong with just continuing down this road until and unless you have to get a starting pitcher because you literally don't have enough bodies to start games? Then we'll do that. Obviously, if a big move presents itself and you love the move, you do that. But if I'm the Giants right now, and I'm a Giants fan, if you're a Giants fan, after 73 games, are you now saying, let's go get a big boy pitcher? No. I mean, maybe, but if I were, let me ask you this. Sam Lubman, biggest Giants fan we know. You think he's not enjoying this? Enjoy the game, as Jeff Kent would say. We're fine right now. We got a month and a week to figure out how real this thing is. Bob Myers talked to, you don't have to make a decision until you have to. You don't have to make a decision right now.
Why are you enjoying the games right now? Why have you been enjoying this 9-game winning streak?
Because they are showing signs that they've got something brewing. They're getting contributions from everybody on the roster. They, for the first time in a while, have young players up on the big league squad who look like they have staying power. So the rest of the roster was filled out like Farhan always fills out the roster. That's what I'm excited about. If I'm a Giants fan, what am I excited about? I'm excited that we're 41-32.
Exactly. You're excited about winning.
That's right.
And they've been winning.
That's right.
Because they've had timely hitting, great bullpen pitching, and a few good starts. That, to me, I don't know if this bullpen can continue to throw the way that it has. And I'm not necessarily one to rely on late game dramatics or hoping that the other team, like 2 nights ago, walks the house in, or like last night, literally walks the game-winning run in. Those are things that I personally, Steiny, would not want to rely on. And,
of course not.
And so that means that, yes, there is something missing from this team. And that's where the resetting of expectations plays into this. If they had gone 5-4 over the last 9 games instead of winning all 9, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But Farhan Zaidi said a couple of weeks ago, even on MLB radio, that he doesn't understand why they would be sellers because the second wild card is well within reach. Well, it's not just within reach. It's in your hands right now. You got the wild card. Now it's about holding on to it and maybe even giving yourself a chance to go out and compete for the division. That, to me, means that there's an addition that must be made. It doesn't have to be today. It doesn't have to be tomorrow. But let's not act like the Giants aren't trying to get better. And that, to me, starts with the starting pitching. It doesn't mean you need a big boy. It doesn't mean you need to go out and sign an AL or NL Cy Young candidate. But if that one is out there and it is attainable, I don't see why you wouldn't want to go for it.
How, what, and I know, forget the names, but if Luciano's the highest prospect, who can you get or who are you giving up to get one of those guys?
I don't even know if Farhan picks up the phone, or I should say continues the conversation if the name Marco Luciano comes out of the other general manager's mouth.
All right.
I mean,
so you're not giving up your top prospect.
No, I'm not. And I think the evidence is also with the guys at the current level right now, the Matoses, Baileys, the Schmitz. All those guys look ready for the big leagues. So I have more faith in Zaidi's farm system now, certainly than I did last year.
Right.
And I also wonder how many teams around Major League Baseball now look at that farm system differently than they did from 365 days ago and say, well, it was kind of a middle to maybe even lower the pack ranked farm system, but every guy that's come up so far this season has not only contributed, but contributed to winning baseball. So how does that affect the way they look at the rest of the farm? Like, you guys might actually have something.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there. I hear what you're saying. And the reality of the situation is, I think it's a good point, because do other teams see that the Giants actually have guys from their minor league system up and playing? And so now they've got to reevaluate how they looked at the entire Giants minor league system? I don't know. I'm more interested in, you're a Giants fan. You came into this season with what kind of expectations? Probably moderate expectations. Here we are, getting to late June. You're now 41-32 after a 9-game win streak. So how much do you believe this team is the team that's won 9 straight? How much do you think this team is the team that started 6-13? Or, like a lot of people, do you think it's a team probably in the middle? And if it's in the middle, which way is it leaning? Which way is it leaning? Toward a 41-32 team? My feeling is, if I'm a Giants fan right now, and I'm seeing Bailey, and I'm seeing Schmidt, and I'm seeing Matos, and now I'm seeing Doval, I'm just going out to the ballpark and enjoying things until something changes. And at the time when something changes, we'll go ahead and figure it out at that point.
Well, that sounds to me like you're identifying this season as the season before the season.
Yes, I am.
So this is going to be the 2009 And not to say they're going to win the World Series next year, but you know what I'm saying. Like, next season is going to be the real year where they contend.
How many games did the Giants win in 09? Do you remember off the top of your head?
I don't, but I can look it up.
And what I'm going to get at is maybe the year before, in 2009, that team would have made the playoffs had there been an extra team. Maybe not. They might not even finish 500.
They're 88 and 74.
Okay, and they didn't make the postseason.
They did not.
Okay, guess what? They go 88 and 74 this year. They're making the postseason. So that's a reason why. And you know what? That's something that, honestly, Evan, to me, is a big, big part of this. The extra wild card and the fact that baseball is different. More so to me than any other sport. Get to the playoffs and you got a shot. I don't think that's the case in the NFL, and I don't think it's the case in the NBA.
I'm different.
Even though we saw the Miami Heat just go to the finals. I think that's an anomaly. But I don't understand with, we got a long summer coming up, man. Just everything's gravy right now. I don't know. I'm if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that doesn't mean we're not going to make any moves. It means let's just hang in there, see if we can get some starters back, and go from there. If we can't get if we can't get healthy, starting pitcher wise, well, we'll have to go out and get one, and we'll figure out how at that time. Even though I'm sure right now they're starting to figure out, like it's not that they're not doing anything now. They're getting the lay of the landscape in baseball. They know who may be available. They know who may not be available. All those kind of things. So I'm not saying don't do your due diligence right now. I'm saying you don't have to make a move right this second. That's all.
But what if they need to make the move? What if they get beat 15-0 tonight?
Okay.
Then are we like...
Why? Okay. Come on, it's baseball. It's baseball.
You're
acting like guru right now.
No, because actually, yes, because I'm about to push back on something you just said. Winning in baseball, winning the World Series in baseball, I don't think you're trying to do this, but you make it sound like it's significantly easier than either of the other two sports.
No.
World Series winners have certain traits, certain characteristics. Yes, they're playing the best baseball at the time, but you're trying to tell me that even those three Giants teams that some said were not the best team in baseball that season, oftentimes, maybe the best team isn't the team that wins the World Series throughout 162. But those Giants teams had certain qualities about them that this current Giants team do not. And I don't know if they can grab those internally. So if you just, like last year, the Houston Astros were the best team in baseball.
Okay.
Who represented the NL last year?
Atlanta.
The Philadelphia Phillies.
Oh, Atlanta was 2 years ago.
Yeah, and they won the World Series. But the Philadelphia Phillies were the last team in, right? They were the final wild card team. They had the lowest amount of wins of any team in the NL. They made a run to the World Series. So I think people see that much in like the Miami Heat and say it can happen. To me, that is an outlier. To me, the reason why the Philadelphia Phillies made their run is because they had a very good lineup full of veteran-laden players. They had a great bullpen and one that performed well in the postseason, and they had multiple horses at the top of their starting rotation. They also had, I wouldn't say a veteran manager, but someone that knew what they were doing. Meanwhile, the Giants right now, you cannot check every single one of those boxes. So while I agree that, yes, you give yourself a chance if you get in, I think that's also like saying most years if you're a 7 or 8 seed in the NBA, you give yourself a chance if you get in. You technically do, but you really don't.
I wouldn't go that far to compare a wild card team in baseball to a 7 or 8 seed in the NBA. I think it's...
What about the LA Lakers this year? They were 7 seed.
No,
they made a run to the conference finals.
I think this year was kind of an outlier in the NBA, is the way I look at it. But I want to know what some Giants fans think. And, here's the phrase that I worry about, 707. Same thing I worry about with the Warriors. Evan, why mortgage the future just to make a run? And I know what you're going to say. We're not talking about mortgaging the future. So if we're not talking about mortgaging the future, then we're not that far away. You know what I mean? Well, you and me aren't that far away.
No, I don't think so. But I I also just don't believe you have to mortgage your future. Nor do I think that that's ever been the prerogative of the San Francisco Giants under Farhan Zaidi or Brian Sabian. Like they haven't shown themselves in recent years to be ones to give up everything. Probably the biggest trade that I can remember that they've made involving a top prospect that came back to bite them would be Zach Wheeler.
Right.
So you go out and get Beltran. That doesn't work. Zach Wheeler right now you would love to have on your team. In fact, because he was one of those horses that I was talking about that was with the Philadelphia Phillies in the World Series last year. You would love to have him. If you could redo that trade, I'm sure they would. And I think that's why someone like Luciano is not involved in any of these conversations. But that doesn't mean a top 7 or a top 10 or a top 12 prospect couldn't fetch you, not a big boy. But let me ask you this, actually.
I'm not against this.
But, all right, if Shohei Ohtani is available for trade, then does Luciano immediately go on the block?
Yes. Yes.
So that is going for it. That is going all in. Because then you are mortgaging your future. Because you don't know if Ohtani's going to resign here.
Well, you'd get the nod. You'd get the nod, wink, wink.
Okay.
You'd
have to have it.
Will's in Marin. Will, what's going on? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Good. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
So, yeah, to talk about you not getting a big boy, I know that this guy is kind of a big boy. However, he is struggling a little bit this year, and he's on a team that's kind of in flux, that's kind of in that middle thing, not really sure where they're leaning. I think that the Giants could bolster up something, and we wouldn't have to give up Luciano to get Sandy Alcantara. He won the Cy Young last year, but however, he's been struggling to like the tune of a high to the mid-4s and a whip that we're not really used to. I think the Giants are a very good organization about getting the most out of their pitchers. I mean, they literally revived Anthony DeSclafani. I think a new change, a new scenery for Alcantara will be good. His best friend Pablo Lopez left the Marlins last year for the Twins, and he really hasn't been the same. We always forget about human element with some of these players. I think getting him, putting him in a new area in a pitcher-friendly park like SF, in a winning team, I think Sandy Alcantara would do awesome for us, and I think we could get him for a lot lower. Yes, he had a great year last year, but his numbers aren't showing this year, and I think that we could buy low on him, and he could be great for us for the future. Thanks, guys.
You know who else isn't throwing great?
Who?
Burnsy.
Corbin Burns. I think that's not out of the question. I think that's more realistic than Sandy Alcantara. I love Sandy Alcantara. I think that's a great call. But what if I told you the Miami Marlins had a half game up on the Giants right now?
I know, the Fish, they're doing well. Yes, Spino.
Oh, nothing. I was just going to... Evan already stole my thunder. I was like, why would the Marlins do that when they're right in the thick of it? Although getting shelled today by Brandon Belt and the Toronto Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays are starting to play. Mm-hmm.
The NL West is the second best division of baseball because the AL East is absolutely stacked.
The AL Central's a joke.
So is the NL Central.
That's true.
Which is one of the only reasons that a couple of those teams, the Cubs, maybe the Brewers, hell, maybe even the Cardinals at this point wouldn't want to try to move off a guy.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. You guys know me. You make fun of me that I'm not a fan. But I'll tell you what, if I'm a Giants fan, I like everything I see right now. I'm looking forward to going out to the ballpark, watching this club. I don't feel like there's a necessity at this point to do anything. Sure, we've got some starting pitching issues because of injury. But other than that, I'm very content with where this team is. I want to see how good it is over the next month and then make that decision. You think the Giants should preemptively make a move right now, in essence, to make a statement? 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's what we got going today. Ross Tucker, 1230. Ross had some very interesting things to say about loyalty and hometown discounts and how much a player owes an organization and an organization owns a player. We're going to talk to Ross Tucker at 1230. We're going to get into the NBA draft. I'm blown away by the skepticism and the doubt about the 19th pick ever helping the Golden State Warriors because of what's happened in the recent past. But we'll get all into it on the other side. 888-957-9570. Should the Giants go for it? Whatever the hell that means. On 95.7 The Game.
Tiny, you are one pathetic loser.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Autobahn. this one is over. It's over! It's over! It's over! Well, they found another way. The Giants now have won 9 straight.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go ahead and make wholesale changes. Everything's doing well.
Tear it down.
Gosh, that was Dwayne Kuiper on the call, but you knew that. NBC Sports Bay Area.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm trying to think what is kind of triggering me a little bit, because the boss has been on this for 2 days, and I know the boss triggers me, but it's more about what he said. Things are going well right now.
Change him.
And there's just something about it not being enough. I don't get it. I'm not saying the Giants shouldn't make any moves, but why, when a team has won 9 in a row, are we saying, well, we should go for it? Well, what's winning 9 in a row? That's going for it. I don't know. I just the impatience just runs wild. It's like, to me, it's June 22nd. The next 5 weeks are going to be a blast if you're a Giants fan. You know why? Because you're not really sure how good you are. You're not really sure.
Well, that's kind of the point.
Exactly. So you're not
Don't
really.
you want to solidify
what if
your roster?
What if you go 10-20 over the next 30?
Well, then you're in trouble.
Well, exactly.
But the boss's point is you don't let it get to that point.
Then do you think, well, there's no guarantee getting a pitcher in here now means they're going to roll.
You want to guess how many wins starting pitchers have gotten for the San Francisco Giants over their 9-game win streak?
Irrelevant, but I'll play along. 2.
Close. 3.
Oh, that's even better.
A third of their wins have gone to starting pitching.
That's great in this day and age.
2 of them have gone to Logan Webb. So outside of your number one, outside of your horse, you have one starting pitcher that has even qualified and gotten a W across this 9-game winning streak. That isn't reason to feel panic or that things are starting to go wrong, but that does tell me that you have a weakness. That tells me that you got
to get over the injury hump right now. That's all you got to do.
Well, but even if you do, let's say Alex Cobb comes back and he finishes up the lat strain, he'll be all good. What makes you confident that Alex Cobb is going to pitch like a 3 ERA pitcher for the rest of this season? Like, if he's your number 2 starter.
I don't know. That's why I'm going to monitor him for the next 5 weeks.
Well, last year was the first season that he's made a full-ish season of starts since 2018. And you're the guy that always, of course, looks back at what a player's done, what's their injury history, what are they as a career player, what are their sample sizes telling you? And Alex Cobb is telling me that he is outperforming expectations in just about every single way, and there's probably going to be some sort of decline coming. I don't want to be around for that.
Might be.
I would like to help him.
Might be on his way to a career year. You don't want to rob him of that, do you?
Remember what happened to Kevin Gausman in 2021?
What?
He was a stud.
Right.
For how long?
The Giants.
For how long?
The whole season?
About 4 or 5 months.
No, he was pretty good all year.
He fell off a cliff in August and September.
He's a good pitcher.
Why do you think Logan Webb started game 1 of the NLDS?
Hey, Gausman had a great year for the Giants. Maybe he slumped a little late.
No. Overall, it was a great season. Alex Cobb, over the course of 162, can have a great year. But that's because he was dominant his first few months of the season. To me, giving him, along with the rest of that starting rotation, another arm, another quality arm, because I think what you're talking about is going out and finding a guy like a Ross Stripling, like a Sean Manaea, and we've seen that those guys can't help you consistently over the course or even in a small sample size. Like, to me, and that's the reason why people are talking about wanting a starter, why I believe this team does need a starter maybe not multiple, but at least one that you can say, all right, go out there and give me 5. Go out there and give me 6. Because right now your bullpen is shouldering the load, and they shouldn't have to be.
I mean, I get the sentiment. Nobody cares about minor league players. So what difference does it make? And I'm not saying, again, I just don't understand why it's at the forefront of everybody's minds after 9 wins in a row that we got to get a pitcher. I think that's going to sort itself out on its own. Like, they're going to have to get a pitcher most likely out of necessity. But I don't really think that's what we're talking about. You know what I mean? Let's let Steve jump in here. Steve's in the city. What's going on, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I think we do need to go for it. I think we do need to get a starting pitcher. Does that have to happen next week? No, but certainly sooner than later. And, the reason is I think we might be seeing a little bit of a new school approach to pitching and relief pitching, right? The teams aren't seeing the same divisional matchups that they used to, right? They're not seeing the Dodgers for 12 games and Padres for 12 games every season, right? So you can get away with these bullpen games because the guys aren't getting exposed as much. But eventually, those relief pitchers they're gonna run out of gas. So yeah, they're doing a phenomenal job right now. But come August, come September, are they still going to be able to do the same thing? And second time around on a season, I don't see it. So let's get some starting help now. You're right that it is a weakness. It's a clear weakness, right? So let's get it in now before the relievers are totally gassed. And that's where I think it is. Who you're going to pick up, I'm going to leave that to Farhan and the guys because they have that knack for finding, the gems in the rough. But I do think they got to do it, and they got to do it soon.
Fair, good stuff, Steve. No, that's where I'm at. If let's say we're discussing go for it means a big boy trade, and you give up some of your minor leaguers, that to me would be going for it. I don't see the need to do that. Now, finding a starting pitcher around the edges, that's Farhan's strength. Like, that's what he does extremely well. That's what he's proven he can do, is find those kind of players who can help you over the course of, a few months or maybe a season. So that I'm not only not against, I think that's got to happen at some point. Now, I don't know who it is, but I don't necessarily think it's got to be somebody who, is box office or anything like that.
Well, the box office guys to me are Bieber and probably Dylan Cease if the White Sox decide they want to ship him out. He's coming off a Cy Young. Bieber's got a Cy Young. He's a year away from free agency after next season. He's probably going to make some big money. If you want to throw Stroman in there, I guess I'll hear that. To me, he's having a great season, and he's shown himself to be a dependable, healthy option, but he hasn't pitched like this, like a number one, consistently throughout his career, although he's had some good seasons. To me, the guys that you would look at, I mentioned Lucas Giolito, and then someone like Jack Flaherty, who early in his career was a dominant arm for the St. Louis Cardinals, has undergone a lot of injuries, and now is trying to basically find his way back. He hasn't been great this year by any means, but he's owed a few $1 million before he hits free agency next year. That could be a potential flyer, and then you figure out whether you want to bring him back or not. I just don't see, and look, if you're saying Jack Flaherty is comparable to Anthony DeSclafani, maybe that's accurate. I know a lot of people last night, even though the Giants won the game and they walked off on the Padres for a second consecutive night, not many people felt inspired by Tony Disco. Anthony DeSclafani doesn't have too many people in his corner right now, and I don't necessarily believe that the Giants are in the driver's seat in any ball game that he pitches in. I'm just hoping that they can get to the bullpen around, a manageable lead or deficit, and then you hope to figure things out like you did last night. But of course, that involved the San Diego Padres for the second consecutive night absolutely blowing it, and that bullpen not being able to get a guy out or maintain a lead. I think there's other teams that the Giants will run into that have better bullpens, unlike the Padres and even before them, the Dodgers.
Go ahead, Spino.
I got a pitcher, E-Dog. Let me know what you think about this one.
Talk to me, Spino.
Local guy, grew up here in the Bay Area, East Bay guy. Currently plays for an East Bay team. Was an all-star last year. Guy by the name of Paul Blackburn. ARB 2 right now. You got 2 more years of control under him before you have to pay him. This feels like a Farhan type of guy. Having a good year.
It sounds like a Farhan type of guy.
You're removed from an all-star, Steiny.
Well, so was he the A's only all-star?
It was a long year.
Yeah, he was good, though, last year. He wasn't. He's pretty solid this year.
Yeah, he just came back from an injury. So, look,
we got to monitor that.
I think, look, that is a Farhan guy. I don't think that would inspire a lot of confidence from the fans, but I'll hear that. Like that is the kind of the type of arm that I think they're looking for.
Well, the
Not
other thing is,
Blackburn,
good chance we're not going to be blown away by the move, but there's a good chance it may be effective.
What are you blown away by the Chris Bryant acquisition?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I didn't think they were as close as they thought they were. But I don't know.
Well, so, like,
for what? And then he goes to Colorado.
Well, you wanted them
He didn't have a great launch angle, Evan. His launch angle, he's more of a line drive hitter, and we know that Farhan and Kapler, they like the moon ball. They like more of an arc.
They
The launch angle is what got Chris Bryant out of here.
Right.
You know that.
Of course. Launch angle, by the way, can also go down. So, in case you know, it's not just about hitting the ball up.
That's crazy.
But, the only reason I ask is because, did you think that they were a Chris Bryant away, or did you want to see them go out and get more?
No, not really.
So you thought in that same situation in 2021, they also should have just stood pat, kind of like now, just wait and see.
Well, the difference is that the trade deadline's 5 weeks away. So yeah, I want to wait a little bit. I want to wait and see.
How long do you give them?
Are we continuing to win? Are we here a week from now and they've won 16 in a row? Are we here July 4th and they've won 22 in a row? Well, I'm going to continue to sit tight.
But it's not like you're moving the roster around. Like ideally, you're not giving up anybody that's a part of this team.
Fine. Then go make the move.
So, you give up a farm system piece or two.
That's fine.
Maybe
That's why I'm specifying go for it. Go for it. Like, why would you put all your eggs in one basket for 1 year this year? This year. Of all years, this year.
If you think that you got a chance, if you think that you have a shot to win the World Series, which, according to your logic, all that demands is that you get in the playoffs. So maybe they the one thing that I believe fans don't want to happen is you get to the playoffs and that's where you find out where your deficiencies really are. Or I should say, they're confirming what you believe to be true, which is you don't have enough starting pitching. I know the playoffs is getting ahead of ourselves, and I want to also look at the starting pitching flaw in my mind as a reason, I should say, a reason why I don't know if they can get through the regular season with 2 or 3 arms. Again, the playoffs, that works.
Right.
But if you're going into a series with Logan Webb, Anthony DeSclafani, and Alex Cobb, or you can replace the third guy, that kind of spells trouble to me.
Maybe.
Well, you'd better win with Logan Webb, and that's kind of the way that this win streak has played out a little bit.
So what you're
They've
saying
won
is
each
you
of
do
the
want to
Logan
make
Webb starts.
You do. So what I'm getting at is, so you do want a top of the line starter.
Ideally, I'd want both. I want a guy who can help stretch out that bullpen, and I also want a dog. I want a bulldog, Steiny.
Right. Well,
want a guy that can go out and give you 6 or 7 innings. Is that too much to ask?
I just don't understand the ridiculous sense of urgency that everybody has. 415, we're doing bad? Steiny has a bad feeling about it. We're doing good? Steiny has a bad feeling about it. I'm the opposite of that, 707. What I'm saying, or 415, that's kind of what I'm saying. I'm going to say this. We're rolling right now. We've won 9 in a row.
But what if an acquisition, what if a trade can help you keep rolling?
Again.
Can keep it rolling.
Again, I'm trying to be specific here.
Like a Rolling Stone.
I'm trying to be specific here. It's about not... Yes, you know what? Farhan, go make all the moves that you've kind of been making in the last 3 or 4 years. That's where I'm at. You keep finding these guys. You're very good at it. If we need a starting pitcher, Farhan, go get one that won't cost a lot of money, because he finds those guys.
Why can't you look at this Giants team a little bit like, say, last year's San Diego Padres team? An 89-win team. I know that went on and got Soto and Hader. Those are stars. Those are big boys. But if they don't get either of those two players, if they don't potentially mortgage some of their future, not all of it, because they believe in their farm system, they don't get to the NLCS. And some people are saying, well, they choked, or they made this decision, that decision. That's why they didn't beat the Phillies and go to the World Series. I don't think they would have beaten the Houston Astros anyways, because that's how dominant they were in my mind. But the NL, there's one team right now that potentially scares you, that has pieces, has all the pieces. That's the Atlanta Braves. Like, I don't know. It is as much about, yes, I think the Giants are a starting pitcher potentially away. But it's also what the Warriors were wrestling with at the deadline this year. You're looking around the Western Conference. You're looking around the National League. And you're just saying, I don't know if there's a team we can't beat.
That's different. Of course, there's not a team you can't beat. But there's not a team that can't beat you either. Like, that's the way I looked at the Warriors. That's the way I look at the Giants. That's the way I particularly look at, the postseason. Listen, they're going to go get a pitcher, right? They're going to get one.
Speaking of one, Arizona Missions, apologies, Dylan Cease did not win the Cy Young last year. It was Justin Verlander. Came in second.
You made a baseball mistake?
Yeah, he was the runner-up. That's my bad.
That's an upset.
Hello. By the way, I'll take a victory lap on my guy Arise. He's back over 400 as of 2 minutes ago.
Alcantara is terrible.
The Giants don't even want him. But Steiny, so I am a little perplexed by your stance that the Giants need to just sit tight, see what happens. But then the Warriors don't or shouldn't just sit tight or essentially run it back because they're in trouble. Where's the difference?
The Giants are ascending. The Warriors are descending. That's a huge difference.
But the Giants are in the upper middle tier. Like they're not at the top. The Warriors were coming from the very top. So yes, they are descending, but they might actually both teams be in kind of the same place. So I'm just curious why one needs to sit and the other needs to
because one team's
rebuild.
Younger than the other. I mean, there are no Curry, Draymond, or Clays on the Giants, but for Brandon Crawford, who's already taken lesser of a role. Why are the Giants on cloud 9 right now, says the 510. Giants are more than one pitcher away. It's more that the other teams are not playing well right now than the Giants are good. That's a fair statement. It's a fair opinion that they're catching teams at the right time. That's fine. But
I would also tell you that the Padres had won 9 of 12 coming into the series. Like, it wasn't as if they were playing bad baseball. The Dodgers were not playing great baseball before that series in L.A. The Cardinals haven't been playing great baseball the whole season, and they took advantage of both those two teams. But that's why, in my mind, this series was important. And this homestand in general is important because you're getting a Padres team that you might run into down the line or that you're going to have to compete with in the division or the wild card. They're playing good baseball. A guy like Tatis, who, of course, hit another home run last night, has been killing the baseball in the month of June. And then Arizona's also been playing great, and they sit atop the division. So far, first 2 games, so good. So, but that doesn't mean that you can't look at the wins and say there was something missing there, and that something was the guy that picked up the ball to start the game. Like their best lengthy pitching performance in the first 2 games of this series was a guy that hadn't been in the show before this year, and just keep him win. I mean, and maybe he is incredible, and that's just some guy that I'm completely overlooking. But in my mind, that's an example of somebody who you would like to have performances like that, but you can't rely on that. You can't assume he's going to be consistently good for 4 innings every 4 days.
No, but you got to let him give it a shot for a while, don't you? Unless you see, this is where how much do the Giants know about it? Maybe they know who's maybe playing over their heads a little bit, and then they probably know who has an opportunity to continue to play like they're playing or pitch like they're pitching. So again, I'm not here to say the Giants shouldn't do anything, but at some point, and yes, you can do both if you're not making wholesale changes, but at some point, I'd just like to see what this team can do with the pieces they have right now, for the most part, because they're interesting right now. Are they this good? I don't know if they're this good, but like that's kind of my thing. We don't have to make a decision right this minute. Something pops up. I mean, look, if Farhan Zaidi's like, we can't make it 2 more weeks without another arm to start games, well, then go get an arm. But I'm not for, I'm not for making a move at all costs because we're quote unquote going to go for it. That's all. Hey, we got the NBA draft tomorrow too.
We do. 24 hours. Well, just over, but yeah, Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s first pick as general manager. You think he wants a young guy?
I know. He's going to take that guy from I love it. With the number 19. We have a trade. No, it'd be with the number 19
Jonathan
pick.
Kuminga is
The Golden State Warriors select Jamie Jaquez
Jr.
UCLA. 4-year college product. That's who it's going to be. Either him or Keegan Murray's brother.
He's a cone.
You're already criticizing the Warriors' first-round pick.
Jaquez, not Murray's brother.
Oh, I got you. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And I'm going to also hold my guy's feet to the fire. He said something before the show that I'm going to run by Dub Nation about Draymond Green, and you may not like it, but also Ross Tucker coming up at 12:30. He had some fascinating things to say about loyalty. And we'll find out whether Draymond Green has it, whether Joe Lacob has it. Does Clay have loyalty? That's all going to shake out in the next year or two. 888-957-9570 is the number. Come on. You excited about the Warriors draft tomorrow? It's a chance to get better. Talk about it on the other side.
Lucky is helping to fuel your summer with free fuel for a limited time. Now through June 27th, earn up to $20 in gas.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
If you think the Warriors dynasty is over, how can you not be excited about the draft tomorrow? The future starts tomorrow in the Bay. Dunleavy knows it.
So you are on cloud 9 right now.
Why?
Well, because you believe the dynasty is over.
No. Well, I believe the championships are going to be.
They're on the back end.
People
on the back 9.
You know what's funny? People don't even
hole 15.
People don't even like when you say that.
What?
Steph's going to be 38, and people are going to be saying, "Oh, he's got another 7 years left." Draymond Green, obviously, here's the thing. You know how Draymond is loved and hated? I don't know if you're going to stand by the statement you made before the show.
Well, it depends on which statement you tell the people.
Gutless or not.
Depends on the statement you tell the people.
You say something like Draymond Green's making the offseason all about him?
Yes.
What are you talking about? He's in France right now trying to have a vacation and get away from it all.
And how do you know that he's in France?
I think we saw him and LeBron doing
exactly
Los Lobos
because they were
seeing Los Lobos in concert.
They are discussing it. They are publicizing it. They are posting it everywhere. They're talking about how they're together, how they're best friends, and they've
been
very
up to them.
Discreet. Yeah, that's Draymond Green in a nutshell. Discreet. No, he's hijacking the offseason for the Golden State Warriors. At least he's trying to. And I don't if that's who he is, that's fine by me. But look, Steiny, I don't think it's crazy to think that Mike Dunleavy Jr. right now has a bunch of stuff on his plate. And number one, of course, is re-signing the guy that opted out of his contract earlier this week. And so Draymond is continuing to just make it about him like he always does. He does it during the season. He does it during the offseason. He does it with his podcast. That's who he is. I don't think that's so wrong to say.
I think you're saying it just because he opted out, which everybody knew he was going to do.
No, it's not about that. It's about the podcast with Steve Kerr. It's about the lead up to the opt-out. It's about the rumors that we continue to hear that circulate every single day. It's about the statement from Clutch. It's about him going to France with LeBron. It's always something about Draymond Green. How many times have you heard about Stephen Curry this offseason?
He's not a free agent.
How many times have you heard about Klay Thompson this offseason?
He's not a free agent.
No, but he's going to be playing with his last year of his deal next season. How many times have you heard about Steve Kerr this offseason, if not for Draymond Green?
He's not a free agent.
Who's playing under the last year, or I should say coaching, under the last year of his deal? It's all about Dre.
See, now, I had the perfect rebuttal for you.
Did you?
Yeah. You should have said, is Dante DiVincenzo trying to hijack the the offseason? Haven't heard anything about Dante DiVincenzo. Ooh, finally, Don Mega. Evan's a hater when it comes to Draymond.
I actually have.
Finally.
It was the first.
Finally. He's finishing up his 5th day, and he's finally got his first amount of criticism. He's been a golden child here since last Thursday.
No, never that. Steiny, I got 3 hours to get these shots off before I'm done, put back on the bench, so I got to go.
Here's a question. All right, the Golden State Warriors have the 19th pick in tomorrow's draft. Would you like to see them move up into, let's say, the top 10? Apparently there's there could be some action up there. Should they select and keep the pick? Should they select the pick and trade it? Or should they select the pick and package it with an existing player like a Jordan Poole or a Jonathan Kuminga? I'll say this. This guy who the Warriors draft, whoever it is, what kind of player do you want to see drafted?
I can tell you what kind of player I don't want to see drafted.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I'm not... obviously, it depends on who's there and if people are making trades or if they want to use Kuminga to move up. I don't know where they're going to be on draft night. I think it's as likely for them to trade up as it is to keep their pick and take the number 19 pick as it is to completely trade the pick and not draft at all. But who I don't want to see picked, especially if Jonathan Kuminga is involved in this trade, which he is rumored to be, for the Warriors to move up in the draft, you cannot You cannot get younger. And what I mean by that is someone a la Kuminga, Wiseman, or even Moody. If I see a 19-year-old selected by the Golden State Warriors, number one, I'm wondering why. Number two, and this is where I do agree with Guru, why should I believe that player is going to be any good and is going to affect winning in the near future? It's just another pick to push down the line for 5 years.
And here we are again with this impatience that I can't stand. Why does whoever the Warriors pick have to play right away?
They don't. But if you're trying to win next year, then why would you take him?
Because you got a future to consider. Am I the only Warrior observer out there? I'm dead serious. Am I the only person alive who cares about the Warriors after Steph Curry? Am I the only person who cares about that?
Right now you might be.
I don't, and I just don't understand that at all. I just don't.
Okay, so if Stephen Curry...
It's going to be Mike Dunleavy's job to make every move that he makes from this point on, every single move that he makes should endeavor to help the Warriors now and not sacrifice anything down the line. They already don't have their pick next year, essentially, if it's 5 or worse. Mm-hmm. So they don't even have a draft pick next year. So, and you know what? Here's my other question. Were Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody bad picks? Not such great players? Or are they good players who just got picked by teams they can't play for? And I know if you're a Warrior fan, it doesn't matter if the young guys aren't playing for whatever reason. I'm just saying that I wouldn't give up. Like, the one thing I don't subscribe to is, well, they're 19. They're not going to play him anyway. Well, let's see. Who is the guy? The Warriors have played young guys before when they deserve to play.
Yes, but if you draft a 19-year-old...
4-year player, Hawkes.
Okay, and that is a player that I wouldn't be necessarily mad about taking. But if there's a 4-year player that you're trading up for, that's different than using Jonathan Kuminga to move up in the draft to draft another 19-year-old. To me, that just seems redundant.
I agree with that.
And
I'm not trading 19 and Kuminga to move up to 8. I'm not doing that. No interest in that.
Unless there's a really good 4-year guy that you like up there.
I still wouldn't do that. Would you?
No, I don't want to give up on Jonathan Kuminga.
Okay. We agree there.
But I also think that to your question about whether it's the picks or the situation, that's another reason why you cannot take a young player or an inexperienced player.
I agree.
Because there's no room for them right now, especially if you're trying to re-sign and bring back Draymond Green. That's already going to hinder Jonathan Kuminga's progress. And I think that's the only reason he's involved in these trade talks is because they're trying to re-sign Draymond, which means that Jonathan Kuminga's role is not going to rapidly rise the way that he would hope. Now, if you're looking at the draft, you're essentially just taking another placeholder, except instead of 2 years ago taking a placeholder, you're getting it 2 years later, and maybe you're closer to the end, so you're closer to that player getting more minutes. Unless you're drafting a guy that, is going to be able to in a year or two maybe replace, a Klay Thompson, or replace in 3 years a Draymond Green, or replace whoever is on their way out for the Warriors, then I don't see the point. And to me, what you have right now in Jonathan Kuminga is a lot of potential, and I don't want to give up on that. Especially for a guy, for another question mark, for another unknown. And so I do wonder what Warriors fans want to see from the draft tomorrow. Do you want to see a trade? Do you even want to see them make a pick? Do you want to see Kuminga involved? Do you want to see Poole involved? 888-957-9570. Help us, because I feel like we're of the mindset, Steiny, that the Warriors are stuck between a rock and a hard place, and what you're talking about with drafting another young player is essentially restarting the 2 timeline program that failed the first time?
Well, Jonathan Kuminga, I'm just going to say, Jonathan, you cannot trade. I've said this, you cannot trade Jonathan Kuminga. Because I'll tell you why. Even if you're a little disappointed, you look at his numbers. His numbers reek of a young player figuring it out who's going to continue to get better. There is, whether you think Kuminga's progress has been slow or average, it doesn't matter. I think we can all agree Kuminga's getting better. He's getting better. You can't, when you've got a team that's older, you can't trade a 21-year-old, 20-year-old who has proven that he's getting better. Wiseman was not proving that he was getting better, as far as I'm concerned, and that's why they traded him, I think. You can't trade Jonathan Kuminga. And I know I'm saying, well, if you bring Draymond Green back, where's Kuminga going to play? And if you bring Draymond Green back for 3 years, I don't know how to answer that question. But I hate the idea. I hate the idea of, if there's a choice to be made between Draymond Green and Kuminga, that the choice is, we're going to re-sign Draymond for 3 years and we're going to look to move Kuminga. That would be a move that I would abhor.
And I think it'd be one that the Warriors would end up regretting because of the progress we've already seen Kuminga make. On a team where he doesn't have much room to play. Like, he plays because there's injuries. He plays because there is guys that need nights off, that need to be load managed. That's when he gets his opportunities, but he's looking for a full-time job. Like, he's looking for a starting role, maybe not a starting role, but a place where at least he can get 20 or 25 minutes. And if the Warriors are able to kind of carve that out for him next year, I think we could see even larger strides from Kuminga, to the point where in his 3rd season now, maybe he is ready to contribute to a playoff team.
Jonathan Kuminga, this past season, played 67 games out of 82. I need to look at how many he was hurt and how many DNP coaches' decisions he had. But nevertheless, 67 of 82 games. That's pretty good. He averaged 21 minutes a game. 21 minutes a game. Like, this is where it's not a black and white issue. Jonathan Kuminga played 21 minutes a game for the Warriors. It got to a point late in the season where Steve Kerr didn't quite trust him as much as he trusted Andrew Wiggins, who's 27 or 28 years old. Just like, these guys don't come into the league and set the NBA on fire. Very few. Who's done that? Like, who's done that? And so that one I'm against. Jonathan Kuminga, you cannot trade him. He might be the best player you've drafted since the Big Three.
I don't think you can trade him for someone that for something that involves a draft pick. But I do think there are teams out there that would be interested in Jonathan Kuminga, because there's
no doubt.
There's one thing that you also have to figure out, which is, are you willing to extend Kuminga after next season? Because that's going to be about that time that you got to start dealing with those things. It's a reason why they also moved off of James Wiseman, because I think they realized what you're talking about, which is he wasn't getting better, but you also don't have any more time to figure it out, because you're going to have to give him either a 5th year, figure out an extension, and they don't want to pay him that money. Jonathan Kuminga, I'm sure, is going to want to be paid, but that's why I think he wants this next season to prove that he deserves to be paid, that he deserves to be given rotational minutes.
That ain't happening with Draymond Green here.
So October, November of last season, Jonathan Kuminga was playing 15 minutes a game, wasn't very good, got played off the floor, whatever you want to say. Steve Kerr didn't believe that he could impact winning. By the end of the year, that's where those minutes got to 21 or to 20 you're talking about, because he had to fill in for Andrew Wiggins. And I don't have the record of the Warriors with him as a starter off the top, but is that where you expect him to start this next season at? Because if he's starting in 2023-24 with 20 minutes a night, and he's putting up the kind of percentages that he did at the end of last season, well then, by the end of next year, then I think you do have something with Kuminga. That is a guy I think you could envision being a part of your core for a long time.
Let's go to Vince. Vince is in Lafayette. Hey, Vince, how you doing, man?
Oh, great. I have a question.
Vince, you got to call back.
And
call back, Vince. Your connection wasn't very good. Here's where I'm coming from. I think the Golden State Warriors, after they won the title last year. Okay, I think we all can acknowledge it was somewhat unexpected. So when the Warriors win the title last year, now they have to. Now they do have constraints, right? They have to let them run it back. You agree with that? After they won it,
yeah,
we have no problem. Okay, you wish maybe they hadn't paid Poole. Big deal. They paid Poole. They brought Wiggins back. They ran it back essentially. All right, now they've run it back, and they finished 6th, and they had a tumultuous season. So, from my perspective is I wouldn't run it back again. That's what you did last year, and I believe if you do it again, essentially, you're going to be the same team. It will not be drastically different. So, if you bring Draymond Green back, Jonathan Kuminga's got no future here.
So then you would have to trade him.
I know.
Or you feel like you would.
Yes, and that would be, to me, a big mistake. A big mistake. And it's not that I think Kuminga's going to be a superstar. I don't know what he's going to be, but we don't know what he's going to. Nobody knows what Kuminga's going to be. He's 20. He's 20 years old. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. We spent all kinds of shows during the NBA playoffs. How come we don't have a Max Strus? How come we don't have
Caleb Martin?
Caleb Martin. How come we don't have a Braun or Brown for like Denver?
Christian Brown, yeah.
Not Bruce Brown, who just opted out.
6.8.
Yes. It's like the reason you don't have them is because you don't have any 25-year-olds on the roster. All you have are 21-year-olds and 30-year-olds. So can we wait till Kuminga gets to 25, please? Or 23 before we make a decision on him? That's all I'm saying.
But I think people do see Christian Brown, who's a rookie, who, well, he has college experience. Of course, he won a national championship at Kansas. And maybe they're saying, why can't the Warriors draft a player like that? Why can't they go find a 3 or a 4 year guy that can impact winning immediately? Because Christian Brown did everything except put himself in the spotlight. He did all the dirty work as the 7th or 8th man for the Denver Nuggets. He was a rookie that contributed to winning in his first year. Not that he was the focal point of much that Denver did, but anything he gave you on top of, you know, the Bruce Browns or the KCPs at that 1 or 2 spot, everything there was gravy. And he had I think he had a couple of bad games in the finals, but of course the taste that you're left with is something sweet because of his, you know, defensive ability that he showed in Game 5.
Yeah,
and they're like, well, why the hell can't Jonathan Kuminga get on the court and do something like that? And maybe you say it's because Steve Kerr gave him a chance in the Sacramento series and he didn't prove it, or he got taken advantage of, and you know, in his few minutes he was unplayable, and he didn't look very good. Like I'll go ahead and say it, he was not good in the Sacramento series. But I think there's other people out there that are saying, well, Brown also wasn't good at times in the playoffs, but he was given a chance, or he was given a second or third chance, whereas Jonathan Kuminga was not really afforded that.
3 years at Kansas. He's 22, so I get that he was a rookie, but he played 75 games at Kansas, the University of Kansas, the highest Division I type of school you can go to.
They're pretty good.
Jonathan Kuminga didn't play in college. You cannot draft 2 players, James Wiseman and Jonathan Kuminga, both of whom essentially didn't play college basketball, both of whom essentially are projects. You can't draft Wiseman and Kuminga and then trade them 2 or 3 years into their careers. Like, that, to me, is insanity. You drafted projects and you don't allow them to grow. That's where the mistake was made.
Well, it's kind of interesting because if you believe that, and maybe I'm taking the words out of your mouth, but if you believe that the Warriors are, they're on the back end of their dynasty, the championship days, at least the projectable championship days are probably done with, then from your logic, wouldn't this be the time to take a project? Because in 5 years, you don't know where the Warriors are going to be. Wouldn't this be the time to take a 19-year-old?
I wouldn't mind. I mean, I think they're going to go 4-year guy or 3-year guy, but
like they should have taken the 4 or 3-year guy 2 years ago. Now would be a more logical time to take a project, but with what they have told us about how they want their team to look next year, I don't see that player aligning with those plans. And I don't think if you're Mike Dunleavy Jr., unless you hit on that pick, which is not a fantastic possibility at 19, like it's almost better for you as your first move or second move if they happen to re-sign Draymond before the draft, that you do take someone that the fans, and then most importantly, Steve Kerr can get on board with because he wants players that have experience.
Yes. You know why I don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga is I don't want him to turn into Jermaine O'Neal. Jermaine O'Neal didn't play much for Portland for 4 years. He was drafted at 18. They traded him at 22. He went to Indiana, and he was a 9-time All-Star. It's going, and he came right from high school. Get it? Right from high school. Right from high school. So he needed a few years to develop. There's nothing different to me between him and Kuminga. You better be careful. All right. 888-957-9570. I see calls. Leroy, Chucky, don't go anywhere. Apparently, Chucky's got something in common with you that he wants to bring up. But the Golden State Warriors have the number 19 pick in tomorrow's draft. Is this going to be the start of running it back? Or as Evan likes to say, extending the runway? To where, by the way? Where's the runway leading? Is it leading to
Google it.
Might be leading to a convalescence center. Who knows? All right, 88, because they're getting old. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your...
Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Steiny with Evan Giddings. Guru back tomorrow, and I'm predicting he'll be wearing a green shirt, touting the Johnson family reunion in Dallas, Texas.
I think it'll be the green shirt under a Dallas Cowboys jersey. And then at some point, we'll see the green shirt during the show. I also got a Cowboys shirt for him. So,
what do you mean?
Well, it was dropped off by one of our P1s, Orlando, at the cafeteria on Friday.
Wait, I wasn't the only one that got a gift from Orlando?
No, you're not that special.
Was it a legitimate jersey?
No, it was like a Cowboys T-shirt. You know, just maybe a jersey. I haven't unpacked it. I didn't look at it. It's sitting in my trunk.
I got you. Make sure you take care of it. We got the NBA draft tomorrow. A lot of Warrior fans think, what's it matter? Young guys don't play anyway. Well, you got to draft guys who have a little bit of experience, perhaps. The one thing I read in John Hollinger's piece in The Athletic was that they will not be drafting someone without college experience. Now, we'll see.
Well, according to Mike Dunleavy Jr., they're going to be drafting players that are, quote, good at basketball.
You know what? I do think that's a good start when you're talking about the draft. I do.
I don't know if that was a shot, but what does that mean? Like, is that just a non-sequitur, just a non-answer?
It means a non-project. To me, is what it means. It means that they are going to look at the most finished type of product in terms of a player at 19 as they can find.
Well, and of course we'll have our draft coverage tomorrow, draft show. But I can just remember from a couple of years ago, I think Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a good basketball player. I don't know about perennial all-star, but I want to see him still in Golden State. But the one thing that gave me pause, and the one thing that I think about when you say the word project, is Jonathan Kuminga is getting interviewed after he gets drafted by the Warriors, and they ask him a bunch of questions, about where he's from, what he's been working on, and then they ask him about his game, and they say, "Hey, Jonathan, if you had to identify a strength, what do you do well?" Simple question.
Yeah.
His answer was, "I'm athletic." There was nothing about dribbling, shooting, defending, rebounding, passing. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's because he thought he could do all of that. But if I hear an answer tomorrow from the Warriors draft pick that says, "I'm athletic," I'm not going to be very happy about that.
Well, depending on how much experience the guy has, he'll have more than just athleticism. He'll have know-how. And that's what they're looking for. I got to get this Chucky in here. He wants to talk to you for some reason.
All right.
Hey, Chucky, what's going on? What do you got, friend?
Good day, fellas.
Yeah, same to you.
Good day to you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I want to say, Steiny, man, I can recall Guru. He always had Kuminga's back. Mm-hmm. But I know I don't recall you being so positive and so supportive of Kuminga, because I, too, feel like whenever you got a young cat that play above the rim, to me, that's a keeper. Because, that can impact the game on both ends of the floor when you have somebody that play above the rim. And so, and he just, I think that he just working on this game. He seems to be the type of player that's going to be trying to improve himself, especially with Steve Kerr benching throughout the playoffs. I'm pretty sure he in this offseason, he got a chip on his shoulder, so I can see him playing hard. But also, I heard Evan last week when he was filling in for Guru, he mentioned his alma mater. And I just wanted to say that I, too, graduated from St. Mary's, man. That's my alma mater as well.
Panther Pride, let's roll.
You didn't go to St. Mary's.
St. Mary's College High School.
Oh, high school. My bad, man. Chucky.
Yeah, I graduated in 80, man, when it was all-boys school.
All-boys school. Yeah, he knows. He knows what's up.
Thanks, Chucky. I'm so glad Chucky called.
My man. 2016.
Because
2012, sorry.
When I say I'm a man of nuance, this is what I mean.
Huh?
He said, Steiny, I don't remember you having Kuminga's back very much during the regular season. You might not be wrong.
You didn't.
I didn't, because I don't believe in giving a guy minutes if he's not ready for the minutes or if he's not good enough to get the minutes. To me, there was always what are you laughing at?
I'm
waiting for something I said?
I'm waiting for you to finish
you
your
be
point.
Careful.
I'm locked in.
Okay. The mistake the Warriors made was they drafted a project in Jonathan Kuminga, and they wanted him to be a part of a championship team. And by the way, he hadn't played in college, Jonathan Kuminga. So, no, I didn't think he should be playing a lot last year because and I say that when I'm talking about our Warriors, because we were trying to win a title. We didn't win a title. Not only didn't we win a title, we only won 44 games. We almost lost in the first round of the playoffs. It's now time to usher in Jonathan Kuminga, I feel like. People are going to hate this, but they might not be a championship team anymore. Okay, let's move on to Kuminga. Let's see what he's got.
But if Jonathan Kuminga is not right now a championship player, which I don't think is a knock. I mean, not many 20-year-olds are.
Exactly.
Especially players in their third year who haven't had much time in the postseason. Then I think that moving off of, because what you're talking about is clearing the runway for Jonathan Kuminga means not bringing back Draymond Green, or I don't know if you want to put together a sign and trade, but him not being here next year means that Jonathan Kuminga is your starting four. There's a lot of people out there that are not okay with that because that signals in a way that you are not emphasizing, you are not prioritizing the present, you're prioritizing the future. And I don't think that you can do both. In fact, if there's anything that we have learned from the last couple of years with Kuminga and Wiseman, and even Moody to some extent, the Warriors can't do both. They tried to thread that needle with these three guys. They've already given up on one of them. So if Jonathan Kuminga does ascend next year, if his role does increase because of the absence of Draymond Green, then doesn't that mean that they're almost throwing in the white towel, saying we're not championship contenders?
No, I wouldn't say that. Because that assumes you think you're a championship contender now.
But Steve Kerr, along with a lot of other people, have said that without...
No, you're right.
Draymond, that they're not. And maybe they aren't with him, but that's I think, the divide for a lot of people is it's not the choosing of one over the other. It's the signal that you're sending out that essentially we don't think we can win anymore.
I wouldn't take it like that. And that's kind of the be-all and end-all attitude that people have surrounding Draymond that I just don't, the Warriors aren't a championship team without Draymond. They weren't a championship team last year with Draymond. Let me ask you this. If you bring Draymond Green back, explain to me how Kuminga stays here long term. He's gone. He'll want to get out of here. And you might be, well, if he wants to get out of a championship team, fine. He didn't deserve it. Okay, fine. But it's not the way it works.
No, I'm not going to say that. But unless he has a significant change of heart, unless his mindset changes, because, I mean, look, who knows? Maybe the big three next season, maybe even Andrew Wiggins to some extent, or Kevon Looney, maybe they have their minutes reduced. That opens up some opportunity for Jonathan Kuminga. But then you still got someone who played in front of Kuminga in the playoffs already on the roster, and that's Gary Payton II. Dante DiVincenzo opting out, probably not going to be around next year, going to be too expensive. And so there are maybe less people in front of Kuminga than last season, but to me, at age 20 or 21 in your third year in the NBA, to get 20 minutes on a playoff team that already has an established starting five in our hypothetical, if he's not okay with that, then wouldn't you just trade him right now? Wouldn't you trade him and try and do something around the draft?
Kuminga. No. He's not going anywhere.
But you're also not okay with them running it back and him still being here because he's not going to be happy.
I know, but I'm going to have to risk that. Him not being happy because I can't move him. And one of the reasons I can't move him is because we are so old. It's a tough spot. It's a tough spot. But if the price of bringing Draymond Green back is that you lose Poole and Kuminga, I'm out. You're giving away your two young assets. I don't want to do that.
Well, maybe I'm naive enough to think that they can coexist.
Are you talking about the three of them?
Yeah. Maybe that's fool's gold. But I think that's the best path for them to being the best team they can be next year.
Maybe. Leroy's in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Evan?
Yo.
Hey, you guys, man. Mike Dunleavy, he's got a tough job.
Yep.
I mean, I like Mike Dunleavy. I even got his jersey. I got the number 34 jersey. And, you know, it's a delicate balance for an organization to go veterans, young guys. How do you balance that? And you don't. You make a decision. And I think that this organization and Steve Kerr and them, you know, they just been playing the fence too much. And I'm always the type of guy is, hey, I'm a fan. I'm a Warrior fan. And I'm going with, you go with the future because Steiny, you know, I heard you say, hey, what about the future? We got to watch this team. As a fan, I got to watch this team for 10, 15 more years. My grandsons got to watch this team. And so I'm always going to go on the side of, hey, if I got that, you know, hey, veterans and young guys, I'm going on the side of the young guys. And I'm just like, you know, it's tough. It's a tough balance. And,
Yes, it is.
Evan, look, I know what you're saying too, man. I know what you're saying, Evan. Like, you know, we need a guy. Hey, if he's not going to come in and play right away, then you go, okay, we're looking at a 3-4 year guy in college. Steiny, you know I like this guy, Kobe Brown, out of Missouri, 4-year player, senior. Right. I think we need to go small forward. He's 6'8", 252.
Ooh.
Handles like Carmelo. He's a stud. You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of a better Julius Randle mixed with a little Harrison Barnes. And like I said, with a little Carmelo Anthony on the dribble. He's a load, man, and he does everything well. Take a look at him, guys. Kobe Brown. They're projected him to go in the second round, but you guys know great players have been found in the second round.
Yep.
Alex English, Kukos, we can go Draymond Green, Dennis Rodman. So, hey, Kobe Brown, guys. God bless.
All right. Don't forget Jokic.
That would help the Warriors get bigger.
Kuminga and JP don't fit the culture. When have any other players cried about minutes on the Warriors? They didn't really cry about minutes, but they weren't overwhelmingly happy either.
Well, and I think what you're saying is they don't fit the current culture.
You.
But the culture, as of now, only exists until Stephen Curry is under contract, which is 3 more years. So that's how long the culture lasts.
To me, when we say culture, we also mean the style of play.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole can go one-on-one. Kuminga's an isolation guy right now. But here's the rub. Without Steph Curry, you're probably going to have to change your style of play. Because it's a hard style of play to continue with. Connor in Dublin, boy, what do you got? You're scaring me. You're scaring me a little bit with this take, but go ahead.
Get him, Connor.
I'm changing it. Don't worry. I swear I'm changing it. I realized it was really stupid. I'm going with trade for a better draft pick. All right, like for like a bet, like trade for maybe hopefully another team will give up their draft spot because there's some pretty good draft options for the Warriors that I have seen. There's this kid out of Duke. He's like 7'1".
Lively.
Really
Derek
good.
Lively.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lively. Derek Lively. Yeah, I think he has that height the Warriors are missing. And he's a great player, and I think they could use him.
Appreciate the call, Connor. Appreciate the call.
All right, now he's number 10 on
They probably have to
the
move
big
up
board.
to get him.
Well, that's what he's saying. He wants to trade up for Derek Lively.
How many years of college does he have?
Well, he's 19 years old, Steiny. So it'd be one season.
That's what you're talking about. You got to move up to get a 19-year-old.
He is a rim protector. He's defensive minded. But and this is my issue. I would love a guy like Derek Lively. I think he could be a a good rim running big, and he's 7 feet, and he's athletic. But
sounds like somebody I know. He's playing in Detroit right now.
Defensive minded.
Well, that's true.
But this is the thing. You are trading up to get younger. And something that, from a Slater article this morning, talking about Mike Dunleavy Jr., the direction of the draft, doesn't seem like the Warriors want to get younger. And nor should they if the goal is to bring everybody back.
Yeah, Mike Dunleavy told Anthony Slater yesterday, you could argue that we were too young in some cases.
Some cases.
Right. David's in San Jose. Hey, David, how you doing, man?
Steiny, what's up, brother?
Hey, my man.
Steiny.
Yo.
You're supposed to be the realist, man. You got a goo take right now going with the younger guys. What's going on?
David, I'm not sure that...
Go with the older guys.
David, I'm not sure that we're a championship team anymore.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. Kerr, at the end of the conclusion of last season, says we're not a championship team, and then a week later says we are. So I don't know what we are right now, but I'll tell you the direction we have to go.
Give it to me.
You have to go with the older guys. Steiny, answer me this. What happens after a dynasty?
It's not good, usually.
Nothing. The team is done. It doesn't go back to the championships for decades later. And so we have to maximize what we have. We have to. I want to keep Kuminga. I want to keep Poole. I want to say, we're going to be great for the next 10 years and more championships. But more than likely, that's that 0.01%, and it's not going to happen. Steiny, you're the realist. You know this. Right. We have to maximize the now. We have to get the vets, and unfortunately, we got to unload the young guys and all their potential. If for the goal to get 1-2 more championships in the next 4 years, Steiny.
Come on, David.
The hell with the kids,
Come
Steiny.
on, David. David, and people know I have a fondness for the Inuits, the people that live in the Arctic Circle. And today is something I can make an analogy. Warrior fans want to be Inuits right now. They want to be Inuits. Now, let me tell you something about Inuits.
Please enlighten us.
And I've said this before, and it's true. Inuits do not believe in the afterlife. Okay?
Okay.
Warrior fans don't believe in the afterlife either after Steph Curry. When the Inuits kill an animal, they set up camp there and they eat it all. They eat all the animal right there for as long as it takes. That's where they're going to live until that animal has been all used up. And by the way, let's say it's a whale. Let's say it's a fish. They use everything, okay?
Watched a Bourdain episode on this,
Dude,
and
it's
it was
incredible.
a seal, and they ate it, and they just had it all in their kitchen, like a bunch of newspaper on the ground. The grandma, the great-grandma. It was pretty scary stuff. Just getting into that seal.
Thank you. And what I'm getting at is so the Inuits use it all up right now. They just gobble it all up, and they're left with nothing.
They're all in.
Nothing. And then you know what happens with nothing? We got to go out and get another seal because we don't believe in saving. We don't believe in the future. You don't want to live in the Arctic, Warrior fans. You just don't.
And yet, you have a profound respect for the Inuits.
Yes,
you
I do.
Are fascinated by them.
I am fascinated by the Inuits.
And you love to learn about them. You love to follow them. And you hope that they succeed. And you cannot wait to see what seal, whale, bear, whatever is up there, they're going to plunge their hands into next. So what? Why not be okay with a nomadic type of era for the Golden State Warriors?
Living
seal to seal.
I want the Inuits to think a little bit more about the future instead of the present. They're only capable of living in the present. And, well, maybe that is all good. I don't know. But it scares me. It scares me.
Oh, it does. Yeah. I mean, well, that's the one question, of course, is Joe Lacob okay with living like an Inuit? Because
Thank you.
That guy wants the Jerry Buss type of finals runs.
That's right.
16-33. He's on pace. He's on pace.
Vince is in Lafayette. What's up, Vince? How you doing?
All right. One thing I want to say is I think the championship is over, but the object is you don't want to have the playoff possibility over, because if they go to the old Warriors where they don't make the playoffs year after year, like Chicago did, like Boston did when the dynasty was over. You don't want to do that because that'd be devastating. So I think this is what I would do. Keep Kuminga, not trading him. I would trade Poole only if Houston would take him or something like that. For the 4th pick, I keep my pick. Try to get a point guard that's decent in that draft. And then the 19th, I would take whatever is the best player available. I would let Green walk. And then with those 2 contracts off the books, Poole and Green, with DiVincenzo, I know I pronounced his name wrong, would I be able to re-sign him for more than $5 million if those 2 contracts are off the books?
All right.
Who's he talking about?
He was talking about getting Draymond off the books.
Oh, well, very simple. Just tell him to stay in France.
How about this from just a practical level and not necessarily looking at it for down the line? Your backcourt right now is Steph Curry's going to be 36 and Klay Thompson's going to be 34. You really going to trade Jordan Poole? A 24-year-old guard who can play 1 and 2? Again, your backcourt is older. You can't. Are you really going to trade a 23 or 24-year-old? Okay. And here's the other thing: your power forward is old too. You're going to trade your 20-year-old power forward? There's got to be a better way. That's all. There's got to be a better way for the Golden State Warriors than moving off Poole and Kuminga. Maybe there isn't. Maybe that's why this is such a frustrating endeavor, because we don't know what's going to happen, and they don't have a lot of moves, a lot of flexibility, I should say.
Yeah, and I think, look, the old backcourt and the old power forward, they also don't think they're done. And they kind of have reason to believe that. They're not far removed from a championship. You owe them, in many ways, the opportunity. I think at least one more chance to run it back. It's going to be a costly one. But guys that have won at the level that they've won at, don't you... I don't know. I don't know if you can give up on them a year or a contract too early. That seems like something that I would not want to do if I'm Mike Dunleavy Jr., especially if that's going to be the first potential decision I have to make as general manager. Yes, you're ushering in a new era. You're trying to figure out where your franchise is going to go now, but that seems completely separate from the one that he was connected to underneath his predecessor. And I just... Maybe I just don't believe that he would be able or willing to do that.
Well, I don't think he was hired to tear this down. That I don't believe.
Might have to, though.
If Draymond walks.
Yeah, or someone says, hey, Draymond, we'll give you 3 years, $100 million. Golden State Warriors going to match that?
Yes.
Wow. Is there a line you don't go past, or is it simply yes or no on him? Is it simply yes or no on Kuminga? Yes or no on Poole?
And you know what? That's a great question, and that's one that we can get into on the other side, because in a way, the money matters to Joe Lacob as it relates to Draymond Green, but in another way, it doesn't matter at all in terms of logistically and practically what it means luxury tax and salary cap wise. They're so far through the roof. It kind of doesn't matter if the Warriors get Draymond for $25 million or $35 million. They're in the same heap of trouble financially either way. 888-957-9570. Is there anybody out there, a Warrior fan, who's excited about the possibility of what may happen tomorrow? You think something big could be coming down?
Well, there is, and Shams is reporting on a potential trade around the NBA that we can discuss on the other side, Steiner.
Okay, I've heard about this one. This one also has been a name that the Warriors have been sniffing around on. We'll tell you what it is on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle.
You're in no man's land. Obviously, no shoes, no shirt, no service. So if you can't go into a restaurant because if you have to go because they only let patrons go. I just don't think that should be a crime.
Shout out to weak bladders.
Just be discreet about where you go. If you have to go, you have to. I mean, so let me ask you a question. You're driving down to L.A., and you're an older guy like me.
Okay.
And
I'm not.
You go by the no service for 111 miles, and you drive by, and you're like, oh, shoot, I forgot. So 60 miles down the road, you pull over and go to the bathroom. Number one, you're telling me you can get arrested for that. I don't like that. I don't think that's fair. In fact, I think it's unfair, particularly toward older people, and it's a form of discrimination. Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe you should be a little more self-aware, and the next time you see the upcoming, you got 111 miles to go.
I am self-aware, and basically
take a note and go
every
before.
time I pass a men's room, I'll go in, even if I don't need to go in, because I've got to plan for the future, like the Warriors need to.
Attaboy.
I can't be living like an Inuit and not thinking about having to go down the line.
Or you can be living presently, because some say that leads towards bliss and happiness.
Correct. Can we play? This is where I want to go with this. We've got Ross Tucker. Ross Tucker coming up in 25 minutes. Should I play Ross? I'm going to play what Ross said. No, I'm not. Let's go with a Kendrick Perkins sound because this one is a tough one to swallow if you're a Warrior fan. Take a listen. Man.
Wow.
Now, Clay's got one more year at $42 million. Obviously, if he's coming to the end, they'll be able to save a ton of money on his salary. But let me be clear about one thing and how this is going to work with the Warriors. So, Draymond Green, everybody's – and who the heck was it that came in and said, I don't think people care how much Draymond makes. They just want him back. That was you, Joe? Just, if you want Draymond back, who cares if it's 25 or 35? But that's the thing. If Draymond Green, the Warriors are so far through the luxury tax that it in a way, it doesn't matter if Draymond makes 25 or 35. Their flexibility will be the same. None, essentially. But that $10 million each year is really $40 or $50 million. So would Joe Lacob continue to add monster money to this payroll? He's going to try to get Draymond Green down as far as he can get him, but that's a delicate way to play. Play the game. So keep in mind, that's what Kendrick Perkins said about Klay Thompson.
For the YouTube audience, it didn't appear like the audio was going through. So basically what he said was the Warriors need to start looking at their big three like Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and Andrew Wiggins. And Klay Thompson is actually the odd man out because Wiggins has proved he's more important. That's what Kendrick Perkins was saying. So the question is basically who's the new big three? Exactly. And he said during the championship last year it was Wiggins, and he said I wouldn't push the line on Klay, which sounds to me like pay him one more, play him this upcoming season, and then maybe not re-sign him. And this is why we're having Ross Tucker on
Take a listen to what Ross Tucker said last week.
You realize that the reason why the front office and the head coach preach team is because their personal self-interest, their ongoing employment is totally based on your one-loss record. I don't know when it was when I was in the NFL, but I realized pretty early on, you're an independent contractor working for that team. And as soon as you realize that they are only going to act in their self-interest and what's best for them, the better off you'll be, and you'll start to make decisions in your own self-interest.
So are the Warriors, are the Warriors ready to do that? You think they could do that to Clay? Clay would, do you think they've told Clay right now we're probably not going to be able to do anything with you?
No, I think there's been a discussion, but it probably involves the same conversation they're having with Draymond Green, which is we might need you to take less money. And that's a different discussion between Dre and Clay, because Dre's making, was making $26, $9, $27 million. Klay Thompson's making $42, $43. So even if you're still a $30 million a year player, that's a significant pay cut when you're making that kind of money. I don't know. To me, the whole discussion about independent contracting and Ross setting up what is owed to a player, technically nothing. Yes, it's a business. Joe Lacob is trying to figure out how his team can be competitive now as well as in 15 years when none of those three players are going to be around. But I do think there is something to be said for not exactly knowing how to bridge the gap between being competitive now and contending in the future. Like the Warriors don't exactly have, at least now, a next man up. Jonathan Kuminga is probably the best example of that, but we still don't know what kind of player he's going to be, and we don't know whether he's simply a rotation piece. We don't know whether he's a future MVP candidate. We don't know if he's a perennial all-star, if he's just a guy. We don't know what he is. It's easier, I think, to make that choice and be less loyal to your dynasty building blocks when you have the next piece ready to fit right in, and the Warriors don't have that. So as much as it is about, Klay Thompson, whether they're having a discussion or not, it's also that I think this Warriors team wants to win now and in the future, and there's no real alternative to winning now if you move on from a Klay Thompson or Draymond Green. Like, I don't think they don't have a plan in place.
No.
Or maybe we do and we just can't see it.
You know what I wouldn't be averse to? Draymond coming back, but essentially agreeing to come off the bench. I wouldn't have a problem with that if he could do it. Then at least you would appease Kuminga a little bit. Draymond's proven he can come off the bench. Might be good with that second unit. I'm just what they call spitballing.
Well, and maybe if he takes less money than Jordan Poole, might be.
They can both come off the bench.
Yeah.
Poole and Draymond will sit next to each other. They both come off the bench. Poole will usually sub in first.
Yeah, dominate.
And then Draymond will get mad. David in El Cerrito. Hey, David, how you doing, man?
Good, thank you. I have two kind of points to make. The first is the players would never acknowledge that they make the money they make because of the team that the Warriors put together. Like if Draymond had been drafted by Detroit, he wouldn't be out there looking for $30 million right now if he hadn't played with Steph Curry. And so the players probably never actually could bring themselves to acknowledge that had they not ended up with Steph Curry, they're all not getting this level of payday.
Right.
You get a payday because they're good players, but they certainly wouldn't have gotten this. So it's probably hard for them to really say, oh, it's not me, it's everyone else. No, it's me, as Ross Tucker alluded to. And that's kind of problematic of not really acknowledging what the team has done for you as you go forward. I'm not expecting they'll do that, but that's just one thought.
Yep.
The other thing, which I'd like you to comment on, is you always take the chip if you can win the chip. I get it. But do you think, like I do, that last year's title has set this team back for the future? Because I think they should be making decisions based on had they not won a title last year. Because I think that title was very fortunate. They played bad teams. They were the best of the worst. And because of it, they're making decisions based off of that title. I think they should make decisions as if they hadn't won that title, because it's giving us false hope.
I'm with you, David. I'm with you 100%. And I don't see what the big hassle is about doing that.
You pay that guy?
Because you did win it last year. What does that mean?
I mean, he put that question on a tee for you. It's like he's been reading the book of Steinmetz and just...
But why don't people understand that's probably the way it all has come down? The Golden State Warriors lost to Toronto. Then they won 15 games. Then they missed the playoffs entirely. At that point, I don't care what anybody says, I'm convinced that Joe Lacob and Bob Myers pretty much thought the title window was done. When they surprised everybody, when they surprised everybody, including Lacob and Myers, well, what do you do now? Now you gotta let it go. That's what happened. That's what I believe happened.
So you're mad that you won the championship?
Not mad at all, but
there are consequences.
Why can't you make them you have that one in your back pocket, number 4. If you say right now, you know what, we didn't think we were going to win that one, and we were lucky to win that one. I don't mean lucky. We were fortunate. Then we come back next year and it doesn't happen. Well, we got to give you another chance? Draymond, we have to give you another chance after you effed up this previous season. Single-handedly almost.
But if you are saying, and I agree, the Warriors were, let's say, fortunate to win the championship. A lot went their way, and they earned it. They took full advantage. They didn't go to a 7-game series throughout that playoff run. They beat the competition in front of them. Well, if they weren't expected to win it that year, I know it's a different set of circumstances, but we didn't enter that season, except for, I guess, Stephen A. Smith, saying that the Warriors are going to win the title. They seem further from it now than then.
Right.
But that's only because of the start that they had that I think reinstilled the confidence that they were still championship caliber players and championship caliber team. So doesn't that championship in a way give them the benefit of the doubt for this season, that they do get to have one more chance?
For last season. They got it.
Well, but,
they got it last season.
But saying you can't go back to back to me is not a your last chance is the chance to go back to back.
Yes, it is.
But you have a far longer offseason. You have more time to recover. You have more time to figure out what you did wrong this last offseason. You're ideally not going to get 30 games from Andrew Wiggins. You're not going to get injured as much. Maybe Stephen Curry. There is a lot that obviously needs to happen for them to even be in the discussion for a championship next season. But all the views around why they can't, I think, can also be turned into why they can.
Here's what the gentleman was saying. If the Warriors hadn't have won the title last year, let's say Memphis got him in the second round, okay? So Memphis has gotten him the second round. Why can't you, if the Warriors, let me ask you this, if the Warriors had not won the title last year, let's say they lost to Memphis in the second round, then this year they lost in the second round of the Lakers, are you giving Draymond Green 3 more years?
Probably not.
Right. So you're making a decision now based on the 4th championship essentially alone.
But you're the realist, Steiny. That is reality. You do make decisions based on what happened, on the results.
Right.
And the result is they won the title.
Right, but that's what you did last year. They won the title, so guess what? Now we've got to ad-lib, which means sitting more tight. We got to try to bring it back. We brought everybody back, essentially, except Otto Porter Jr. I mean, they did. So they ran it back, and they finished 6th. So now it's over. Now it's time.
I don't know. To me, I feel like giving them just one season and a season in which they go to a second round and win a playoff series. I don't know. Maybe to me that's too early to give up on them. Also because it isn't as if you're transitioning to something else that gets you back in that conversation. You're transitioning to something completely foreign, completely in question.
You're just taking one guy. It's one guy, Draymond. You're not turning the roster over. I think the question. To me, that's fascinating. With the way you answered, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing. I agree. If the Warriors hadn't won it last year, I don't think they'd bring Draymond back.
I don't think they do either.
Well, and I'm not bringing him back just because we won it 2 years ago. You know what I mean?
But if they'd gotten bounced in the second round in consecutive years, then they're probably looking at themselves like they're not good enough.
Fair. Mike in San Jose. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
What's happening, fellas? It's always a great show. Always makes me think. It's my favorite part.
Thank you.
But, Steiny, I will disagree on one part here.
Give it to me.
Which I always do politely.
You do.
But I would ask you a question. Do you think Joe Lacob next year would rather be a playoff team with a chance to win or be $200 million under the cap?
The former.
So if that's the belief, there is no way you can start going younger because there is no talent on this team that would be anything close to 3 Hall of Famers in 3 years from now. None. I mean, let's say Poole stays. Let's say Kuminga stays. They are not Hall of Famers. So nobody's going to ever draft 3 Hall of Famers again like we had the joy of watching. OKC will be years ahead of them with their model. So if you believe it's not the money as much for Lacob as winning, you can't get rid of Draymond or Clay. You can't.
Okay, but do you have to extend them?
The NBA reinvents itself every year.
Okay.
Just like every sport. And you can play another year this way, as Evan just suggested. And I think if it doesn't work in 2 years, he blows it up a year early. But if it does, you at least have a chance to be in the best 8 teams in the NBA, and then it takes some luck. But if you start moving off of pieces, I'm going based on their current roster, okay? You're not even a playoff. You're not even a play-in team.
I'm not sure about that, Mike.
Well, they're a game and a half from being a play-in team this year.
Real quick, Mike, do you think basically – Mike's gone. I think Mike believes if Draymond just walks, then the Warriors are not a playoff team. I don't know. I'm not going to concede that.
Well, if they're a 44-win team this year, they're 1.5 games from being a play-in team. Is Draymond Green worth 2 games? I don't think that's unfair to say that he is, at least in the regular season. I mean, look, I hear what you're saying, but to me, and maybe I'm just stuck. Maybe I'm the guy that's rooted in nostalgia, and I'm just afraid to look at the Golden State Warriors without the big 3. I'll fully admit that. And the big 3, not Kendrick Perkins' big 3, the original big 3 of Clay, Dre, and Steph. But I feel like one season in which they still won a series and were competitive to the point where, and again, look, if you tell me it's the Lonnie Walker game and that's something you got to live, that's just sports. But I guess I'm choosing to view this right now, the Golden State Warriors, as more of a glass half full than half empty. And it's also because I just don't see the next iteration being anywhere close. And so it is, yes, about, it's not Draymond Green or not, but by extending him, maybe extending Clay 3 more years, you line him up with Steph. I think to me, and then you just let the chips fall where they may. I think, and maybe we can ask Ross if he feels like that's completely idiotic, how it maybe applies to football, if you see that in baseball. But I think in a way you do kind of owe him that.
I think there's a lot of sentiment that agrees with you. From our main man, Rot on the table, by the way.
Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs.
I'm going to take exception here, my guy, Rod. If Steiny were GM, he would have blown it up before the 4th title. That's not correct. And the reason it's not correct, Rod, is because there weren't really decisions to be made that would blow up the roster. Steph, Clay, and Dre were still all under contract after the 39 and 33 season. So it wasn't a matter of blowing it up back then. It's a matter of, like, Draymond's a free agent right now. Like, it's not blowing it up. He's a free agent. If he wants to come back, he can. I'm not sure that's the best way to go for the Warriors. I understand it's so tricky, but this is the first opportunity the Warriors have to transition. And I think it's time, and a lot of people don't. Right? It's essentially what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think so.
How do you transition a year from now if Draymond's got 2 more years and he's not that great anymore?
Well, yeah, and that's the tough part. It is kind of like you have to choose now, because it's not getting off a guy a year early. It'd be getting off a guy a contract early, because from all the reports, it's looking like 3 or 4 years if he comes back to Golden State. So then you have to weigh the opportunity next season versus, are you willing to also find out if Draymond Green is still good by age 36 or 37, which is unlikely. And then how does that affect Kuminga? How does that affect Poole? And whatever you believe to be, whether it's Moses Moody or PBJ, everyone else that's waiting in the wings.
And I can spin this the other way. 650, Steiny, that's exactly what Kerr said. You don't know better than Kerr. We're not a championship team without Dre. You know what else I heard? 650, and I'm not being a smart guy. I heard Steve Kerr say, we're not a championship team after the season was over. And Draymond played this season. And I heard Steve Kerr say, watching Denver, we don't belong with them right now. So, he said things that both, that can kind of go both ways. All right, here's what's going on. We got full lines. We also have Ross Tucker coming up next. We're going to talk to Ross for about 10 minutes. Hang on the line if you want. We'll get back to this. Or you can call back after we talk to Ross Tucker. But Ross Tucker, what does Klay Thompson owe the Warriors? What does Draymond Green owe the Warriors? What do the Warriors owe either of those two guys? How do the Golden State Warriors keep this thing together if that's the way that they're going to go? We'll talk about it with Ross Tucker on the other side.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager.
betting tools right at your fingertips. We tried to get him on last week, but I guess he was in Stone Harbor or Cape May. Turned us down, but we'll take him this week. What's up, man?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I was at the Jersey Shore with my wife's family all week. Where do people go? Where do people in the Bay Area go? Like Tahoe?
Yeah.
Where's the big weekend getaway?
Tahoe's the big weekend getaway in the Bay, and a lot of people go down to Southern California or San Diego area, if they have a week or so.
Yeah, San Diego's so nice.
It is.
But you grew up here, Stan. You know the deal.
Yeah.
If you go to the beach for a week, you got to do it. So it was great, but I'm happy, ready to talk with you guys. You guys still whining about the conference championship game or what?
No. No, I got to play a piece of sound from you that got me thinking. Look, the Golden State Warriors are getting older. Draymond Green right now is a free agent. Klay Thompson becomes a free agent next year. How long do you keep it together? How long do you not? What do you owe players? What do players owe the organization? Let me remind you what you said, because I want this to be the jumping off point.
You realize that the reason why the front office and the head coach preach team is because their personal self-interest, their ongoing employment is totally based on your one-loss record. I don't know when it was when I was in the NFL, but I realized pretty early on, you're an independent contractor working for that team. And as soon as you realize that they are only going to act in their self-interest and what's best for them, the better off you'll be, and you'll start to make decisions in your own self-interest.
Yeah, I find that fascinating. Basically, are you that cynical that like there is no loyalty in sports? There is no hometown discount that a guy can take for the organization, or the other way around? Because I found that interesting.
Well, I appreciate that, Steiny, and that you guys grabbed that from either social media at Ross Tucker NFL or the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. But here's what I would tell you. By the way, you love that little self-interest right there?
Mm-hmm.
I just slid my own self-interest in there
That's
while
right.
talking about independent contractors and self-interest. Let me tell you guys a quick story. You're going to appreciate this. So, I was born in Wyomissing, Pennsylvania, and I was there until I was 18. So, grew up a fan of them, played for them. That's all I ever knew. Then you go to college, and it's like, okay, Princeton's my college, and this is like before the transfer portal and all that. So that's like, we hate Harvard, we hate Penn. That's my team. I chose Princeton, blah, blah, blah. I get signed by Washington. I make the team. Guys, I even put a Redskin, helmet logo on the back of my 1990 Jeep Cherokee. I was too cheap to buy a new car. I thought, well, first of all, I had student loans from Princeton. Secondly, I thought this might be my only year. I'm going to save the money. I don't need to get a new car. My 90 Jeep Cherokee is fine. I'm 22 years old. Well, so I put the helmet sticker on. Next thing you know, I get cut the next year. I have one bad game my second year, and I get cut, and you're like, oh, okay, so now what do I do? Life's not, you're not used to that in sports. You're used to kind of high school, college, you have a team, then you get to the pros, you have one bad game, and you're gone. And that doesn't mean, by the way, that guys can't take less, especially if they've made a ton of money. I just want those guys to make sure they're doing that because they feel like that's what's best for them, and that's what's in their best interest to take less to stay in Golden State, as opposed to some concept of loyalty or team, which that team is only loyal to you for as long as they can derive value from your services. As soon as the second comes where they can get someone to do what you're doing for less money, they'll get rid of you in a heartbeat. And by the way, they will justify it by saying it's what's best for the team. And it is. I mean, if they can get somebody to do the same thing Draymond doing for $10 million rather than him getting $24 million or whatever it is, then they would do that in a heartbeat, right? So that's fine. It's okay for a guy to take less, to stay somewhere if he's happy there, just as long as he knows he's doing it for him and not for other people, because the team is not going to do it for you. They're going to do what's best for the team.
Well, Ross, I'm curious because you came into the league. Your first head coach is Marty Schottenheimer. You played for a little bit under Bill Belichick, even a guy like Greg Williams, who's been around for a long time. In relation to head coaches and the way that they speak about players, because someone like Steve Kerr has emphasized the importance, basically the inability of the team to win without someone like Draymond Green. When you heard a head coach, I don't know if you ever did, but talk about the importance of an individual, do you take them at their word for it, or is that just something that you kind of, it makes you feel good and then you just got to do away with it?
Really good question. I had 9 head coaches in the NFL and a bunch of Hall of Famers. I mean, you mentioned Gibbs, Parcells, Belichick. I think it probably means more when the coaches say it to the team than necessarily what they say to the media. I remember 06 training camp. There were reports about the Patriots trading tight end Daniel Graham. And at the end of practice, Belichick gathered everybody around, the whole team, and said, listen, there are reports out there about us trading Daniel Graham. Just telling you guys right now, he's not going anywhere. He's going to be on the team. Daniel Graham's he's staying. He's a big part of what we're doing here. And that was wow, because that didn't happen very often. And that showed, how much he cared about Graham, how integral he was to what we were doing. I thought that was really significant. Sometimes when they say stuff to the media, well, first of all, I think when you say it to the whole team like that, boy, your credibility's shot if it goes the other way. I thought it was really bad for the Titans last offseason when Mike Vrabel said, we will not trade A.J. Brown as long as I'm the head coach, and then they trade him to the Eagles on draft night. That is rough, right?
Right.
I mean, that's a bad look. So what I will say is, Evan, what they say to the media, there's always a reason why they're saying that to the media. And even if they tell you personally how much they feel about you, how much they care about you, how valuable you are to what they're doing, actions always speak louder than words, right? Every team that cuts you tells you how great you are. Well, then why are you cutting me?
Right.
Yeah. So I think that he really likes Draymond and what he brings to the table. Is he saying that? You guys have to fill me in more on the story, but if he's saying that to try to appease the fans or the rest of the team, or to try to get Draymond to come back without maxing out the money he can get, those things are all factors.
I mean, and we're talking to Ross Tucker, our NFL insider at Odyssey,
an NBA expert, evidently.
Well, no. You're just a professional athlete.
I know. I'm just busting your chops.
The issue is also around here is the fact that if you're going to pay Draymond Green what he's worth now, it's a figure, but you have to take into account a guy's achievements. So are you paying him for what he's done? I got to believe that comes up in every sport.
You can't do that. And I know that's harsh, but you just can't. I mean, contracts are for projected future performance, not for past performance. They've already paid Draymond for all of the previous seasons. They need, especially now that they got Dunleavy, they got a new GM, they need to be willing to make a decision that's best for moving forward. And I know it's not an easy one, and I saw what he opted out to be a free agent. I'll be really curious to see how much he gets and what teams are interested in him.
Well, that's interesting you say that, Ross, because the first place my mind goes to off of that is running backs in the NFL, and taking it from the NBA to the gridiron. I'm curious how you view running backs right now, because someone like Dalvin Cook is trying to figure out his future here in the Bay Area. Christian McCaffrey is about to be age 27, a place where running backs generally decline. Austin Eckler is not really in a position of bargaining power with the Los Angeles Chargers. that specific position is one that everyone wants a good one at, but isn't always necessarily willing to pay for it. Do you think that that's something that is just unfair or just reality? I mean, how do you view the way that a running back is treated in the NFL, especially with the amount of past success a lot of these guys have had, but aren't necessarily getting rewarded for it in the future?
Well, I think it's the reality is that there's definitely a belief that that position does not have a big impact on wins and losses, and that position is not nearly as valuable as the other positions. And certainly there's a really high injury rate at that position. I wonder, though, a little bit, guys, with some of these things going on, Aaron Jones taking the pay cut, and Dalvin Cook was supposed to make $10 million. I'm wondering if it's starting to go a little bit the other way. Where the pendulum has swung too far in the opposite direction. I understand the Vikings' philosophy, which is that they think they can get close to what they're getting from Cook for $10 million, from Alexander Mattison for $3.5 million.
Yeah,
and I get that, but I don't know. I mean, guys, you were there when they traded for him. You can't tell me that Christian McCaffrey did not make the difference in the outcome of some games last year. Like, you cannot do that. You cannot tell me that. And you look at, like, some of the top guards, even guys that aren't the top guards, I mean, they're making $15, $16, $17, $18 million a year. They're making twice what the top running backs are making. I mean, I'm happy for those guys, but you're talking to a guy that started, I think, 25 games, maybe 21 at guard, 4, and I wasn't like a top-of-the-line guy. But I got to be honest with you, like, there's no way I had a bigger impact on the outcome of a game than like a star running back.
Right.
There's no way. Yeah. I mean, there's no way. I just think, and look, I think offensive line's critically important, but who would you rather have on the Niners team next year? I mean, Christian McCaffrey or Spencer Burford? I mean, come on. Like,
it's a coin
at
flip.
Some point, I feel like we're going a little bit too far in the opposite direction. I think someone's going to discover that. I'll be really curious to see how productive Madison is in Minnesota and how productive Cook is wherever he ends up going. Because I do still think it's a pretty important position.
Yeah. Hey, Ross, thanks for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. Love your perspective, and enjoy the rest of the summer. But I got to believe you're gearing up to get back to work soon.
Of course, anytime. And, man, I get a lot of downtime until the Eagles preseason game starts, so I'm going to take advantage of it with some daddy sodas at the beach. But looking forward to hopefully talking with you guys a lot.
Sounds good. Appreciate it, Ross. That's Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. You cannot pay Draymond Green for what he's done. Only for what you think he will do. That's the message I got.
See, what I heard from that last answer, and he's talking about running backs, but
sure,
the way that I heard it is, offensive linemen are getting paid more than star running backs in this league. But you can't tell him that Christian McCaffrey didn't impact winning at a high level for the San Francisco 49ers and transform their offense. I'm not saying that Draymond Green is Christian McCaffrey, but Christian McCaffrey's coming to a point where running backs begin to decline. I wonder if because of that impact and that efficiency of their offense with him in it and the impact that he makes, I don't. You can kind of make an argument that Draymond Green has an intangible impact. He's not rushing for 1,000 yards. He's not catching touchdowns out of the backfield. But even though he's only scoring 8 points a game, he's still giving you all-NBA level defense when he's out there, and he still has that intangible impact on the rest of the team. I just wonder how a Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, even Kevon Looney and Andrew Wiggins to an extent would feel about Draymond Green not being there, because the way they run their offense and the way that their defense operates is partially because of how Draymond Green plays.
Yeah. Well, I got a bunch on my mind right now. First of all, I thought he was going to ask, who would you rather have, Christian McCaffrey or Trent Williams? I'd rather have Christian McCaffrey, obviously. What about you?
Well, they're both coming to a point, Steiny, where they're getting older in their careers for their position.
Answer the question.
I'd rather have Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, John?
It also costs less.
Christian McCaffrey all the way.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
But Trent Williams is the best player at his position. He's got quick feet.
By the way,
for a big boy,
I don't know if I use this term on the air. You talking about Warrior style of play? I'm going to be a cynic here. The Warriors' style of play, and Draymond's instrumental on offense. Okay, I'll give you defense. Quietly turned into a ball stopper on offense. He's kind of like Carmelo Anthony, only he holds it and doesn't dribble it. You know what I'm saying?
How can you be a ball stopper if you're only looking to pass?
Because he holds it long, and he's waiting and waiting and waiting. Happened a lot during the Kings series. When they played Looney and Draymond together, and he's holding the ball 20 feet from the basket, and they're sagging off him and playing the cutters, and he's just holding it.
Well, Steph and Clay, get open. I mean, my God.
Well, yeah, he also looks like he's only looking to pass to Steph or Clay. Like he's not looking for, rotation or anything like that. He's looking for his guys to shoot the ball.
Yeah, that's on the Splash Brothers. They used to get open. I mean, what's going on here?
Achilles, ACL.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, well.
Anyway, there you go. Let's go to Robin. Robin's in San Francisco. Hey, Robin.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
The receptionist. Okay, so first things first, I wanted to tell Larry's his name. Yesterday when Dude said leave the brothers alone, I don't know. I'm just going to assume he's African-American because that's what we say to one another, in my generation at least. We call each other brother and sisters. We always have. And, what's up, my sister? What's up, my brother? But nowadays, the youngsters refer to sisters as auntie. What's up, auntie? And my white friend said, you sure got a lot of nephews. I started cracking up. And then they'll refer to you as aunt or OG. So I thought I'd just give you a little cultural lesson right there. But here's what I'd like to say, too. I wouldn't give a damn if Draymond Green left. Draymond Green is the type of person, I don't care what nobody says, that lights the match, sets the fire, and set back. And when his victims react, then they get all the blame because people are sentimental, emotional, and looking at what Draymond has meant to the team. Also, here's another thing, in my point of view, and I could be wrong. Draymond, this notion that Draymond is so, he cannot be replaced for what he does, that's only heightened because of the personnel. Because if you look back in 2015, when we had playmakers, we had ball handlers, the offense just didn't run through one person, run through Curry, and you had people doing what Draymond could do because that's what the offense required, then, it was perfect. But now that we don't have that, it's just Dre. Now it's, we can't live without Dre. So that's the problem. We don't have what Dre can do. But the thing is, how can we get what Dre does? How can we evolve? We need to evolve. You don't evolve paying a aging, a step slower, even though still effective on defense, who stands at the top of the key, waits for somebody to come off a ball screen. I mean, give me a break. Stop acting like this guy cannot be replaced. You have to move on. You don't stay in a marriage that is declining. Bye, you guys.
That's Robin.
Only if you're Catholic.
That's Robin.
Sorry.
Somebody said that's the best thing I've ever said. The most.
Draymond Green's a ball stopper.
Who was? I got to give credit to this. I got to give credit to the gentleman.
Carlos Austin on YouTube.
Yeah, Carlos Austin say that's the greatest point Steiny's ever made. Okay, thank you. I mean, okay.
I think you've made some better ones.
Like what?
Well, they're not coming to mind, but no, I think Robin feels the way a lot of fans feel in that it's not that like everyone is replaceable at some point. Draymond Green, of course they'll find a way to replace him if he's not there next year. It's not as if the entire franchise is going to collapse without Draymond Green, not a part of the Warriors. But The question is, do you believe Steve Kerr when he says that he's essential to being a title contender?
I think Steve Kerr believes that. I think Steve Kerr look, if you just take Draymond Green off the Golden State Warriors, your chances of winning a title probably lessen. And I'm saying probably because I'm leaving room for you never know. But let's just say probably. Okay.
And
you weren't that close. You're not that close anyway. Now, you'll say, no, they're close enough. That's the crux of it. Do you really think this team has another championship in them, essentially as currently constructed? I don't.
I think they can be in the mix.
I could
maybe
be
that's
wrong.
not good enough for people to be in the mix. Like we're talking about the San Francisco Giants. All they got to do is be in the mix. And I know that the Warriors they've experienced 4 championships with the glue of this group, but like why is being in the mix so wrong?
I don't know. Because the key is, to me, how do you and forget titles. It's how do you stay in the mix with Steph? And then right after Steph, is that possible to stay in the mix? And what I would think is, to me, if you're going to, bring Draymond back and run it back, with Clay, the big 3, I think you risk the possibility of being really bad post Steph. And maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine. We'll deal with that when it happens, but I'm just always thinking about life after Steph. Because and the reason why, I just don't think it's sound strategy to say we're going to do everything for one guy, as great as he is. Not that you can't win it again if you make all the right moves, but where does it leave you? You know what I mean? Where does it leave you at the end? If Steph leaves in 2025, you don't want, to me, I don't want Steph leaving in 2026. And I look at our board and I'm like, we don't have a first round pick in 2026, 2028, or 2030.
But if you have a player, I'm not suggesting you trade your entire first round picks for the next 5 or 6 years. Mm-hmm. But if you're telling me that there's one player that is the system, that's Curry, that is the culture, that's Curry, then actually I'm not looking after I'm not looking at life after Steph. I'm looking at the right now, because this might be the last best chance for a long time for the Warriors to be good. I don't know what they're going to be after Steph, but I know what they are right now with him.
What?
And I know that
what are they with him?
They're in the mix.
Are they?
Yes.
Well, this is where I'm going to be a cynic, but they've won it. Last 4 years, they've won a title with Steph. They've missed the playoffs twice with Steph, and they got eliminated in the second round with Steph. So, if
they missed the playoff once with Steph, he wasn't there for the 15-win year.
He was on the roster, and that's part of my point. Obviously, what we really need to be careful about is saying, with Steph, the Warriors are fine. No, with Steph playing, the Warriors are fine. He needs to be more than just on the roster, is what I'm saying. Because if he's on the roster next year, Steph Curry, and he will be, but he misses 30 games, you're in trouble.
Yeah, but we also saw a LeBron James-led Lakers team, and LeBron has not exactly been the model of health. And they still found a way to get to the Western Conference Finals. They were also
they played
in the mix.
Warriors. They got to play the Warriors. I know. It's a cheap shot. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Murillo. I see Matt. I see Joe. It's NBA draft time tomorrow. Warriors with the 19th pick in the draft. By the way, Mark Willard, Dan Dibley, who work 2 to 6, they will be at the Chase Center tomorrow. 888-957-9570 is the number. And hold on. It's all sponsored by Lucky California.
Lucky is helping to fuel your summer with free fuel for a limited time. Now through June 27th, earn up to $20 in gas rewards with purchase of specially marked items throughout the store in one transaction. Fill up the cart, then fuel up with free gas. Learn more at LuckySupermarkets.com.
We're BMO, the bank coming to California. Now, you might be thinking, why should I trust a bank I don't even know? Fair question. For one, we've been around for over 200 years, through the best and worst of times. And because Global Finance Magazine ranked us in the top 5 states.
of this at? You don't golf, do you?
Not really.
John does. So I'll ask him.
Okay.
So I was golfing with my buddy Rick the other day. And by the way, I see Morello and Matt. We'll get to you. Golfing with my buddy Rick, and he's playing well. Rick, better than I remember him playing. Turns out he got a simulator in his garage. So I'm like, what do they run you? He claims that his was total $4,000. That's not that much.
So you like have a setup in your garage or something?
Correct.
And then you can just play 18 anytime you want?
Correct. Hitting into a screen and getting all the stuff measured. And
what is too much for a simulator?
I thought like the great
10K?
ones. I thought the great ones were like up around 20.
Oh boy!
Like I heard Curry has one.
I would assume Curry is not putting out all the stops. He's going to have this state of the art.
Right.
I think 4,000. I think that's safe. You can get away with a decent simulator. I think my buddy just did one. This is a couple years ago before they really got hot on the market. But his was I want to say between 3 and 5.
Okay. All right. For how much is a good simulator out there for our golfing guys? And then when I said 4,000, that's not much. My other friend said, "Steiny, just get a lesson. What's better? 3 lessons for $500, or a simulator for 4,000?"
Well, how much would you use the simulator?
I'd like to think I'd use it. I think Rick's using it. His game's improved.
Or maybe it's just and he just goes down, works on a couple things. But if your game is great, does that incentivize you to keep using the simulator, or do you just want to get onto the course and play more because you're playing well?
I think
like
the
if you're playing
simulator
bad,
is
you
your
want to
practice.
be on the sim. Okay.
I think you do the simulator.
Or rainy days.
Good call.
Not many of those right now. Oh, it's first day of summer, Steiny.
Longest day of the year.
Happy solstice.
The lessons, Steiny, I will say, are tricky. You've been playing for quite some time, so you've already got your mechanics and your swing down. I mean, look at Wyndham Clark that won the U.S. Open.
Okay.
He said just be an athlete. Everyone has different
I know.
swings. Make your own swing. You get my buddy got a golf lesson recently. He's been golfing for years. Just got a golf lesson. Screwed him completely.
Was he good before?
He was. He was right around mid-80s, and now he's shooting close to triple digits.
That's a little better than me. I hate my swing. I hate my swing, but I can't have anybody change it. I know that. By the way, we teased this about an hour ago. Just getting around to it. Shams Charania, the Wizards, Celtics, and Clippers are in strong talks on a trade that would send Kristaps Porzingis to Boston, Marcus Morris and draft compensation to Washington, and Malcolm Brogdon to the Clippers. Sides are still working through details, and Porzingis' $36 million player option. The Washington Wizards are ripping this thing apart as fast as possible. Does Malcolm Brogdon on the Clippers worry you?
Well, it does give them something that they haven't had, which is a point guard, a real point guard. What I wonder, though, is why Boston is giving up the one thing that it appears they lack the most, which is a ball handler that can initiate and run an offense. Instead, you're trading for a guy that is, Kristaps Porzingis is a good player, but he's another guy that needs the ball and likes to shoot a lot, takes a lot of threes. So maybe analytically he fits in with what Boston does, but watching them in the playoffs the last 2 years, I think they might have just gotten worse. Or if this, of course, ends up going through.
Yeah. From the 408, somebody says that's 53 rounds of golf. What did he mean? Not sure what he meant.
Oh, for $4,000? Or
oh, that's what he meant. Yeah, $4,000. Let's say $100 a round. That's a lot, though. That's 40 rounds.
Oh, and that's an expensive
40
round
rounds
for,
would be 4,000.
I don't.
So
I've never paid that
$50
much for a
round, you could get 800 rounds.
Looking at golf simulators right now, there's a range anywhere from $3,500 to $34,000.
What's the difference?
I honestly think it's the technology, the track technology that you're using.
How realistic
obviously,
it is?
like the sheets and the golf mat and all that. That's you can piece that together, but it's the equipment that reads your swing.
Fair enough. Murillo's in Petaluma. He says the times are a-changing, just like Bob Dylan said once. Hey, Marilla.
Hey, guys. First of all, before my I want to give a take on Draymond and one on Poole, quick one. Sure. I want to give Evan compliments. Good job on Guru's absence.
Thanks, man.
But here I go. Steiny, I think there's sentimentality, but I think there's more sentimentality when it comes to Draymond on the other side. I feel like there's a lot of sentimentality from the people who want him out. Maybe more so than the people who want him here, which is me. The reason why I want him here is it's more based on reason. I think he makes us much better, and I don't think we're contending without him because of all the intangibles that he brings. And plus, if he's out, you're not getting the same Steph, the same Kerr, the same Clay. But my point on Poole is, why would Poole want to be here in the first place?
Who asked that yesterday? It's a great question. Go ahead, Murillo. I'm sorry.
He got his ring. He got his contract. He's definitely better off as a starter than a bench player. He's not going to be starting here in the next 3-4 years, especially with Steve Kerr, how loyal he is to Clay. We wouldn't be better with Poole starting with Curry. I think we'd be very weak on defense. So I think it's clear that, all roads are leading to letting him go and use him as our best trade asset because I think he can sell some jerseys out there. He has an excitement about him that other teams would like. I would love to get Malcolm Brogdon for him. I would trade tip for tat. That would be, wow, a huge improvement for us on a cheaper deal because I think Malcolm makes less than him. But anyway, thanks for taking my call, guys. I enjoyed the show a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Murillo. Appreciate it. Something about Brogdon. I'm not as high on him as I used to be. You know why? Because I thought he'd make a bigger impact in Boston.
I don't know if it's because of him or the way that they play, but yeah, I was surprised to see him be exclusively a sixth man, although he did thrive in that role. But he didn't play as many big minutes in the postseason as I liked, and when he did, he wasn't great down the stretch of games. As for Jordan Poole, for Malcolm Brogdon, I think the Los Angeles Clippers already traded for a volatile jump shooting bench guard, and his name's Bones Highland.
I do. Who was it? Mike? I think it was our new buddy Mike, who's the season ticket holder.
Yeah.
Said yesterday, can somebody answer why Jordan Poole would want to be here? It's the first time I heard it asked like that, and I was like, yeah, that's a good point. Why would he want to be here? The only way he wants to be here to me is if they've said, look, we're not re-signing Clay. This is going to be the last year with Clay. But I don't think the Warriors say that.
And maybe they're waiting for Klay Thompson to make that decision for them. But if you're Jordan Poole, are you willing to find out what that answer is? I think Jordan Poole still has a really valuable place on this team. I think that the question for him is not if he's going to play or get his starts, because, like you said, someone's going to miss some time. Someone's going to go down. Obviously, we hope it's not for the season, but he's going to get chances to start throughout the year. And if that's good enough for him to still come off the bench, but also be a starter sometimes, to me, where the frustration really came to the forefront for both Jordan Poole and as well as Jonathan Kuminga was in the postseason, because they weren't playing once the Warriors had their full cast of characters, or they weren't playing as much as they thought they would. And,
right.
And even Jordan Poole in the first playoff run, the only reason he played significant minutes to start that postseason against Denver is because Stephen Curry was just coming back from injury. Once Steph returned to the starting lineup, Jordan Poole returned to the bench, and I think you can make the argument he was not as effective. So is anything going to change between now and next season if the Warriors do run it back? And are the Warriors that were not okay with their roles last year, particularly in the playoffs, are they somehow going to feel differently about those roles not changing heading into next season?
No. They're going to be more mad because they're going to be another year older.
What if they're more grown up? And their salary also, I don't know what the word is for times 9.
Hey, what does TFW mean?
TFW?
Yeah, it's short for something. But can you not say the middle letter?
I'm not exactly sure.
Let's go to Matt in San Jose. What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Steiny, TFW is it's that face win, and then it'll say something afterwards like that face win, Draymond punched the teammate or something. I don't know.
Oh, I got you. Thank you.
I like that.
Got you.
Okay, so somebody, this was a couple of segments ago, but someone had said to operate as if they didn't win that title
And I just think that's a little unrealistic because history, if you look at recent history, the Bulls with the whole they blew it up, and Scotty's gone, and Michael retires, and blah, blah, blah. It didn't work out well for them. The Lakers, with Shaq leaving, he was older as well. He left and ended up going to Miami and winning a title with a young D. Wade. Look at the Spurs, and this is a much different model because the Spurs, they did keep their older guys all the way till the wheels fell off. But they had Kawhi. They didn't take care of him properly, and now he's gone. He went to Toronto and won a title. So the model seems like, history serves to keep these guys, pay them. I'm not saying give Draymond the world-beater contract, but if you can negotiate to keep him here, you do it. And if, you got to get Jordan Poole out of here to make that work in best harmony, then you do that, and you find a way to run it back and retool. And then you got to hope that you hit on one of these young guys between Kuminga and Moody or PBJ or whoever you draft this year.
Certainly one way to go, Matt. I hear you, man. I mean, if anybody notices, nobody has suggested anything or talked about the direction they want to go, and me saying, that's an idiot talking right there. And the reason is because there's a lot of ways the Warriors could go right now. A lot of ways. And it looks like they're leaning toward trying to get Draymond back here. And, okay, that's the way they're going to go. Would I go that way? I'm not sure. But I'm not saying, that's a huge mistake.
But they're also...
But I am worried about the future.
Aren't a lot of options to that point where your response is, I like that. Like that's a good avenue.
Right.
That's a great path to go down.
You're right.
There's not as many of those. And that's why I wonder if fans think that the draft tomorrow is going to either shed more light on a positive path, or if it's just simply going to be reverting back to last season if they choose to trade it. Like, what do fans feel like rests or resides in this pick? What does it represent? Does it represent a path towards the future, a path towards the present or the past, or does it not matter at all?
Will anything become clear tomorrow, depending on what they do? The Golden State Warriors select, what's my guy's name?
Lively? Derek Lively?
No, he's not going to be there.
Kobe
the guy
Brown.
From Jaquez.
Oh, Jaime Jaquez
yes.
Jr., yeah.
Okay, they pick him, and
he can score.
There's no caveat or anything.
3-level score.
That doesn't... Like, you can't tell what the Warriors are going to do if they draft him and nothing happens, right? No, they just drafted another guy, another young guy, a little more experience than the last two. Bring him onto the team, see how good he is.
But what does that make you think about their previous draft decisions if they choose a 22-year-old? Because that's a big pivot from their last two drafts.
I would think that they...
Actually, the last three drafts.
I would think that if they draft at 19 and it's a guy who's played 2 or 3 or 3 or more years of college, that it's a sign that they believe the player they've just drafted might be able to help them right away a little bit.
Well, because it's not just Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman, but it's also taking, I know he was a late pick, I think, 28th, but Patrick Baldwin Jr. was 19 years old when he was drafted. He was not expected to play much his first season, even though he might have gotten some games. Like, are you expecting this draft pick to play at all, even if they're a 4-year guy? Like, or is it just kind of,
I don't know,
throwing stuff at the wall and see if it sticks?
Probably not. Xavier W. on the YouTube chat. I don't know what direction you want to go in, Steiny.
Neither do the Warriors.
Yeah. I've been pretty clear. I'm not crazy about any particular direction, but I'm not a big fan of bringing Draymond Green back on a 3-year deal and trading Jonathan Kuminga. Like, I'm not big on that. So then what's next? Okay, we'll sign Draymond Green to 3 years and we'll just bring Kuminga back. Well, how's that going to be any different than what happened last year? So I kind of think there's a little push coming to shove here, and I feel like that's kind of the direction I'd go. It might be time to, Kuminga's coming up in his 3rd year. Let's find out what he can do now that we might not be a championship team anymore. That's a bridge too far for many. That's fine. So if you want to bring Draymond back for 3 years, I guess I got to move Kuminga, but I don't want to move Kuminga. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. Let's go to Seth. Seth's in Dublin. Hey, Seth, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Super excited to talk to you. Doing well. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I just wanted to say I played college golf for San Jose around 2016, and I walked onto the golf team. And when you guys were talking about golf simulators and lessons, I just wanted to give my 2 cents real quick. I think that, I walked onto the golf team, and I did that doing lessons for 3 years straight. And I was a great athlete. I played basketball in high school, but my golf swing wasn't the best. So I think when Wyndham Clark is saying you need to be a good athlete, I think that can only take you so far. You see Charles Barkley and LeBron James. Their golf swings are horrendous, and they are incredible athletes.
Right.
Now, with that being said, if you're going to do 2 or 3 golf lessons, that's not worth it at all. It's going to destroy your swing. You need to do at least 20 or 30 golf lessons.
Gotcha.
And yes, everyone's swing is different, but when you look at their impact position on the ball, their impact positions are all the same. Like when you look at, let's take really, golfers who aren't fundamental golfers like Jim Furyk or Bubba Watson, who have little different swings. Their impact positions are the same as Tiger Woods. It's the same as Victor Hovland. It's the same as Phil Mickelson. All impact positions are the same. And you need lessons on how to get there. So if you're going to get a golf simulator, get it to have some fun. The Foresight golf simulators are great, but they're $25,000. 4,000 golf simulator isn't going to be that accurate. Also, I think Draymond Green needs to be traded. That's all. Thanks, guys.
Strong finish.
Stuck that one in there.
Very strong finish from Seth.
Kick, save, and a butte.
What was he going to say? He said something that, 20 or 30 lessons. See, I believe that, actually. Now, let me tell you what he means by the impact position, ladies and gentlemen. And I learned this from a guy who was a pretty good basketball player named Jamal Wilkes, formerly Keith Wilkes, who won championships with the Lakers and with the Golden State Warriors. I interviewed him once, known as Silk. And he had a very funky shot. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Oh, did he shoot
Jamal
the way
Wilkes.
that Craig Counsell held a bat?
He kind of shot
like a Cartwright.
Yeah, it just wasn't. It was unorthodox, very unorthodox.
Like Manute?
A little bit.
Casting.
And when he got to UCLA, there was a coach there who knew a little about basketball, named John Wooden. And John Wooden didn't like the shot at first. And he thought he was going to have to break it down. This is what Jamal told me years back. But John Wooden started to really study Jamal Wilkes' shot. And he realized that after all the histrionics were done, it was still coming off those fingertips like a great shooter. And so he didn't mess with the shot. And that's what Seth was getting at. Doesn't matter what happens till that ball meets that club, and once it does, everybody's kind of the same.
Well, it's kind of the same thing in baseball. As long as your bat is entering the strike zone where it's supposed to, that's all that matters. So you could swing like a Tony Bautista where you got your entire body facing the pitcher. You could be like a Chuck Knobloch. You could be just sitting down and essentially trying to minimize the strike. So you could be Rod Carew. You could be, I don't know, you could be Babe Ruth, who would literally sit on his back leg and then stride forward with his entire, 250-pound frame at that time. That's all that matters, is where you hit the ball.
Yeah. As we're talking swing impacts, and as it relates to the Warriors, how are we feeling about Klay Thompson's swing impact with the match coming up?
And this is Saturday, right?
This is Saturday.
The 29th, I thought, right?
The 29th.
So it's on a Wednesday. It's a week from today. It's a midweek special?
Oh, boy.
Is it? And it's live? Can I assume it's live?
Yeah, so Draymond Green and Von Miller will be on the broadcast for that.
Do you know where it's taking place?
The last one they did was in, I want to say, Wyoming or something. They go to these just beautiful mountain ranges and then find a course. Although Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce are a team, so maybe it's a little bit closer to the Midwest. I have no clue.
I got it.
The last one that Patrick Mahomes did with Josh Allen, they were in Las Vegas.
Okay. I got to tell you something. I don't know who's on that broadcast Wednesday, but you could.
It's in Las Vegas.
There's information to be gotten. Steph Curry hasn't said a word about the offseason or anything.
It's at the Wynn Club in Las Vegas.
I played that course. It's hard. It's expensive as all get out, too. I played it like 10 years ago. You know how much it was?
What?
$550. And you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I thought the guy who invited me was going to pay.
You could have put that towards a golf simulator.
And he didn't. I'm waiting for him to pick it up.
He snookered you?
He's out in the driving range. I get up there. Hey, I'm with a 4 o'clock. I should be paid. No.
You think Draymond Green thinks he's going to get a blank check?
$550.
You think Klay Thompson thinks he's going to get a blank check?
No. I think no. No, but they want what Tony Montana said, the world and everything in it. That's who they want. You ever see Scarface?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I do want to get into something on the other side that we talked
Bigger
about.
fan of Casino.
You like Casino?
I do. Long movie, though.
All right. On the other side, I'll tell you what. The Sacramento Kings are doing something unprecedented. Unprecedented. I want to know what you think about it. On the other side, it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big...
The Stockton Kings have a woman head coach, and now they have a woman general manager. It's the only professional organization with 2 women at the top.
Hell yeah.
Lindsey Harding is the coach for the Stockton Kings, and Anjali Ranadive is the general manager, and that would be Vivek's daughter. So I think it's going to be, you think we're going to see a woman coach in the NBA in our lifetime? Well, our lifetimes are probably different. Let me be safe and say in the next 30 to 60 years, you think we're going to have a woman coach in the NBA?
I hope so.
That's
just like I also hope that at some point there's a female president. I think that there's been a lot of progress made, but it also kind of comes in cycles. And, of course, I think coincided around 2019 when there were some political movements involving women wanting to fight for more, and understandably so. But, now there's less of the firsts of things. And so that's where you can kind of get caught in that web of not understanding how important it is, or not really realizing how important it is, because it's not the first anymore. And I hope that it becomes more of the norm. So I do think if there is a major American professional league that would have a female head coach, it would be more likely to be the NBA than the MLB or the NFL.
The boss asked if he thought Pat Summitt could have coached in the NBA, former coach of Tennessee, and my initial reaction was no. And you know what? I'm starting to rethink that. I think she might have been able to pull it off. There's also been another name. Tara Vanderveer's name has come up as a woman who could possibly coach an NBA team. She is super understated. Not that I'm not saying that wouldn't work. I could see Summitt a little bit more than Tara Vanderveer in terms of a coach. But the question is, if you're a player on that G League team, do you care?
I don't think you do. I mean, as long as the head coach is up for the job, and that's really what it comes down to. Yes, it is about absolutely opportunity, but are you good enough? Like, are you a good head coach? And that's what I would hope that in my lifetime the judgment is made off of, as opposed to, how's a woman gonna mix in the locker room coaching all guys, or how is she gonna interact with a primarily male staff, or the front office in this case is led by a woman in Stockton, but potentially having to work for and under men. I think, and I hope that there's less of those worries in conversations, as opposed to just, is she good enough? Can she help us win? And does she have the requirements to do the job? And I think that there have been women in positions of power, executives that have been elevated in recent years. Kim Ang with the Miami Marlins. Her team right now we brought them up earlier. They got 42 wins. Now they lost today, but they're in prime playoff positioning. She's responsible for that. Hopefully, with more women in executive positions, that also opens the door for more of those, not lower spots, but more on the field, on the court, in the trenches, decision-making spots. And you need someone to believe in you. You need someone to hire you. And that's more likely to happen if there's also more women in positions of power in the front office, in addition to, of course, the court.
It's a good point. Good point. Antonio's in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, pretty good, man. Yeah, me personally, I would rather keep Kuminga and Poole or Draymond. I do want Draymond back, because he has been the team engine and all that. So it'll be good to have him back. But as far as the draft goes, I would like to get this guy named Brandon Pazinski from Santa Clara. He's like 6'5". He's a selfless player. He can pass. He's an excellent shooter, and he wants to play with the Warriors, because he played with Patrick Baldwin at AAU, and the Warriors currently have like 3 players already from the Milwaukee area, and he'll be another one. But he can be he's like Clay mixed with a little bit of Jalen Brunson, in my opinion. So I would want that on the team.
Yes.
I was afraid he was going to say Brandon Miller.
Yeah, he probably won't be available.
Well,
by the way, 4 of the first 5 picks didn't go to college. Well, projected. Wembanyama.
Yes.
Scooty.
Yes. Scooty.
Miller
went to college.
The Thompson twins.
Oh.
I mean, Whitmore went to Villanova, Brandon Miller, Alabama.
And kid can score, Steiny.
Who? Cam Whitmore?
Whitmore, yeah.
That's about all he
can fill it up.
That's about all he can do.
That's what the Warriors need,
Villanova
more scoring.
listen, Villanova guys, that's where Cam they have a ceiling. Trust me. They have a
What?
ceiling.
Are you taking a shot at Dante DiVincenzo?
And Eric Pascal.
And Eric Pascal?
Yeah. And Randy Foy. Remember him?
Kyle Lowry?
Yeah. Lowry, well, he's kind of done now, but
almost was an NBA champion.
He's a real
again.
good. He was an NBA champion.
Well, I'm saying this year.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I got you.
The Warriors could use him. Need a backup point guard.
What are you talking about? Would you rather have Kyle Lowry or Chris Paul?
Boy. Well, Kyle Lowry's already shown he can come off the bench and help a team get to the finals, so I might take him.
That's true. Did you notice our main man Antonio said, I'm for you got to keep Kuminga and Poole, but instead of Draymond, but I want Draymond back.
Just keep all three of them together, Steiny. What could go wrong?
I don't know, but this is. I think tomorrow's. I do think tomorrow's going to be. I think there's going to be a lot of stuff that happens tomorrow. Some of it might be before our show.
That's what it's looking like. Whether it's with the Warriors or not, all the reports are pointing to teams trying to move, whether it be back, up. And it seems like it's a top-heavy class, but there's also some pieces and different kind of, projects that are potentially there if the Warriors want to dive deep into that pool again.
The project pool?
Yeah.
That's... We'll see what happens. Draft tomorrow. Don't forget, Dibbs and Willard will be at Chase Center starting at 2 o'clock. They'll be there 2 to 6. They'll be all over the draft. We'll be here from 10 to 2. And it's going to be a fascinating day with the Golden State Warriors. Hopefully we'll get a hint toward the direction they're going in when we see the pick. But we shall see. You know what's coming up on the other side? I know you do. It's called The Crossover. And it's going to be brought to you by Cars.com.
Oh, that's the sound of a car being added to Cars.com. And since up to 50,000 cars are added per day, over the course of this ad, 8 new cars will have been added. Ooh, there's a nice truck. Oh, a purple one. Cars.com. Where to next?
New crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver has only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories, and a taste that has no bitter endings. It's like enjoying a summer night.
Oh no, mosquitoes! Why am I wearing shorts?
Without mosquitoes.
I love summer.
Like if Dracula decided...
Tonight we unite!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. It's called The Crossover. It's brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org. Willard and Dibbs in the house. What's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
Hey,
Hi, boys.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Evan. What's going on?
What's cooking?
Well,
our show.
We've got
Are
a
you
couple
cooking?
things we're going to deal with. Obviously, you were at the Giants game last night.
Yes, I was.
We'll talk about that. It's draft day tomorrow. You guys are going to be at Chase.
Yes,
we'll
we
talk
will.
about that. And that's probably about it.
That's it?
I would think. Yeah.
Okay.
On the docket.
So go ahead.
No,
How was the game
fired
last
up.
night?
It was great, man. It was great. People are chanting. It's
32K.
June.
32.
Yeah, which hit
Looked
the
like
over. I can't remember who on our show said it would be 29 tomorrow. Was it Grandy?
No, it was me.
It was
that
Steiny.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
paid-
is that butts and seats or that's paid attendance?
Well, I mean, I guess it's probably paid attendance.
Announced attendance.
I'll say
Right.
this. I'll call it
because
what
the
it was.
A's, the A's draw 8,500, and we all laugh
Yeah,
because
there were actually
8,500
six people there.
Right. So I just want to make sure
it
that
sounded
we're
like there was 30.
I'll call it exactly what it looks like. The upper deck is still less than 50% full, but populated. The lower deck and the loge, those suckers they're packed, and the outfield is packed, and it's energetic. That's what to me is even more important.
Sure.
It's energetic. People are engaged. They're into it. As we left last night, there are chants through the hallways, which are usually, they're not as loud as they would be, say, in October, but that's usually reserved for playoff stuff. When people are walking to their cars and they're so inspired and so excited that they just have to yell. And so Let's Go Giants chants are ringing through the hallways as we walk down the ramps to get to the parking lot, and it's June 20th. I'm like, that's great. So it's different. It's different. And then the other thing I was just saying to Dibbs in the other room, the other thing is when the Giants got that one run, I think it was in the 6th or 7th inning to make it 3-2.
Yeah, 7th inning.
The whole building is like, they're going to win. They're going to find a way. And normally, lots of times last 5 years, that Tatis homer, Giants get one run, Tatis homers gets it right back, 3-1, getting late in the game. You're sort of like, they're going to lose. They're going to lose. You feel, and it's exactly the opposite right now. You're like, I wonder how they're going to win this thing tonight. And then to have the three kids come up and be the table setters in the 9th inning in a 3-3 tie, and then Josh Hader comes in, which then the Giants just own his butt, which is beautiful. You just knew. You knew the Giants were going to get that one.
To me, the play that made me think they weren't going to win, and I can't remember the inning, was the play Machado made where he stepped on third and threw home.
And I'm still not sure Slater was out. That catch.
Oh, yeah, I know it was close.
It's close.
You know what,
He missed
though?
the tag, but I don't. If you review it, it's fuzzy.
To me, that should always be an out. I'm sorry. Yeah,
You
that
gotta
should always
tag
be an
the
out.
guy. You got to tag the guy.
Well,
missing the tag is.
But you know how, like, when the
Right.
throw beats somebody at second, even if the guy gets onto their leg.
Right, but no.
Sure looked like he put the tag
The
on
phantom
him.
tag.
The tag was there. Did the foot get underneath? Like I said, if
right.
you review it, I don't think you overturn it.
And thank God
it was tight.
we have instant replay review because those things never go wrong.
Oh my gosh!
Yum,
Yeah,
yum.
Boach. We got a Boach last night in classic Boach fashion. That's one of the great interviews. We'll play it for you. But anyway,
He's been run twice in the last couple of weeks.
He has.
He's getting feisty down there.
And can you be run when the game is actually over?
Absolutely.
I think so.
It's actually the answer is yes,
Yes.
and I can tell you from my own personal coaching experience when I got ejected after a match in a tournament while coaching Drake High School boys volleyball.
Did you tell them you can't throw me out of a game that doesn't even exist
I thought you were
anymore?
going to say you tossed someone out of a
No,
game.
no,
after
no.
it
I was
over.
actually coaching, and I walked up to the official after the match. We had lost to Las Lomas in the semifinals of a tournament, and I said, "You are terrible. You are god awful." And I walked away, and the tournament director came over with the ref, and they showed me the yellow and red together in volleyball, which means you've been ejected, and I had to sit out the next match, which was like 4 days later.
Wow.
So you can be ejected after a match is over
What was
or a
the,
game.
the ref was what, 12 years old, 13 years
No,
old?
she was about 47.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I was
All right.
about
At least it was
32
an
at the
adult.
time.
At least it was an adult.
It's a fair yellow and
She was
red.
the only adult in that exchange, by the way.
No, but yeah, I hear you, Steiny. That was definitely. I mean, the Ducks were on the pond. The bases are loaded. Nobody's out, and then Thank goodness Crawford came up and got a hit on the very next at bat, so that they were able to get something out of it. But that one was the only time all night that the building felt deflated. Right after that play.
By the way, you're talking about ejections and Ed Hospodar, Boxcar Hospodar, former Philadelphia Flyer, once was ejected from a game before it started.
Jeez. Wow, it takes a lot to do that.
Got in a fight. Fight before the game.
Yeah, I feel like that. There's got to be some precedent for that. Getting tossed before a game even starts.
Didn't Bill King get ejected as the broadcaster from a basketball game?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Bleeping the ref or something like that.
He may have.
Impressive, honestly.
He absolutely
Those are
may
goals.
have. Yeah. So, you excited about the draft?
Yes.
don't.
Yes, very excited about the draft.
But I don't know what to be excited about. Like if it's just going to be.
Dibs.
I'm excited by what they're going to get when they trade the pick. And who is a part of the trade
Lock it up.
when they trade the pick?
Okay, you
is
think
it
they're trading
Poole
the
in the
pick?
pick? Is it Poole Kuminga in the pick? Is it Kuminga in the pick? I don't believe that they're going to make the pick. This is a team. This is a coaching staff that has not shown a lot of eagerness to play young players. And whoever you take at 19 will most likely be, 19. So Steve Kerr has shown a reluctance to play guys who are under the age of 27. So why would you make the pick? To me, you trade the pick, you trade Poole or Kuminga or both, and you bring in some veterans and you try to just do something with the core.
Well, I think what you're saying makes sense, but the umbrella idea of just trade the pick to me is dangerous because there has to be the right deal. The right deal has to exist. You know what I mean? And I don't know that we're there yet. And I'm still the same question is in my head that I think is in all of yours, which is if you just compile everything that team has said as they get ready for the draft, it doesn't all add up. We want to keep everybody, we want to get better, and we want to spend less money. Well, you can't.
Right.
You don't get to do all of those things. So I don't which one of them is the one that's not actually happening.
Well, let me tell you the move that I don't want. I do not want them to trade Jonathan Kuminga.
I think there are a lot of people with you.
He's too young. And
he's not 7'2", though, by the way.
I know.
Good Lord, what the hell
Evan
is that?
Evan wanted to read
What
that. It's been
is
coming
that?
up on our text line
This
all night.
Steiny would like
internet
it.
rumor, and Kendrick Perkins is going with it. I've heard he's 7'2". Even if he did have a growth spurt, he was. People are acting like we haven't seen Kuminga in 8 months. It was 3 weeks ago. He was 6'7".
He's going to be taller than Wembanyama in a year.
Oh my gosh!
By the way,
internet is the stupidest thing alive.
It looks like that trade's going to happen with Washington. Porzingis is going to go to Boston. It looks like Malcolm Brogdon to the Clippers, and the Wizards get the number 30th pick in the draft, and Marcus Morris.
The Wizards just gave everything away.
And cross a name off our board over.
Clearly,
starting over.
Yeah, but clearly Porzingis said, "I'm opting out."
Maybe. I mean, they just got rid of all their money, and they got absolutely nothing in return.
Now this is a
They got
complete
nothing.
and utter
Number 30?
rebuild.
Yeah,
for them.
Sweet. Chris Paul's rights.
But we were
awesome.
We're watching the finals, and we're talking
Warriors
about
might want him.
Strus and Gabe Vincent and Caleb Martin, and we're talking about Brown, the rookie, but he's played 3 years in college. It's like, if this offseason's proved anything, it's that, you know what, you got to be about 23, 24 or older to really contribute. So why would you trade Jonathan Kuminga now?
Because you want to compete right now. And if Jonathan Kuminga won't be ready to help you compete with your core until he's 23 or 24, that's 3 or 4 years from now. So, yeah, Jonathan Kuminga in 3 or 4 years. And at that point, you will have to have given him a big contract extension if you want him to be a part of your core then. And you're more concerned about what your core is going to be now. If you do give Draymond Green what Evan threw out that he would say yes to, 3 years and $100 million, I heard you say that.
Well, that was in jest, but yeah.
Monty Poole also said that.
In jest, but honestly, I thought about this too, Evan. It's not my money. If Joe Lacob wants to give him 3 years and $100 million, give him 3 years and $100 million. Chase Center's already very expensive, and tickets are already hard to come by, and prices aren't coming down. So if you want to spend $100 million on Draymond, which would be like $500 million on Draymond after the luxury tax penalty, go ahead. It's your money.
Well, I mean, let's say theoretically the difference is between a 3-year 75 and a 3-year 100.
Okay.
So that's $25 million over the course of the deal.
Right.
Which becomes
over $125 million more than if you could get him for 25-ish.
Exactly.
I think it also sets a precedent for Clay, because if Draymond Green makes more than his prior deal, wouldn't Klay Thompson, of course, want to get paid more than what he's currently making, which is far more than Draymond Green.
That's interesting, though, because Klay knows, Klay's a smart guy, and he knows he got paid, what's the number, $70 million to rehab? He got 2 years of, here, we're going to give you a max, even though you're hurt, and then he got hurt again. So Klay Thompson, that would be some impressive short-term memory to say, hey, I want a raise after getting paid $70 million to rehab.
But his argument is that he's working the entire time to get back, and he also helped contribute to a championship shortly after returning. So the rehab was not all for naught. It's not as if he's sitting on his butt at home, just kicking his foot.
That was last summer when he was sitting on his butt at home.
Which I would. Well, apparently he's going to be on a golf course at least, so we know he's active. That's coming up on the 29th or something. But for Klay, I don't know if Draymond Green gets what he wants, 3 for 100 or 4 for whatever. If I'm Klay Thompson, I can't take less than what I'm making right now. And if you're going to the Golden State Warriors, well, do you want to pay him for another 2 years at $45 million? That seems ridiculous.
If we're going down that road, I want to give Klay 2 more years at 60.
And he's saying, well, then I'm making exactly what Draymond's making. And I've made more than him my entire career.
Yeah, well.
You're turning
down $60 million, Klay?
Well, no, he's probably going to go somewhere else.
For how much?
Well, according to Bobby Marks, he's a $30 million a year player.
That's why we're offering him $30 for the extension.
For the next 2 years.
Yeah, so he'll make next year he makes 42 or whatever, and then he goes 30-30. 30 for 30.
I guess if you are fine having that conversation with him, but I don't think Klay Thompson is interested in taking that kind of a pay slash, unless someone like Draymond Green does it before him. I mean,
right.
I don't know.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey.
See, I'm seeing on Twitter, I didn't even hear you say this today, Steiny, but it's been tweeted out by our station, quote, you have to look at life after Curry. If Steph leaves in 2026, where does that leave the Warriors in their current state? My brain doesn't want to go there, and quite frankly, does not even care. Like all of this stuff, Draymond's money, Klay's money, Steph's career, all of it, I just whittled it down to something so much simpler, at least to me, which is that if I'm a Warrior fan, I would like all 3 of those players on the team, and I want to know what is the other shoe to drop. And I mean this right now. This month, July, that's on the way. What is the other shoe to drop? What does that do for this fall? 2026 might as well be 2029. That is so long from now.
I'm with you.
I mean, we're looking at an internet right now that's talking about Porzingis is on the move, Lillard reportedly requesting a trade, Paul George about to be on the table, Chris Paul's on the move, Bradley Beal's on the move, who knows who else, whether it's Poole, Kuminga, anyway, it just feels like an offseason where there's going to be so many high-level surprises. High-level surprises are about to happen. And as a Warrior fan, that's all I want to know. Which ones are you involved in?
It's twofold. One is I get fans don't care, but Mike Dunleavy has to care.
Sure.
Doesn't he?
So let him care.
Joe Lacob has to care.
Well, but my point is
their job.
If they care, then they're likely to try to balance. In other words, if they truly care about the future, then they don't want to be sitting without a first-round pick in 2028 and 2030, probably. After Curry, when the chances, maybe you're really not good then.
Right.
So, that's all I'm talking about, is being reluctant to, it's why I'm worried about moving Kuminga.
Well, you said something earlier about how do you get better right now? And how do the Warriors get better right now? There's only one path to me on how you get better right now, and that is sacrificing the future to get in players who are ready to help you right now. If you run it back with everyone that you have under contract including Draymond Green, who you sign, you're not necessarily better than you were last year. You could argue that you might be a little bit worse based on the age of players. You might argue you're a little bit better with Kuminga developing and Jordan Poole now paid, and maybe if he can work things out with Draymond, maybe Jordan Poole becomes a 20-point-a-night guy who actually can help you win championships. But other than that, how do you get better between now and October?
Substantially, I don't think you can.
Well, you can if you do something dramatic.
Well, or you're hoping Kuminga takes a step. Is
That
what
Poole
you're hoping.
Also,
and Poole gets back to normal. Like, you're hoping what Guru hopes for. Wiggins is back to Wiggins. Clay's still getting better.
Back to Wiggins.
Curry's not declining at all. Draymond's still 95% of what he is. Kuminga's going to get better. Poole's going to come right back to where he was. And you got action. And you would if all that happens. That's a lot to count on.
And that demands internal development.
Are you okay? Are you okay with trading Kuminga and or Poole?
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, absolutely. How could you not be?
Well,
I'm way more focused right now on the trade that the Giants need to make for a starting pitcher.
That's I almost punched the boss in the head today.
Can you please
Why?
talk to him?
Why?
About this?
Yeah, why? Why'd you almost punch the boss in the head?
Well, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
He dared you to. No.
But he
don't act like you haven't.
I'm
almost
surprised
before.
at you.
And
Why?
you're on the record as saying that you love the boss, so that comes across.
know.
I mean, you've gushed more than anyone on the station.
Jordan Poole loves Draymond Green too, but because they've lost. Look,
love.
Jeff Kent, enjoy the game. They're
You're gonna-
exceeding
you're gonna-
expectations.
You're going to tell me to enjoy the game?
What? They're
I went to the
41
game last night.
They're 41
I'm
and
plastering
32.
pictures of me and my sons and my
saw
lady all over Instagram. Nobody enjoys the game here more than I do.
Enjoy the run here.
What does what I'm saying have to do with not enjoying the run?
When's the trading deadline?
No, that has nothing to do with it.
Sure it
6
does.
weeks. No, it doesn't. That's actually part of my point. Why would you wait till then?
Because you might not be where you think you are.
But
let's wait. Let's take a little more time.
Okay, so what the Giants should do is everything's going for them right now, but instead of supporting that, we should wait for it potentially to go bad.
No, I'm not a pessimist.
So why would you wait? You got things going right now.
Right.
Okay, so get on the phone and bolster it. Make it even better. Why would you not? You have given yourself a chance and you go for it. And I heard
Because
you earlier.
it's too early.
No, it's not.
It's too
I
early.
heard you earlier. You're building two options and there's a third option. You sort of, oh wait, now you're going to push all your chips in the middle of the table for this year? No, not at all. Not at all. I am flatly against the Giants giving away any of their top 5 or 6 prospects, period. Hang up the phone. But you can do both. This is that stupid phrase we use about having your cake and eating it too, which doesn't make any sense because what else would you do with cake? But the point is you do both. The Giants can absolutely continue to build for the future. They got 5 rookies on the team who are all producing in different ways. That's great. Keep them coming. But also don't ever flick off the idea of an opportunity to win in any given season. And right now, they are playing a game that will haunt them in September and October if they don't bolster their starting pitching. Their bullpen will be taxed.
There's 2 things here. One is going for it.
You always go for it.
What does that mean?
It means you absolutely, when you see the opportunity that a team is playing well together and succeeding, you give them more. You give them what they need when you see little holes in that roster. It does not mean sell the farm.
Here's the point. Here's what I'm getting at.
When
you want to
see
get
a
Paul,
spot.
Who, Paul Blackburn? That's the guy?
Nah,
That's one of them.
Okay.
That's not.
Right.
I mean,
All right, so
that's
you're talking
fine.
about Stroman or Bieber or Dylan Cease?
I personally, like, it gets to baseball, so we're going to bring up names that 90% of our audience is like, who? Like, if you really want to get into it, I'd love them to get Eduardo Rodriguez from the Detroit Tigers.
Oh, me too.
So
Okay?
that to me is not going for it.
Of course it is.
That's bolstering what you have. When
I literally
hear
just used the word bolster when you asked me what does it mean to go for it.
well, bolster to me is different than go for.
What's go for it?
Go for means you're going to go into your minor league system and trade away a couple of your top prospects.
No. Absolutely.
Well,
not.
that's good.
That's not going for
because
it.
I don't want to do that
No,
either.
you can absolutely go for it.
Well, now
without
we're just arguing what we think going for
Wait a
it
minute.
is.
When they got Chris Bryant, were they going for it?
Yeah, probably.
Did they give up any of their top prospects?
I can't remember.
They didn't. I can tell you right now, both of the prospects were outside of the top 8. So,
But Chris Bryant has a higher profile than the guy you mentioned.
Right, of course, because that's what they needed that year.
They're going to get a pitcher.
I don't know that.
Of course they are. They're
I
going to
hope
go
so.
get a
Well,
starting
it might be
pitcher.
Kyle Harrison is the pitcher they go get.
Yeah,
Dave Fleming says he's not ready.
He's not ready.
Well, I mean, between
He's
now
not
and the
ready. Not yet.
deadline,
He's pitching tonight.
which is 6 weeks away, so that might be the pitcher they go and get.
I think most people view going for it as what the Padres did last year by going out and getting Juan Soto, Josh Hader. I think the Dodgers going to get Max Scherzer, Trey Turner. That's what people view as going
it
for.
doesn't need to be that high profile. You know, what the Dodgers did in order to get Trey Turner and Scherzer, they gave up their number one, I think, and someone else in the top 5.
Their number one pitching
in their
prospect
system.
and their top prospect overall.
Yeah. That no. That would
Who are
make
doing? But the argument is,
let's be
who,
clear.
who they're doing what in Washington.
Well, and the argument
That's-
is also what are Scherzer and Turner doing for the Dodgers right now?
But they went for it and they came up short.
That's fine.
But
yeah. But it doesn't need to be that high profile. It doesn't need to be that big of a name for me. It means that you add something to a group that has shown they got a shot. And if you see a hole in that roster, you fill it. And the Giants, we're all celebrating all these come from behind victories. Here's a question. Why are they always behind? Because their starting pitching is largely lesser than who they're going against. Their bullpen is better. So they're giving their team an opportunity to come back. But DeSclafani, as in the building, he's not inspiring confidence right now at all. Cobb is hurt. You got openers 2-3 nights a week right now. You basically, if you get to a playoff series, you've got Logan Webb, and that's it.
But
and
that
that's not
also
enough.
is the same case if you add someone like Eduardo Rodriguez.
No, he can pitch a playoff game for you. He's a good pitcher. People don't know who he is.
He's fine, but he's...
That's Mark's word. I love that.
Yeah, fine is a very negative word.
But the only thing you and I are arguing is Eduardo Rodriguez. To me, you say that's going for it. I say that's finding a pitcher because we're pretty depleted and we are in it. Doesn't mean we're necessarily going for it. It means we've got to maintain through July.
Farhan was on last week. He literally was like, I don't even understand the idea of people talking about what is quote unquote selling when you have a team that is near the top of the standings.
Nobody's saying sell.
The point of a team is to go for it. The Giants are going for it right now. They think they can win the NL West, and therefore they think they can win the World Series.
Okay, I'm talking about the kind of deal that the Dodgers made when Evan's saying they're giving up some of their top prospects for Scherzer and Turner.
That'd be a absolutely
that's
harebrained thing for the Giants to do.
Well,
unless you think you got other guys that can step up the way
what
the
I
Dodgers
consider
system do.
going for.
But who's even the person that you want in
I'm
quote
not-
unquote going for it?
Well, it would be like a Shane Bieber, I guess.
That's not even that's not going to cost your top prospect.
Okay.
Stroman might, and that's why I don't want him. For 2 reasons. He might cost your top prospect, and he's immediately going to become a free agent, and you're going to have to sign him to the Gausman-Rodon deal that Farhan never likes to do.
Well, that's why I think Bieber would actually probably cost more because at least you got 1 year of team control.
Maybe.
And he's pitched in the postseason before. I think
Stroman's pitching better right now.
Oh yeah, he is.
Yeah.
But if you look at their careers, this is Stroman is a guy that leaves a little more to be wanted from outside of this season early on in his career. The one thing that he does give you, I think, is that he's going to be out there every 5th day. You can't say the same for a guy like Bieber because he's had more arm issues in the past.
And Eduardo Rodriguez currently on the IL, and he does have 3 more years under contract, which might make Farhan a little bit less likely to want to bring him in.
Although he can opt out. He's got an opt-out at the end of the year, so he could become a free agent.
Yeah,
I don't know
and
where
he's
at on that,
pitching
but-
well, and he's got postseason experience.
Yeah. So I feel like we fall a little bit into an either-or conversation in this one, and it's not really necessary. Like the Giants can absolutely keep their farm system largely intact, continue to develop the young guys, and also try to win the NL West this year. Like 1,000%.
I agree.
Yeah,
I totally agree.
But I don't even know who this big name is that everyone wants to go get. I mean, Shohei. The Angels are too good. He's not going anywhere.
Right. Right.
I think we can leave it there.
All right.
I mean, why you here this late? No golf today?
I'm taking golf off today.
Why? Body hurt?
No.
Okay.
I'm getting stale.
Getting ready for the tourney.
Oh,
No, I'm stale.
Are you losing your love of the game?
Getting ready for Goo tomorrow.
You know what, Mark?
No, I'm asking. No, genuinely.
The tourney
What
is
does that
23
mean?
days away, Mark.
What, you're stale?
The major championship
I get
that we
it.
both play in.
I'm a little
gotta sharpen
discouraged if
You're
that's what you're
discouraged
asking.
with your game.
Yes.
I hear that.
I'm stale.
That
I'm not
happens.
getting any better.
A week off is a good idea.
That's
then.
what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
He won't take a week off. He's playing Saturday and
Well, I am
Sunday.
playing Saturday and Sunday, but now
Thank you.
6 days. It's the closest I'm going to get. But
Gosh, I wish that were time away from the game. 6 days.
oh, you mean that's a hot streak for you?
Oh
if you
my
can play
God!
every
If I can
You
play
hate
once
to
a
see
month,
it.
I'm crushing it. Are you kidding me? All right.
Just
Go.
just
take
think
the
about
rest
what
of
a
the day
big
off.
move is as opposed to
Okay.
just number 4 pitcher to keep it. See you guys. Have good.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Listen, it was a great time last night, and
Looked like it.
The energy is back, and it's different, and it's all of those things. And there's no way to throw water on consecutive walk-off wins against the San Diego Padres.
9 straight wins is something that's very special for any team.
No doubt, no doubt.
Even Cincinnati, which has won 11 in a row.
Boy, they're interesting. God, they got the same thing. They got a couple young guys come up, and they've got it rolling. And yeah, it's fun. It's fun when there's new blood, which is actually why I wonder if the Giants don't move the trade deadline up a little bit. Why do you got to wait till July 28th? This team clearly, and Rich Aurelia said it to the guys this morning, to Bonte and Joe, like, it's fine what they're doing right now, but this is going to come back to bite you at some point. You get the same opener going tonight that went on Monday night, twice in 3 nights, and you walk into a game and know that you're going to tax your bullpen. Part of it is because of injury, like Cobb. Part of it is because of guys you thought were going to do well who aren't doing well, like Stripling and Minaya. You thought coming into this year that you had a ton of starting pitching depth. Turns out you don't. And I wonder if the Giants can get out ahead of this, maybe even by offering a little bit more, by saying to a team who knows they're going to be out of it, Detroit Tigers, for example.
Sure, yeah.
By saying to a team, we'll throw in a little extra to get this done now. Let's do it on July 4th. Instead of July 24th.
And then you get an additional 3 or 4 starts from Eduardo Rodriguez, if that's the target that you're looking at. And I wonder if Farhan looks at the pitching depth the same way now as he did back in March or April, where you looked at Sean Jelly and Jacob Junis and thought they might be number 8 and number 9, and we won't need them. And boy, these guys are good because we got Strip, we got Disco, and we got the throwing Samoan. We have all these arms. We have more arms than we know what to do with. And here you are, June 21st, and you've got probably 2.5 starters. Would it be fair to say?
Gosh.
Logan Webb is a starter.
Logan Webb is a guy.
Wood is a starter.
Yeah.
Cobb is hurt. Disco is not great.
Pitching well.
Minaya should start, could start, but doesn't.
Well, you got a lot of
Stripling is
these-
hurt.
yeah, you got a lot of these
Keaton Wynn
guys-
is a guy who can come in and maybe start down the road. You've got maybe 2.5 starters, Mark.
But you got a bunch of guys who can throw 5 innings, but seemingly they all come in the second or the third inning.
But does that matter with the way that Gabe
I think
Kapler
it-
and Farhan Zaidi likes to do things?
I
Because
think
it
it
doesn't
does.
seem like they care about throwing openers twice a week.
I don't care about it either in June, but I do in October. That's what I would say
Yeah,
to
I'll
them.
buy
And I
that.
wonder what they now. I know the Rays, and I know that there have been teams who have decided we can do the opener thing in a playoff game. Great, you can do it once in a while, but let's be honest here. The Giants and what they've done the last week or so, I think, has inspired a lot of confidence that yes, they can compete with the best teams in the division. I know the Padres have had a wonky year. But you go into L.A., I think it's a big part of why the energy is the way it is in the building when they got back on Monday. Because it wasn't just a 6-0 road trip. They swept the Dodgers in L.A., and they did so in dominant dominant fashion.
Yeah.
And it makes you go, oh, wait. So, A, you're playing well. B, you're now contending. And C, you're giving us a look that you can compete with the other best teams in the league. That's check, check, check. Okay, off we go. And so now everyone's excited about a contender. But if you really boil this down to what it would look like when you get to October, you walk into a building with the Braves or the Dodgers or what have you and go, okay, you've got Kershaw throwing tonight. We've got what?
Brebbia.
Brebbia?
It's Brebbia. Brebbia is always the answer you have to give when you look for an opener.
It's
Brebbia.
He's going to be gone for a while, though, so it's not. So now it's Walker.
But you can say Brebbia, and you could mean any number of 7 different guys.
Yeah.
It's Brebbia. The point is, it's Brebbia. Not to disrespect John Brebbia. I would never do that. And I'm not trying to joke around about a very serious problem, but you look at Tampa Bay, they've made 2 World Series, and they are yet to win one. And you could say it's in part because of what you're talking about. You don't have a dominant rotation. And this Giants franchise, 10, 12, and 14, we don't even have to close our eyes to think about who they had on the bump in those postseasons. Names like Lincecum, Kane, Bumgarner, and Vogelsong. Even Tim Hudson contributed. Barry Zito. You had legitimate Major League Baseball arms. Did the Giants ever throw an opener, Mark, in 10, 12, or 14?
Well, of course not. That didn't exist then. It didn't exist.
Well, they had guys who were on a short leash.
Yes.
Which would have been the equivalent, like Jonathan Sanchez.
Okay, I mean, you can go back to the famous Game 7 in Kansas City, and between Hudson and Peavy, I mean, I don't think he got out of the...
Peavy, that's right.
I don't think he got out of the second inning. That's why so many innings were sitting there for Mad Bum to come in and finish up the way he did. So it happens, but it used to happen by accident.
Right.
And not on purpose.
Well, it used to be a guy on a short leash.
Right.
It was a starter who you didn't trust. Now, instead of doing that, you have a reliever that you know is on a short leash by design. So I guess the thinking is a Brebbia for 6 outs would be better than Sanchez or Peavy or somebody who you're not sure about as a, quote, starter. But I even look at their openers here, and I think you're right in terms of October. It would scare me going into October with this rotation.
Now, you've been trumpeting this, and I think you're right. There are a bunch of things that could happen internally between now and even the end of July. But certainly by the time you get to September or October, is Kyle Harrison a piece? Is Keaton Wynn starting games by then?
Right.
Is Stripling or Manaea, are they suddenly different pitchers? Is Alex Cobb at full health and pitching well? There is absolutely the possibility that the Giants have 4 starters they like internally by the time they get to October. However, I certainly wouldn't even want to go into it like that. I would want to have people, extra people, if you will, who are going to say, hey, this guy's ready to go if we needed to start a swing game, a game 3 or game 4. Remember how quickly this happens. If the Giants don't win the division, or even if they do, like you're going into that first round and it's, if you're not one of the top 2 seeds, bang, you get a 3-game series and you've got to win it. You've got to win it right away. You've got to win 2 games out of those 3 to move on. So great. Logan Webb is your game 1 starter. You got to have 2 other guys who you really, really dig. And who is that right now? Give me the 2 names next to Logan Webb who you really dig. You say, that's who we want starting that game. Who is it?
Well, it's Kyle Harrison, but he's yet to debut. Honestly, that to me is my answer, which scares me even more.
Right. Like, I mean, I don't even know if he's a major league pitcher. I mean,
Nobody knows.
I'm sure that he is, but certainly don't know if he's ready to start a playoff game in 3 months.
It would be Webb, Wood, and DeSclafani would be your 3.
No.
Am I right? Like, if you're going to do your
if
game
it were
Kapler,
today, I mean, Cobb is your 2, but he's hurt.
Right.
He's not going to be hurt that much
Manaea
longer.
should be your 3 or your 4, but he hasn't been very good.
Nope.
And Stripling's been terrible, and he's hurt.
Yep.
And your other emergency guys haven't been good, and Keaton Wynn hasn't pitched enough, friend of the program, and Kyle Harrison we haven't seen. So I think that speaks to a bigger point. In doing some Eduardo Rodriguez research, he's got an injury I've never heard of.
Sweet.
And so I'm learning more about that as we go.
Sounds like a Farhan type of guy.
He's got a ruptured A4 pulley.
Okay.
a ruptured A4 pulley in his finger. The pulley attaches the tendon to the bone, making it vital to grip the ball. A ruptured pulley, more common for rock climbers and bowlers than baseball players.
Sweet. So, this is actually why I want to get him, because he's going to be cheap.
Adam Wainwright missed 10 weeks with a ruptured pulley back in 2008. John Maine missed 6 weeks, similarly in 2006.
I think 6 is the average. That, according to Jason Beck of MLB.com. I don't know how many people he's operated on, but there is an article about this.
Right.
It says 6 weeks is the average, and it happened just a couple of weeks ago. So there is absolutely the possibility that he comes back to throw a little bit before the deadline. But I think this is now here's the plus side. Take a look at, he's 30 years old. What did he do to start the year? Well,
he was awesome.
He was fantastic. ERA of 2.13. Strikeouts higher than the number of innings he pitched. Yeah. He was fantastic. He's left-handed. The Giants are very, very right-handed heavy. When you factor in that Minaya has not been what you wanted him to be, Alex Wood, they never let him go past the 5th inning, and is Kyle Harrison going to be here or not? It's question mark.
And this kid's got massive postseason experience in Boston. So he's been there. He's done that. He's pitched very well this year. I'm concerned about the A4 pulley.
Sure.
And, depending on when he would be able to come back, but he might be a guy. And I kind of like what you were saying to Steiny. You guys were going back and forth in a very sort of congenial sort of way. I think the price for him would be better and cheaper now than it would be in 5 weeks if he's close to returning.
Well, I wonder how the Tigers want to do that. You know what I mean? Do they want him to come back and throw a couple of times and see if that ups the value if he goes out and throws 7 shutout innings? That's a risky game to play. They know that they're not going to be a factor here in the playoffs. Like, very, very, that's the other thing. The reason I'd start making calls now, do you know how many teams think they're still in the race? Like, almost all of them.
Detroit is still in the race.
Well, of course.
They're 3.5 back of Minnesota.
Okay, right, in a division where there are seemingly no good teams. So
if you're Detroit and, you look at where you are in the Central, you got to feel like you're in the race. The only teams that are not in the race, Kansas City, Oakland, Washington, Colorado.
Here's the thing, though.
End of list.
You're saying they're 3.5 back, which is true.
Thank you.
They're in a division where no one has a winning record. Their record is 32-41. I don't think the Detroit Tigers see themselves as a World Series winning baseball team this year. So, is it a team that's going to be willing to get something for their asset who's probably going to leave at the end of the year? I would think the answer would be yes. It's certainly worth a phone call. I would start doing this now. Rich Aurelia made a very, very good point this morning, which is that, yes, it's working now, but is that going to work for 3 more months? I would argue probably not. The Giants have won. Did we do this? I thought we added it up yesterday. They've won 9 in a row. I'm pretty sure 5 of them are come from behind late inning victories. So they're humming, they're rolling, but let's not act like they're dominating. Like, they have a lot that's been going their way late in innings. The San Diego Padres the last 2 nights have come out with relievers who literally can't throw 1 strike. Great job by the Giants for taking the pitches.
Casey Schmidt.
Okay? But let's not act like they're overwhelming their opponents right now. I would get on this sooner than later. That's all that I'm saying. Would love to take your Giants phone calls today. 888-957-9570. Speaking of the Giants, we were taking a look at some of their trades under Farhan Zaidi, taking a look at some of the rookies who have come in. Tristan Beck was fantastic last night. Do you know how the Giants got Tristan Beck? It's worth a bit of a story and a comment. We'll do that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve with Ram 1500, Ram 3500,
trying to tie it up. High drive. Right field. It is out of here. And he did.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, can I share a couple of like sort of whimsical things about last night?
No, please, because
Super
I was
fun.
watching. I watched every pitch, and I swear to God, thank you. I thought I heard your son, because I thought, oh my God, is that Jude? Because I heard something about, Manny, you're a bum, or something. And it was in a voice that I thought was your son.
Brother.
And I was like,
okay.
I think that was Baby Willard.
It was. I don't think it was Baby Willard. He had a churro in his mouth most of the night, so there wasn't a lot of yelling. But we were sitting down the left field line. Thank you, lovely Christy. Amazing tickets. Sitting down the left field line. Manny Machado is one of the two guys last night. Manny Machado is one of the oddest people to watch play baseball I've ever seen. I've never seen someone look like they are more inconvenienced to be at the ballpark than Manny Machado. Two guys hit the ball right over his head, right down the third base line for hits. Estrada had one, and was it VR or was it Matos? Anyway, a couple of floaters over Machado's head, and he does this weird thing. A normal human being, when you hit the ball in their direction, even if it's out of their reach, there's going to be some sort of like the body's going to move, right? I'm going to I'm going to move that direction. No, I can't get it. It's going to go by the left fielder. Machado does not move. I mean, he doesn't turn his head around. He doesn't do anything. In fact, off the bat, I'm like, I think these are foul balls because Machado is a statue. And then it just lands right over his head in left field. Double. There he goes, round the bases. And then this guy will hit a ground ball, and he just floats and lollygagging over to first base. And, okay, I'm out. If I were a Padre fan, and I know some of them out there, and I'm watching this $300 million lollygagger, I would be out of my mind. His body language makes Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford look like they're at a fiesta.
Wow.
It is unbelievable. I'd be like, what do we need to pay you to get you to care? And he's not playing very well either.
Right.
What's the OPS? 680?
Yeah, it's not great.
Yuck. Oh, I'd be furious with it. With their underachievement, to me, there's your poster.
Yeah, 680 for Machado.
Yo, dude.
And Bogart's 737. Cronenworth 673. Rougned Odor 728. I mean, all these guys should be north of 800. Yes, Tatis Jr. and Soto both having good years above 900, but this team should be a murderer's row.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Their first, when you look at their lineup, when you walk into the building and there's their lineup staring at you, you're like, dang.
Yeah.
What? What are you going to do? And they're just, Tatis is right now. I mean, Soto's hitting the ball hard in this series for sure. He's got a couple of bombs already. Tatis, he's a problem. I mean, he's just a rocket shot off of his bat every time. But Machado and Bogarts, it's just sleepy, man. It is sleepy. Okay, here's the other one. Jock Peterson. There's something about the way this guy moves. He literally looks like the bug from Men in Black. Like the jersey is hanging out all over the place, and he's like swashbuckling, and every time he hits a fly ball, because he also hit 2 triples alley fly ball outs yesterday. So he was peppering right field with long fly balls last night. The whole thing looks like such a beer softball league, and he has so much fun with it. I mean, how many times do you see someone scream at their dugout, let's bleep and go, after a walk?
Yeah.
It's just a funny look. It's just, I love him. It's just I've never seen a ball player like him before.
And when we get him on, we need to ask him about the hair. What is the inspiration? I need to find out.
I know.
Because I asked my lovely wife supper last night. I said, hey, what do you think of the hair?
Right.
And she said, god awful.
No.
It's god awful.
Yeah, Christy's, she's got thoughts.
Thing.
Yeah, she's got thoughts on Jock.
I don't know if Jock sees it as a hairdo or an intentional hair don't. That's what I want to know.
The whole picture is essentially the anti-Kapler. Like, Gabe is over here. Obviously, I decided to wear my trench coat on City Connect Tuesday. And Jock is just out here like, I might have buttoned my jersey or not. I really don't even know. But, man, great call last night by Kruk. He sat there and looked at Chuck. He goes, he's trying to tie this game up right now. 3 seconds later, boom, gone. Into the water. McCovey Cove Dave with his net. Ball game tied. And
he's trying to tie it up.
Yeah.
High drive.
There it is.
Right field. It is
out of here. There you go. And no one in the building. I'm like, they're winning. They're winning. They're winning this game. And they did.
Well, the crowd surely seemed, and I was just getting it through the TV, but it felt like everyone in the crowd was anticipating a comeback. After the double play, Crawford gets the base hit to make it 3-2. At that point, you're thinking, they're winning this game. It's just a matter of how. Is it a walk-off? Is it extra innings? It felt like it was going to be a walk-off.
Crawford deserves a huge mention in this thing because that was the moment you thought. And I think it was the sixth. Was it the bottom of the sixth or the bottom of the seventh?
That was the seventh.
Okay, Giants are down 3-1. They load the bases with no one out. I was out at the what I call the Pete's Wind Tunnel because, yes, I drink coffee at night. Caffeine does not bother my sleep. Christy and I went to get an evening coffee, and that is the coldest spot in the entire state of California, is the line at Pete's in center field.
Is that behind the left field foul pole, basically?
Right, no. More towards center. It's right next to Orlando Cepeda's deal.
Okay. The cha-cha ball.
Right. If you walk past the glove and the slide and all that stuff, get a little Pete's.
Well, you get that wind blowing straight in off the East Bay. It's a bit of a wind tunnel out there.
It's intense.
Yeah.
It's intense. So we're out there just, and I don't drink hot coffee, so I'm the weirdo who sits there.
Come on.
I did. I walked up and I'm frozen and there's an icicle on my nose and I'll have an iced vanilla latte, please. And they're like, they didn't even blink. There you go. There's your
$15.
24 ounce, $800. We move on with our day. and here comes the double play ball. The double play ball. And you're like, the whole building. The shoulders go down. And then B. Craw got everybody right back into it with the 2-out hit. That was a huge moment, and you're right. It was at that moment where I'm like, they're winning this game. They're winning. They're going to find a way.
Yeah.
They've got that vibe. That's who they are right now.
Big. It just was great to see, and especially for Brandon Crawford, a guy who's been maligned and rightfully maligned, and you got a rookie come up and take your place, and so you're basically not a starter anymore, although he was last night. You're one of the great Giants of this tenure, one of the great Giants of all time, quite frankly, in a very storied franchise. You will be forever remembered. I don't think he gets his number retired, but there will be a certain level of honorarium for Brandon Crawford, a two-time champ and just an all-around great guy, local kid, makes good, and yet he's come up with big-time hits over this 9-game stretch.
Over and over again.
Yeah.
Great series at Dodger Stadium for sure. Let's go to Jerry in Union City. We're taking your Giants phone calls here, Willard and Dibbs. Make it 9 in a row for the comeback kids. Hey, Jerry, you're on Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing? Jerry? Where'd he go? Jerry did not. Now, Lucas, did he not like my comment about how the Giants are not dominating? Was that what he didn't like that comment?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. He said something about a run differential over the last 9 games. It's like 70-something to 20.
Yeah, when you win a game 15-0, it's going to send your run differential through the roof.
You're wrong.
Yeah, I'm wrong or he's wrong?
No, you.
No, they dominated in that game. In the other games, I mean, listen, to me, if you're dominating, you're not down 3-0 most of the time in the 5th inning. Even go back to Dodger Stadium. And, things got a little sideways there. We're driving to Tahoe Friday night, and the Giants are getting no hit. They're getting no hit. Now, I didn't give up because I don't do that, but I will admit something about last Friday night. Because you know how it is. If you're a parent, you know how it is when you're on long drives. And the kid is into it, but now the Giants are down 4-0, and they're getting no hit. And he looks at me and he goes, Dad, could I play on your phone for a little bit? Which means I got to turn, because we were watching through the Bluetooth on the NBC app. He's holding it. Don't worry. I was being safe. But the point is, we're watching the game, and then he's like, I want to play Madden Mobile. I'm like, all right, here you go. For you, 20 minutes, get a couple games in there. And so he does. And then you get that really fun thing where you swipe back out of Madden Mobile, turn the game back on. The Giants are up 5-4. And he's like, oh, my gosh, they're up. And you watch the way the rest of that thing ends, and it goes sideways, and Junis into right field, and all that stupid stuff that happened. And then they dominate the rest of the weekend. And then there's these two games, which the Padres have choked. Let's be honest with you. So, they're playing great, and they're a very good team. Would you call them dominant? Would you call them dominant over the last week with the way they're playing within games?
It's always weird in baseball because they've won 9 in a row, and they've won 9 in a row in different fashions.
Yeah.
So, by the very fact that you've won 9 in a row, and the Giants' San Francisco franchise record is 14. So they're knocking on that door. Now, they had 15 over the course of 2 seasons, from 02 to 03. I don't count those in terms of wraparound streaks, but 14 straight is the San Francisco record from 1965. So 9 in a row is dominant. You've won 9 in a row.
Yes.
That's a dominant stretch. But you look at the way it's gone. You mentioned it earlier last segment. The starting pitching has been a little bit lopsided. It's been a little bit wonky. You've fallen behind. You've needed late game heroics, yet that doesn't feel like you're dominating, but you've won 9 in a row, which is domination.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's and so, wow, they tie the record if they handle the rest of this homestand, huh?
Yeah.
Because they got 2 more games in the next 24 hours, and then here comes the first-place Diamondbacks. Although, well, no, they will still be the first-place Diamondbacks by then. But the lead is down to 2.5. Lead's down to 2.5.
Yeah, geez. Last time they won 10 in a row was 1962.
Has it been that long?
According to...
That's what they're going for tonight?
Actually, 2004, they won 10 in a row.
Okay.
82, they won 10 in a row.
Even still, 20
62,
years.
they won 10 in a row. And the last time they won 11 in a row was 1998.
So you got a 20-year streak basically on the line tonight. And by tomorrow, add in maybe 25-year streak.
Right.
So, yeah, I get what you're saying. They're playing great baseball. But it's not like every game is 8-2. That's all I'm saying. Roy and San Leandro with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Roy, what are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's
it's nice
cooking?
to hear from you.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you. I think you called us, but anyway, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I just wanted to say, I just hope the Giants don't be stupid, like Brian Sabian, and give up the whole farm system just for 1 or 2 players like he did. Because what I'm saying is that the Giants got a chance to be good again, and they only something like 3 players away from going to the World Series again. So what I'm saying is that even if they go after a pitcher, they got players that they could trade, like maybe that guy named Villar and Slater, and maybe 1 or 2 others. But just the same, I'm saying that, don't give up the house, just like that guy they traded Adam Duvall for example. Now he was out of the majors within 2 years after that trade. So I'm just saying that for the Giants not to be stupid and don't give up the house just for some pitcher whose earned run average is almost 4. That's all I wanted to say. And it's nice hearing from both of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roy, for calling us. I appreciate that. Shout out to Dro.
Thanks for calling Roy, Dibbs.
Yeah, no problem.
I appreciate that.
I'll call you again next week, Roy, when Mark's out, because it'll be good to hear from you again.
I love Roy.
Who did they get in the Duvall trade? Who was out of the league 2 years later?
Gosh, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, because I know you've got a long list of Farhan trades you want to run through, and I'm looking forward to that.
Has there been a bad Farhan trade?
Well, you have the list, and I'd like to
I don't
go.
have the list.
Oh, I thought you had composed the list.
I've looked at a bunch. But here, Adam Duvall trade Giants. Like I remember, Brian Reynolds is the one that I bring up that ended up being a mess. Okay, the Giants.
Mike Leake is who they got.
Mike Leake.
Yeah. With an E.
Yeah.
They also got rid of Curry Mella in that trade. I don't know if he ever turned.
Never heard of him. Yeah, that sounds like an ice cream topping. But anyway, yeah, there have been some bad ones. Here's why, Roy, I don't think you have to worry. Although you took a shot at Brian Sabian, and I love Brian Sabian, but I don't think you have to worry for a couple of reasons. A, Farhan has never done anything like that. I don't think that's in his repertoire. And B, I don't think anybody in the major leagues really does that very often anymore. Now, yes, there are blockbusters, right? Dodgers get Scherzer and Turner. But the idea of, at the deadline, giving up top prospects for rentals, remember when the Dodgers got Turner, and I bet this was a part of the deal, The Nationals are shopping Scherzer, and they want the Dodgers' top prospect. Well, the Dodgers say, well, then we need Trey Turner also. We'll give you more prospects, but we need Turner because Turner's not just a rental. He's a guy that we can have for 2 years. Now, they lost him after that. They've lost them both. But Major League Baseball doesn't do that anymore. It's one of the reasons I've defended this regime against the deals they didn't make, right? Bumgarner, Rodon, trade those guys. I don't think you get very much for that anymore.
Right.
You just don't. You don't. People have
for rentals. I
think people have wised up. They're like, we're not giving away our top prospect for 10 weeks of a player,
especially for a pitcher. Now, Juan Soto was different because then the Padres went on to sign him and they were able to keep him. But if they didn't sign him and keep him, then that would have felt like a different deal,
right? Although that was an ARB thing, I think. I don't think Juan
they picked
Soto,
up his ARB.
Yeah, I don't even think he's. I don't even think he's gotten to free agency yet.
Yeah, you're probably right there.
Yeah, he's on. Yeah, he's ARB 3 right now. ARB 4 next year, UFA after that.
Oh, God.
So he's on consistent 1-year deals. He's so good that he makes a lot of money on the 1-year deal. He's making $23 million this year. But yeah, he remains an incredible value. What the Padres are going to do with him is that's a mystery. That's going to be interesting because everybody with the Padres gets those 9-figure deals. And Juan's sitting here on repeated 1-year deals off of arbitration. And he's one of the best players in the game. Pretty unique situation.
Right. So every year he gets a new arbitration, so his contract is just going to continue to go up then if he has good years.
Yeah. Juan Soto next year, ARB 4, what? $30 million.
Right.
$30 million bucks. And then he'll be a pending free agent. And we'll see where the Padres are. Maybe he's on the market as a rental this time next year.
Because I don't know if the Padres can afford to keep him with all the money that they're already shelling out.
They keep. I listened to Tony Gwynn Jr. on with Bonte and Joe earlier today, and he was saying there have been already about 5 times where you've looked at what the Padres are about to do and go, there's no way they're going to spend that. And then they figure it out. I don't know where they've got right now. They've got a well of cash that they're willing to spend and lock everybody up until their 40th birthday. So I'm not going to doubt them. Maybe they'll do it with Soto too. I don't know.
Well, the Giants are in a spot now where as they head into the deadline, which is still now, you got basically 6 weeks. It's roughly 6 weeks from now. If you're in the same spot in terms of winning, then you're not really looking to make a major deal because your roster right now is pretty good. It's pretty deep in terms of everything but starting pitching. The only thing you could use right now is one more starter or 2 more starters, depending on if Minaya and Stripling ever materialize and Kyle Harrison ever comes up. If none of those guys ever come in and contribute, then you might need 2 more starters if your injuries don't work themselves out.
Yeah, because you're just gonna keep taxing that bullpen. And again, it was another great performance out of the pen last night. Tristan Beck is the name.
Yeah,
everybody's focused on Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, Luis Matos, and I get it. But don't forget Keaton Wynn, who was on this show yesterday, and don't forget Tristan Beck, who had this to say after the game.
I think, a lot of guys just kind of turned the corner after kind of an uncomfortable start to the year. We came out of Mexico City, and that was, a lot of outside factors there. Some guys didn't maybe have the success they wanted, but we came out of that and just kind of pulled together as a group, and said, hey, we're capable. Hey, we've got all the pieces we need to have success, and, we just need to take ownership of it. And so I think a lot of guys really took it personally, and, we've kind of seen what we've been able to do these last few weeks.
You know how the Giants got Tristan Beck? Tristan Beck was part of the Mark Melancon trade 4 years ago, where Farhan Zaidi was brand new, and and remember, this was a thing at the time, he got someone to take Melancon's money. Everyone thought Melancon could be a trade candidate, but the Giants could probably have to eat like 2/3 of that deal. He got the Braves to take all of Melancon's money. There's a couple deferred payments that the Giants still make, but he got the Braves to take Melancon's money and in return got 2 players, and one of them was Tristan Beck. I was sitting there thinking about that last night and trying to remember a bad Farhan Zaidi trade. You can talk about signings, sure. You can talk about acquisitions from the Mariners minor leagues that never did anything. But have the Giants lost anything of value? Lost anything in any trade that they wish they had back?
I mean, you'd have to go through the long list, and he's made so many trades. You'd have to really pick through all of them, but none of them stand out in terms of guys that he's gotten rid of who've come back to bite him in the backside.
While I was doing some research on this, it's actually hilarious how many deals the Giants have made
since he's come on. It's got to be more than 60.
It's literally hundreds. I'm going through 1 year, and there's just trade, and it's all these guys you don't really remember. But the only one I can think of that right now on the surface looks like it didn't do good things was when they sent out Mauricio Dubon for Michael Papierski with the Houston Astros. And Dubon's killing it. He's doing great in Houston. It was a great trade when they got Dubon, remember, for Drew Pomeranz and Ray Black. But the guys they gave up for Chris Bryant have not necessarily popped.
What's Papierski doing? Anything?
I think that he is developing video games in Silicon Valley.
The Tristan Beck trade is fascinating because I'm looking at his numbers right now. When they acquired him in 2019, he had pitched 9 innings in rookie ball for the Braves organization. He had pitched basically 36 innings in Advanced A for Florida. So you acquire him. He goes to San Jose. 2020 is a non-year for all minor leaguers. 21, he makes very little progress. He gets shelled in Double-A. For 18 innings, he has a 5.89 ERA. Last year, he plays a little bit better, doesn't play a ton in the minors. In general, he's got a 5 ERA in Triple-A.
Right.
He's not good there either, and yet now he comes up and he pitches 3 big innings in a win to give you 9 straight.
It's bizarre.
It's a Farhan special.
Completely.
So what did Farhan see in 2019 for a single-A rookie ball pitcher out of Atlanta? And he was a 4th-round pick by the Braves. So there was a time when Tristan Robert Beck out of Corona, California was highly thought of. But since then, he hasn't really shown much dominance at any level. And yet here he is.
Here he is. And people forget. That Lamont Wade, that was a trade. Mike Yastrzemski, that was a trade. Tyro Estrada, that was a trade. J.D. Davis and others in exchange for Darren Ruff, who got like 3 hits in his Mets career. That was a trade. There have been a lot of really good ones. I can't think of any on that famous list of Giants trades that really hurt, right? The Duvals and the Brian Reynolds and all of those types of trades. I can't think of any to this point. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Speaking of Juan Soto, okay, what the hell was that last night in the 9th inning? If you don't know what we're talking about, we'll tell you next. This frustrated me a little bit. We'll get to that coming up on Willard and Dibs.
It's Jeep 4x4 season. Make your next adventure epic.
We don't have a left fielder. Is this the big leagues? Yeah, everybody's waiting. This has to be a pitch clock violation. Oh, now. So Juan Soto finally got the wake-up call.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What's your favorite word, Dibs? I love it when you use it on this show. Oh, the hypocrisy.
It's gray area to be certain. Because if a player's not ready to go out and play because nature calls, what are you supposed to do?
Do we know that that's what was happening?
It sure looked like, based on Juan Soto's chagrined expression in the outfield, I don't think that he was on the phone with his nana.
Kevin Acey, San Diego Union Tribune. I'm looking at Padre beat writer.
Is this the poo reporter? I said I wouldn't joke around today, but I couldn't resist that.
I
Pay the over. It lasted an hour.
I think that was worthy.
I think so, too. I'm giving myself a 2. A number 2.
Kevin writes that Juan tore his pants. He tore his pants sliding into second base, and he was putting on new pants.
Come on, people.
He had a pretty big raspberry on his knee after the game. Now, I will back Juan for this reason. We were sitting down the left field line last night. Once again, thank you, Christy. Great seats. We're sitting down the left field line last night. And so before this even became a thing, I was kind of nudging my sons like, hey, where's Juan? We don't have a left fielder. I'm like thinking, hey, this is great, right? Like somebody hit the ball to left field. There's nobody there.
It's a new 80 shift.
You get a triple. Well, that was what went through my mind first. I'm like, are they going with 5 infielders? Looking at the infield, no, they've only got 4. Okay, what's going on? And then all of a sudden, here comes Juan to the top step, and he runs out to left field. Well, he stands there for one pitch. Then he gets down on one knee and ties his right shoe. Okay? And he's feverishly like, tie that thing, stand up, watch the second pitch. Gets down on the other knee, starts tying his other shoe. So that would suggest to me that his shoes came off, which you would do if you're putting on a new pair of pants, and I would think you would not do if you were taking a deuce.
Depends on if you're home or if you're at work, quite frankly.
It does.
There are different comfort levels.
Your shoes off at home?
I mean, I might take it all off if I'm at home. If I got 5 minutes, if the baby's napping.
Yeah, you can. You don't need to.
At work, you're not taking your shoes off.
No, I don't think you're doing it at home either unless you want to take your shoes off for other reasons.
Correct.
It's not like you're like, geez, nature's calling. I got to take my shoes off?
Shirt off?
I mean.
Shoes off?
Dude, last time I come over to your house.
I wonder, though, about the rules, because Gabe Kapler did what any manager should do, which is, how about we enforce the pitch clock, Blue? Because this has been, it was a good 90 seconds, right?
Oh, it was a while. Everybody was in position. Everybody had warmed up. The batter's at the batter's box. The relievers got a certain amount of time where they've got to get to the mound or else. I mean, remember it happened in the Bay Bridge series.
Yeah.
I can't even remember who it was. Was it Duvall or somebody? Somebody got run. Oh, no. It was the Sergio Romo thing. Sergio Romo, who's soaking in his goodbye ovation, and that Nimrod umpire, forgive me, because it made me mad.
It was Doug Nimrod that day.
Doug Nimrod comes out and goes, violation, in what was supposed to be a commemoration sensation.
Yeah.
So why on earth did this not result in a violation if the spirit of the whole rule, because it's not just a pitch clock, it's a batter clock too. They've got to get in the box and be ready. If everyone's got a clock on them, why are the Padres not penalized for Juan Soto's pants?
Well, I wonder if that wouldn't have fallen under the guise of injury. And, you know, if you get a player who is injured, then the pitch clock no longer applies. Let's say that the pitcher throws the first pitch, it's ball 1, and he's out there and it's, ooh, my elbow, or if a shoe comes untied, or let's just say the pitcher happened to rip his pants. What then? the pitcher would be allowed to go to the dugout to get a new pair of pants on. My only question would be, did the Padres inform the umpire, or do they have to inform the umpire, hey, Blue, we're going to need a minute. Our left fielder has ripped his pants, because you don't want Juan Soto out there half naked because he's got a wardrobe malfunction.
No, I don't need a half naked left fielder, but because it was at the beginning of an inning, like, I'm going to go through this process in my mind. You slide and you're out, right? And let's say it was the third out, and I can't even remember the scenario that led to the end of the inning, the end of the top of the ninth. Juan was on base, right? I think Juan was on base. Bogarts came up, and gosh, I wonder why Juan even slid. Juan was at first. Machado got that play that was an error where Crawford pulled VR off the bag, and then Bogarts came up and grounded out to Tyler Rogers. I don't know what Soto slid for, but whatever. He slides and he tears his pants. If I were to be Juan Soto in that moment, and you're telling me that it took the amount of time that it took for him to run in the dugout and change his pants, get out to left field, come on, that took way too long. That was like waiting for somebody to get ready for a date. What are we brushing our hair? Like, that was way more time than was necessary.
I wonder about
to change
that because,
your pants?
well, the clubhouse is not close. As you know, from the visitors' dugout, you got to go all the way out the back of the dugout, into the corridor, down about 4 doors, into the clubhouse, and you've got to have pants at the ready, which means the clubby has got to be there with your pants. Cleats come off, pants come off, the pants go on, the shoes go on. Now you got to make it back from the clubhouse into the dugout. I'm not trying to defend Juan Soto just to create an argument, but I think it takes a little bit longer than you would think to go through that level of costume change. I'm looking at the replay right now, and he did not slide on that third out. He did round third and run home just to, run out the play.
I wonder if he slid on Machado's ground ball.
On the
I
air.
wonder if I wonder if he slid on Machado's ground ball, because it was a slow grounder to Crawford, and he was running to second base. So I bet he probably took a slide right there, and that's probably when it happened. Whatever. I don't know where the guy went to go find his pants. I would think in a major league clubhouse, somebody would readily available for that situation. Here's a pair of pants. You ripped your pants. Here's a new pair of pants. Again, you've got the whole line change. One team leaves the field. The other team starts to work their way on the field. Everybody warms up. We're going to throw 8 pitches. We're all looking around at each other.
It's about 2.5 minutes, right, between half innings. I think
least,
that's the clock is up
and
2.5.
Soto is just like nowhere to be found. I don't know. Like, if I got my hurry on, and I needed to just do a pants switch, that doesn't take that long. But you're right. It to me, it's a matter of whether or not the Padres raised their hand and said, hey, we got a situation going on here, which I guess they could have done without our awareness. But the whole stadium, including seemingly the players on the Padres, were looking around like we got no idea what's going on.
And Gabe Kapler, too. I don't think Kapler comes out to protest if he is put in the loop. And so Soto touches home. He doesn't score, but he runs in and he tells the skipper, hey, Skip, I ripped my pants, which is a great SpongeBob episode in case you ever happen to partake. But Melvin should then go to the ump and say, Blue, we're going to need a couple of minutes here. Soto's got to change his pants. Then you tell Kapler, everybody's in the know, and then you signal up to the broadcasters, we got a pair of pants coming.
Pants.
And then that way everybody's in the loop.
That's right. Yeah, it was a pants-off dance-off. It did not look like Gabe Kapler was aware of what happened at all.
No.
He was angry.
He was looking for ball 1.
He was, and then they got it later in the game. Actually, they got ball 3. Casey Schmidt got a pitch clock violation on Josh Hader. There's nothing more fun in baseball than Josh Hader blowing it. I love it. Oh gosh,
yeah,
I love it. I got to explain to everybody in my viewing party last night the history of Josh Hader. So I love it when this guy messes up. Chrissy's like, why? I go, look at this. Showed her the old tweets.
Oh God.
Well, come on. I don't like the guy.
No.
I'm allowed to not like the guy. And it feels like the Giants have a lot of success against him as well. So I dug that he was coming in, and I dug that he was having a hard time with the strike zone. Man, if I'm Bob Melvin, if I'm a Padre fan, what complete torture the last 2 ninth innings, watching their top relievers go out there and not even come close to the strike zone.
So Josh Hader is your top reliever, yet you don't bring him in until the game is absolutely at the last breath.
Already in a bad spot.
How about you bring him in for a clean inning, Skip? And I love Bob Melvin. He and I, we go way back.
He's getting a lot of criticism in San Diego the last 2 nights.
I mean,
for sure.
Well, and you get criticized when your team does not come through for you, but you have Hader come in and face 4 guys instead of giving him the clean inning.
Yeah, but then again, he should be able to throw strikes. Like when you're a reliever, that's at a premium. All right, 888-957-9570 on this Giants team. Your excitement level. Which of the players, or is it the whole team, has grabbed your attention the most in recent weeks? Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area, the face of the Giants on TV, is going to join us coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
U.S. Bank is ranked number.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I had everybody on my side, but I went and blew it all sky high. And now she won't even spare a passing glance. All just because I ripped my pants.
When Big Larry came round just to put him down, SpongeBob turned into a clown. And no girl ever wants to dance with a fool who went and ripped his pants. I know I shouldn't mope around.
There it is. It's the Juan Soto episode of SpongeBob SquarePants, which is its own song in its own right. That I don't think we should play because it's one of the hardest songs in the world to get out of your head.
Yeah.
I do know that.
The theme song.
The theme song.
It's a gem.
SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yes.
Who now, for me, is forever linked to Juan Soto. SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob No Pants.
Right.
For a period of time in the ninth inning last night.
Well, he ripped his pants at the beach, and everyone laughed, and so then he went around town just ripping his pants on purpose.
You're not talking about Juan anymore, are you?
I think I'm not.
Okay.
But we'll see what happens tonight at Oracle Park. If he rips his pants again, then he's trying to do the SpongeBob.
Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area. Has anybody on set ripped their pants in the middle of the broadcast and had to stop?
Actually, no. I was
Okay.
wondering what the SpongeBob tie-in there was, but now I feel full circle here.
Well, did you even know that? Did you know that apparently that's what was going on with Soto in the ninth inning last night?
Well, we didn't know until I think it was after the game,
Yeah.
and somebody announced it, so we didn't know at the moment. Everybody in the studio was guesstimating that he might have taken a restroom break,
Right.
but apparently it was a ripped pants situation. Joe Staley did almost rip his pants one time in the studio, but it was he avoided it.
Well, I think I'd like to hear more on that story.
There was a lot of dancing that went on and shenanigans during commercial breaks, sometimes not during commercial breaks, and I think he just dropped a little too low one time and almost ripped his pants.
It'll happen.
I like it.
Especially when you're not used to being in the three-point stance anymore.
Too low.
Yeah.
You got too low.
It doesn't really work for that type of stance.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, so from the excitement of Joe Staley dancing to a 9-game winning streak, which has been more professionally fulfilling, watching Joe dance or watching this little group do what they're doing?
That's just way too tough to answer. So many good things about both of those, but this has been a really, really exciting ride and honestly unexpected by what the Giants have been doing. And it's not just over the 9 games, over the past month and a half that they've been doing it. At the beginning of the season, it didn't seem like this was the outcome that we were going to be getting. Again, it's just 70-something games into the season, so there's a lot of baseball left to be played, but this has been really impressive.
Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area, kind enough to join us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. One of your counterparts made a statement with which I agree on our station this morning. Rich Aurelia said, kind of questioned the sustainability of what the Giants are doing with regard to starting pitching. What do you think about that? What do they need to do based on where they are right now?
Yeah, I think more so with what the bullpen's doing, taxing the bullpen this early in the season. When I talk to former players, that's the big question that comes up, and it's not sustainable for the amount of times that they're using the bullpen. What's the answer? You know, I'm glad I'm not Farhan Zaidi and have to figure that out. He gets paid a lot more than I do to figure that out. But I don't think that you can continue to use the bullpen like they're using it right now. It's hard to say that because it's really been working. So the bullpen's been one of the best parts of this Giants win streak and really the past month and a half when they've been the best team in baseball. But you fast forward to July, and that's where you question, will the bullpen be able to sustain like they are right now? I actually asked George Contos this question as a former reliever. This was not even on our show. I just asked him, when we were watching one of the games, about a bullpen pitcher's arm. So they're obviously being used a lot more right now, but to me it seemed a little strange if you're going out as a bullpen pitcher and you're pitching 1 inning, you're maybe throwing 2 innings, can you not throw, a few games a week, or will it really tax your arm that much? And he did say, I mean, it takes a while to build up, not saying that one of those players needs to be moved into the starting role, but basically I was trying to get to the bottom of how much can you use one of these arms. And it depends on how much they're being used in that moment, but in order to move into the starting role, you've got to have, it takes a really long time. I mean, it's an off season of work to be able to build up, maybe even a year or two of work to be able to build up an arm to really start in the majors. So I'd have to see numbers on when a bullpen gets taxed out or maxed out. Like, at what point are their arms too tired? Because it's, for the most part, outside of the young guys, there have been a couple of the bullpen guys that are throwing 4 innings every now and then. But if you get that from Sean Manaea, he's used to that. He was in the starter role. So I think using Sean Manaea in that role would be fine. But if you start to use Keaton Winn or Ryan Walker to throw 4+ innings in a bullpen game, that's probably where the concern comes in. That was a really long answer.
No, it's a great answer, though, because Keaton Winn was going to be the follow-up, but you answered it in terms of whether or not he could do it, because he stretched out to 5 innings, and he's a guy who maybe can be a long arm. And then we saw Tristan Beck last night go 3 innings. How much are the Giants going to lean on these younger pitchers, guys who are just now making their debut as we get deeper in the year?
Yeah, I think a younger guy that isn't used to being a starter, you have to be really careful. And all this stuff, I mean, the Giants have more information on this than any of us, right? They're going to be more cognizant about this because with what they're doing right now, they can really make a push. So they obviously are thinking ahead. I don't know how much you can use an arm, a relief arm, in that type of a role, especially a young guy that's not used to doing that. So I would imagine at some point you've got to, everybody who says go out and get a starting pitcher, I think that would be smart. I also don't have to work their books for the next 2 years. So, how do you plan for that? How does that fit into the puzzle? Do you want this pitcher that you bring in to stay around? Do you just want to use them this year? Those are all questions that come into play. But I do think I think having the 5 in the starting rotation is necessary when you start playing like the Giants are playing right now and have a vision of playing October baseball. You really need to have 5 starting pitchers that you can rely on. And if one of them has a bad outing, that will inevitably happen over the season, every few weeks, that's fine. You can make up for that with the bullpen, but throwing this many bullpen games, I don't think is sustainable later in the year. Right now, it's working.
Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area, is with us here on Willard and Dibbs. Laura, we all acknowledge that this win streak has had a lot of different characteristics, different players who play the role of hero. But what has stood out to you? What is your favorite part of what it has developed with the Giants?
Well, that's actually probably the number one question I ask. We get a rotation of players. We request a player after a game and we talk to them. So we typically talk to across this 9-game winning streak. We've been talking to a lot of different guys.
Yep.
And last night we had Jock Peterson on, and that's one of the things I've been asking the players is what's standing out to you with this team? And the answers have been almost universally the same. It's the young guys coming up. So when I ask a veteran, they always bring up the rookies that are playing at an exceptional level, but they always also add in their energy. And we as the media and fans out there listening talk about that a lot. Oh, it's a young guy bringing in energy. You have to think of the grind of a 162-game season. And if you're Brandon Crawford, you've been doing this for 13 seasons, Jock Peterson, 10-plus years. They're playing a kid's game, and I'm sure they're doing what they love, but after 13 years, it's hard. It's a grind. And you get a rookie this is their first time in some instances. I think Keaton Winn had never even been inside a Major League Baseball ballpark,
right?
Which is wild to think about. But you get those guys coming up, living their dream in that moment. There is an energy that's brought. And then to pile on top of that they're playing at the level that they're playing, that's really been a huge difference for this team. But also the veterans play a huge part in that too. I think the most descriptive way that we saw this on television, and this is not even what we're seeing behind the scenes, was that moment when Casey Schmidt went and sat down on the dugout stairs next to Brandon Crawford, and Craw was explaining to him, different ways to be better defensively. And that is what this team is. Veterans aren't always willing to share information and aren't always as kind as these veterans are. Young guys sometimes are too prideful to go up to veterans and talk to them and ask them questions and pick their brains. The mix, the chemistry that's in that clubhouse right now is really something that's been fueling this team. And it's obviously been more than that. Luis Matos has incredible plate discipline. We've seen that. They've scored a bajillion runs over this 9-game winning streak. I think it's 76 runs over this 9-game winning streak. It's 75, 76, somewhere around there. And so their offense is figuring it out, and that's not all via the home run, which is what they were doing earlier in the season.
Yeah, Casey Schmidt drawing walks as well, which is kind of fun to see after, and everyone giving him a little razzing too over the fact that he's able to look at 4 wide ones. So, Laura, if you look at the season so far, where we sit, who would you finger as the team's MVP so far?
Oh, that's so hard. I got to pick one guy. Ooh, teams. That's so difficult.
That's kind of, I guess, the nature of the question, though, because Mark and I did this a little bit yesterday toward the end of the show, and we were thinking about between 7 and 10 different names you could throw out, which kind of speaks to what you're saying about this 9-game win streak.
Yeah, you know who really stands out to me as just consistent this season has been Lamont Wade Jr. There was a question mark there about how he would perform at first, and he's one of the best leadoff hitters in all of the majors. He's been consistent. There have been a lot of guys that have, you have the roller coaster throughout the season that, you go up and down. You have big moments, moments where you're struggling, and he's just been, it comes in every day and delivers in some way, whether it's a great at bat, whether it's being, doing great defensive work at first base. He's been really consistent. I don't know that I feel like I should throw in like 3 or 4 other people, but he's been really good. The young guys, I'm very hesitant to name some rookie the MVP because this is still June. We're still in June right now. You've got to give these guys some time. They're going to struggle. There's no doubt about that. Every player struggles at some point in the season, but there are players that are going to, these young guys especially, are going to hit skids like we've seen with Casey Schmidt even recently. So I think you've got to be patient with those guys. And I mean, they haven't made us be patient because they've been so good. But I'd probably say Lamont is one of the MVPs of the team this year.
Quick update on him, by the way. It's just coming down that he will again not be in the lineup tonight, but he's feeling better, not concerned. Could be in the lineup tomorrow. Might even be available off the bench tonight after he was a late scratch from the game last night. Laura Britt, NBC Sports Bay Area with us. Laura, just because you're tapped in with the team, you're around every game, I'd love to know what you see as the difference between how fans were reacting Game 1 versus now.
Game 1 of the season?
Yes.
Oh, it's completely different. Fans seem bought in right now, and I think part of that is because you have young guys. The big knock on this team over the past few years has been they sign a guy for the 2-year deal, but it's the 1-year player option. They do Carlos Rodon, which he's had his health issues this season, but a perfect example last season. He comes here, he proves that he can go get a big contract. He leaves and goes to the Yankees and gets a big contract. People want to buy a jersey and have it for 5 years and know that they can keep it and know that they can go to the ballpark and go see Luis Matos or Casey Schmidt or, for the past 13 years, it's been Brandon Crawford. So who are those people going to be over the next 5 years? And we're starting to see that right now. And that gets people excited. That gets people out to the ballpark to say, this is a homegrown guy. This guy came up through the farm system, and he's going to stay here. The team's bought in on him, obviously, from him coming up through the system, and they want to keep him around. There's excitement around that. The draft in Major League Baseball, we all know, is not as big of a deal as other drafts in other sports. But when you're hearing updates about a player for so long, and then you finally get to see them at the major league level and perform, I think it's exciting. And fans I think they had the largest crowd they've had all season. Was it last night or the night before?
Yeah, I think the night before. Yeah, 3,000 less last night than they had Monday.
Yeah, so Monday they've got the biggest crowd. That's a Monday night crowd. I know some people were off because it was a holiday for some people, but depending on where you work is what I mean. So maybe that played into it. But yeah, it's exciting. I mean, it's a fun team to watch.
There's no doubt, Laura, that's kind of what everyone's, and that's when you know, like when you have to stop and think when Dibs asks you, right, who's the MVP? And you're like, I don't even know. And that's the text I get from friends all the time is this team. I love watching this team as opposed to this player, which is where I think a lot of us were focused in the offseason with the chase of the big names, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And there's still going to be that.
Sure.
There's one name that's coming up this offseason.
I mean, what do you think? Yeah. What kind of chances, Laura? What are the chances?
I have no idea. It's all a guess because, you'd like to think. I thought Aaron Judge was going to come back to San Francisco. I just thought with the home tie, all of that, unless you know the player, everybody's out here guessing, okay? Let's be real, because you don't know. It's all, there's so much that goes into it. Aaron Judge has a wife. Where does his wife want to live? Is he happy in New York? Is he not? Does he want to be here? Does he want to stay with the Yankees? Does he want to play for his hometown team? Shohei Ohtani, I don't know the guy at all. So much of it is where you want to be located because he's going to make a boatload of money no matter where he goes. So a lot of it, I know this is not like the sexy, fun answer, but that's real. That's what it is. Yep. A lot of it is just where the player wants to be. And I have no idea where Shohei Ohtani wants to play. I know he wants to play somewhere that will let him play as a two-way player, but I don't think any team that gets him is not going to allow him to do that. So I think that, he's on the West Coast already. There's that.
Yep.
There's that. You said short drive, an 8-hour drive up the coast, and you're here. So I don't know. It's so dependent on, maybe he has some team that he followed his whole life and grew up cheering for and has some dream that we don't know about that he wants to play for them. I don't know, but I think the Giants are going to make a hard push. I wouldn't see why not. I think every team that's smart would make a hard push to get him, a generational talent. So I know that's not like a definitive, he's coming here. I'm not rallying the fan base here, but that's just the truth. I speak truth.
I love it.
Laura, we're having one of those weird radio moments where we're talking to you and we're watching you on the replay on the TV.
It's crazy.
In our room right now. So your voice is it's overwhelming us right now.
I apologize. Flip the channel. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Keep it on NBC Sports Bay Area. And tune in tonight at 6.
Have you ever had that? You ever walk into a bar and then there's you and people are like, wait, you're here and you're there and what's going on?
Yeah, I don't get out much.
Right.
So
yep.
I have got 3 small kids, so I'm pretty just go to work, go home. But there was one night last season, oddly enough, when a bunch of our crew, after a late night game, we decided to go over. What's the arcade place in? What's it called? Oh, I can't think of it. It's near Oracle Park. It's not too far, but they have all these arcade games.
Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Yes. No. Maybe.
No.
Okay.
It's like next to a corner. Anyway. Out there is listening, screaming the answer at their radio right now, I bet. But we went there and the show was on, so we were all still in our clothes that we were just wearing because we had just gotten off the show, and it was really funny to see everybody start to react and figure. They were like, wait a second, hold on.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Crew, so that was pretty fun.
You're in 2 places at once. Well, you're used to that as a mom of 3, so we'll let you get back to that and get ready for tonight's game. Laura, thank you so much for hopping on.
Thank you guys for having me. And NBC Sports Bay Area tonight, 6 o'clock is Giants pregame live.
Okay, going for 10 in a row, the first time in 19 years, Laura, but I bet she knew that already because she is a Giants media person.
Exactly. And she actually had the stat last night about, I think it was 76 runs over the last 9 games, more than 8 per game. And you take out the 15-run game against the Dodgers, and still they've been putting up big numbers.
Yeah. Look, I mean, they're rolling. I know that we had some people call in and some comments earlier about me saying that they're not dominating right now. Look, they're winning, but I do think that what has happened lately, it changes our outlook, doesn't it? Isn't your outlook different now than it was 10 days ago?
Sure. Absolutely.
And maybe that's stupid. Maybe that's being a prisoner of the moment because it's just a week and a half. That's all it is. But I would challenge any Giants fan that's not now thinking of the postseason and the opportunity that's in front of them. And because of that, I am suddenly getting a little bit more bullish on how the Giants approach their starting rotation. Rich Aurelia said this earlier today on 95.7 The Game with the Morning Roast.
It's hard to sustain the way they're doing things now for the long term, because if you keep bringing in Beck to throw 4 or 5 innings, or Manaea to throw 4 or 5 innings, or whoever else wins to throw 4 or 5 innings, well, but then that affects your bullpen, right? So then those guys got to come in sooner and eat up more innings. So my concern isn't today. My concern is, what does that bullpen and the rotation look like going into August?
Yeah, so it's not time to talk trade deadline.
Sure.
But it's kind of time to talk trade deadline.
We talked outside of the All-Star game where you've got 13 games in 13 days across 5 cities.
Good
if
point.
you look at what they're doing now with the bullpen, Laura made a great point. Richie said it earlier today. It's not sustainable when you have to do what you're going to have to do to throw Beck and Wynn and Manaea for 3, 4, and 5 out of the pen. Every single game you're having to use one of these guys.
Well, I don't want to sit here and go, like Steiny said earlier, like, well, let's just see where we're at a month from now. No, I don't want to wait and see where we're at from a month from now. And if I'm the Giants and you're already analytically minded, right? This is the way you do things. You've got spreadsheets. You study every little nook and cranny of everything. And then you're going to come at me with, well, let's just see how it plays out. That's the antithesis of who they are. So why would you not right now be looking at what is this going to do to us in August if we keep rolling like this? I fully understand that right now they may not have a choice, but if I'm them, I get on the phone and start creating choices.
Sure.
How quickly will Harrison be someone we can mix in? We'll see. He throws again tonight. He throws tonight for Sacramento.
Yep.
I think if you're a Giants fan, what you're looking for, at minimum 5 innings.
5 1/3, yeah, exactly.
And you're looking for that walk number. That walk number.
2 or fewer.
2 or less.
Yeah.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah,
Yep.
and I think you're hoping that he stays healthy, gets accurate, and continues to stretch out a little bit, because you don't want to bring him up. You made this point earlier. You got to make sure a guy's ready to be a starter if you're going to bring him up. You don't want to bring up Harrison and just have him go 3 2/3 or 4 innings. You want him to come up and be able to really be a starter in this rotation.
Well, I think one of the beautiful unspoken things about these rookies arriving is that they're staying. You don't want, and the Giants will tell you, right?
Yeah.
They'll send them right back down. They did with Keaton Wynn, although that was a little bit circumstantial based on the roster injuries that took place.
And Wisely's gone back down.
Yeah, I know Wisely's not really on that list of someone they're excited about. Like, that's what you want. You want those guys to get called up, and as soon as they get called up, stay. Be ready. Don't come up and look like Elliot Ramos and Joey Bart have each time they come up.
Yeah.
Because they don't look ready and they get sent back down. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Of all the things that have happened with the Giants the last 2 weeks, what stands out to you? What are you most excited about? 888-957-9570. Plus, it's one hell of a night for Bochy last night. And we've got some sound to play for you that will make you laugh. I'm pretty sure. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Right.
It's Jeep 4x4.
they found another way. The Giants now have won 9 straight.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I do not want to make it a denigration sensation. That's not what I'm saying.
That's the second buck of the day.
I just want to say for everybody, because let's see, 32 plus 35, that equals 67. 67,000 people went to Giants games the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
Half of you got a better walk-off than the other half. I'm just saying. I'm not upset. It was wonderful. It was actually a funny experience. But Mike Yastrzemski in extra innings with a splash bomb is a little different than a walk-off walk.
Yeah.
You just kind of look, you're like, yeah! And then you look at your friends, you're like, all right.
Let's go home.
Let's go.
Yeah. Make sure Jock gets to first base, and then we can go home.
Matos was hit home plate by the time, he was almost there before the ball hit the catcher's glove. But yeah, the whole rally was just walks. I think Patrick Bailey got a little base knock in there.
Little knock.
Other than that, just walks.
And I heard you and Laura talking about the attendance, and I thought I heard you say that it was the second largest of the season.
I think she said Monday night was the largest.
Okay, because I'm looking
Monday
at
night. I think
I'm looking at Baseball Reference, and April 7th it says they had 40,711.
Okay, She threw that out there, and I don't know if
I wasn't
it's correct
sure.
or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, this is Baseball Reference, and I don't know if they're counting butts in the seats.
But what day of the week was that?
That was Friday.
Okay,
that probably was the opener.
I wonder if she meant that was the largest weeknight.
Perhaps, yeah.
Game of the year, which I would think it was the 35 on Monday night.
Yeah,
I gotta think, and even 32 on a Tuesday. For City Connect night. By the way, that's the other thing. You walk in, I forgot. It's summer. I forgot what day of the week it was. I completely forgot. And we're walking in because obviously, I don't know if you know this, but you and I do a show until 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So in order to get to
And you
Oracle,
hustled out of here, too. I was hoping to see your kids and the lovely Christy, but you were vapor trail out of here.
Brother, I wanted to make first pitch, and we did.
And you did, yeah.
Butt in seat at 6:43. Right? Everybody get in the car, get over to lot 3032, do that walk. No, sir, we're not paying for your little buggy. We're going to walk down to Oracle Park and get some movement, and then boom, luckily we had left field side seats, so we just zipped in that left field entrance.
I was hoping to be home for first pitch, but I got blocked by the largest police parade you could ever imagine.
Oh, wow. What was going on? I didn't see this.
Biden. I got Biden blocked.
You got Biden blocked.
You took Embarcadero, and so I got down there, and I don't want to bore people with my route, but right down there, you cross Market and you get onto like Stewart Street or whatever that is.
No, that's
It is cop after cop after cop. I'm talking 80 officers on motorcycles.
Absolutely.
And then you see shoo, shoo, shoo. And they all were parking right down by the Ferry Building for Biden's last hurrah.
Thank goodness we're seeing. Now, you explained something to me, though, because we got out of here and Broadway was a complete parking lot. And I'm like, what's it like? I know it's 6 o'clock in the city,
yes,
but I mean, not moving. I had to bail out. I'm like, we're going a different way.
You went rogue.
That's right. And we got there. We got there at 6:43.
So then I go to take a left on Market, and the officer's like, no. So now I got to go right on Market, and I'm going to need to take an illegal left off of Market to get down to the Bay Bridge.
No.
And I'm thinking, you know what? There's not an officer who is not at the Embarcadero right now. I'm going rogue, baby. I'm on the sidewalk. I'm driving the wrong way on a one-way.
I don't know if this is true anymore with what's going on in our country, but people used to be so patriotic until a presidential visit means you're stuck in traffic.
Yeah.
Nobody's patriotic anymore. Everybody's like, this freaking guy.
He lost my vote yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even know who he's running against.
Is he running?
Seriously.
I don't even know if he's running.
Anyway.
What is he, 100 years old?
Glad you made first pitch.
We made first pitch.
Gutsy effort.
Did you see the airplane thing that happened yesterday when the plane actually ended up in the restricted airspace because of Biden?
No.
They had an F-whatever fighter.
Sure.
Top Gun going on up in the Bay Area skies, shooting different planes off in different, no.
Yeah, they're very serious about that.
Very much
the
so.
FAA. When I used to fly traffic for KCBS and there'd be presidential visits, they would say, no, you're not, you can't go check the traffic on 280. You have to stay in the East Bay today,
Just
Dibs.
make it up. They're like, yeah, there's some cars out there. It's a little slow.
Totally.
It's 5 o'clock.
The Nimitz is always there for you.
You'll get home.
Yeah.
I would actually rather people do traffic that way. Just relax. It's fine. There are cars. You live in a big city. You'll get there. Turn on a podcast. Turn on 95.7 The Game. Grandy's going to be doing the best of. You'll get there.
Yeah.
Everybody else in all those other cars are just trying to get to their place too. Stop flipping each other off. Turn on Grandy and just relax. Just come. It's okay. Wherever you got to go, it'll still be there when you get there. It's okay. I know that didn't help.
No, it's great advice, Mark.
It's just like the anti-Dibley.
No, it's you know what? You would not have even recognized me with the calm demeanor that I had.
Well, that's because it's presidential and you're an official, and so there's something. I think there's like a connection there. Like you like to follow the rules.
I did tell the officer who would not let me turn left on Market. I said, "Hey, excuse me, ma'am. It'd be a lot more helpful if you were back there before I tried to take a left. Keep it moving, sir."
Uh-huh.
All right, ma'am.
See, that's how I felt about Juan Soto. Dude, if your pants fell off, just tell somebody so that we're not expecting the game. By the way, I forgot the coolest part of getting to the seat at 6:43. You want to know who I saw walking down? This was so hilarious. Walking down Embarcadero with purpose to get to my seats, 6:43. Lovely Christy on one arm, Abe and Jude doing their thing, all decked out in Giants gear, and we got purpose. We're heading for Oracle Park. And then here comes one of them scooters. Somebody's on a scooter flying the other direction. Now, that happens all the time. But once the guy got to within about 15 feet of him, I'm like, I know this guy. Who is that? And then right as he went, right by me, that's Anthony Lamb of the Golden State Warriors.
I think you're going to say Hunter Pence.
No, Anthony Lamb on a scooter going the wrong way on Embarcadero right before the Giants game.
That's crazy.
I'm like, is that how he's getting home from Chase Center? Was he working out? I didn't get a chance to ask him. By the time I realized who it was, he was gone, but I knew it was a good omen. I felt right in that moment. I'm like, I think the Giants are going to win tonight. We got Warriors flying by us here right as we're walking to the game. I don't know why that's a good omen, but it felt like a good omen.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah,
I wonder
Anthony
how many
Lamb.
other people would have recognized him. He does have pretty recognizable hair.
Exactly. Huge forehead, recognizable hair that just kind of, right?
It's flapping back, I'm sure, on a scooter going about 12 miles an hour.
I screamed at him as he left. I'm like, they should have played Kaminga. I did. He didn't turn around. It was too late. It was too late. So, but I tried. I know that he is a lightning rod for so many Golden State Warriors fans.
And you got a chance to see a City Connect victory. I think they're now 22-7.
They're the best
all time.
team. They're the best team of all time.
Yeah,
They're the best
I saw
team
that tweet
of all time. So that was what my original point was. I forgot what day it was. We hustled to the seats. Giants take the field, and I went, oh my gosh, it's Tuesday. We're winning. I completely forgot. They got the City Connects on.
Yeah.
Gabe's got that jacket that goes down below his knees. Come on. The Padres never had a chance.
That guy could
Poor
wear
guys.
a garbage bag and still look good. And that's,
Totally.
I've warmed to the City Connect creamsicle orange, and maybe it's because they win so often in them.
How can you not?
But if I was to get some gear, and I'm not a big gear guy, but if I was to get some gear, it might be creamsicle City Connect Tuesday.
I'm into it. Abe was wearing a City Connect jersey to the game. He's got a Buster Posey City Connect. He worked hard to earn the money for it, and he wore that last night. He got a little bit of a chicken strip sauce on it, so he's a little worried about it. We're gonna have to do some laundry tonight.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're fun, man. I know a lot of people, uniform people. Shasky and I have had this conversation. He's a big uniform guy.
Guru's a big uniform guy.
I know, right? Like I don't care if you wear Savannah Banana jerseys if you win all the time. Great. Wear bananas on your head. I don't care.
If you were to buy a jersey for your 9-year-old now, and I know he's still growing, so he won't have it for 5 years, but just for the sake of the bit, what jersey are you getting him right now?
My first response actually is Orange Fridays.
Of whom, I guess, is the question.
The player?
Yeah, not only what kind of jersey, because
gosh.
I do like the Orange Fridays as well.
I just love orange. I love
As a
everything about the
redhead, I
color.
really I try to shy away from the oranges.
Do you disappear when you wear orange?
I did when I had a lot more hair. Now with the baldness that I got working, I can go more orange than I used to.
Okay.
But what player would you go with? Because all of a sudden now, this conversation's got some legs to it at 888-957-9570.
This is a fun question.
It used to be not a one.
Yeah, nobody.
Right? But now you could go any number of five directions.
This is going to sound so disingenuous. I'm most excited about Matos.
Matos, yeah.
He's been in the bigs for, 6 games? But he's 21.
Down to 263 batting average.
I know.
Slumping.
But he walks every other at bat, so his on-base percentage is like 4 billion.
Yeah, 440, I think.
Yeah, what's his OPS? Even with the,
756.
And he got a hit last night.
Yep.
He got a base knock. Right? So you go 1 for 3 with a walk or 2 every night. Yeah, you can stay. But it's none of that. It's just the way he looks. It's the way he moves. It's the way he looks unaffected by all of this. You get called up to the bigs. They haven't lost. They've not lost a game with him in uniform. And he does little things in addition to big things. The guy has not hit the ball the way he did in Sacramento. He has not homered yet.
Tonight.
Is it tonight?
Yeah.
I was really hoping it was going to be last night. But it wasn't. But that's okay.
Yeah.
Right? So, but you just watch the way he moves, and he's not 26. He's not 29. He's 21. And so I do feel it's fair to be a little bit more optimistic about him than I am about like someone like Casey Schmidt becoming a really great player for a long period of time. Luis Matos has been one of their top 5 prospects for a while. So I don't want anyone to think this like, oh, the guy got hot, so they called him up. He's supposed to be a guy. He is supposed to be their future center fielder. I think he just got here quicker than they realized because last year, coming off injury, he didn't play well, and his plate discipline was terrible. And my gosh, he turned it around in the other direction so fast that here he is, and he does not look affected. He looks like he's right where he's supposed to be.
And it doesn't look at all like he's not going to be here to stay. Like he's here until Haniger gets healthy and then back for more seasoning. Just watching him play, it looks like he thinks that he belongs, and he's playing like he belongs. Defensively, he's terrific. He's got speed on the base paths. I mean, he scored last night almost before that pitch was thrown to Jock Peterson, which was hilarious.
Well, he's so excited, right? Like that's what you love about new energy. He's so excited. The guy is the guy is screaming at the dugout and bat flipping after walks. Forget home runs.
Yeah.
Like that youthful exuberance. I don't think anybody could argue. The Giants needed some of that.
I think I would go with the Doval 75.
I like that.
And
that's pretty sweet.
Not only because he's been unbelievable, but number 75 for the Giants has now been repurposed in kind of rescued in that new and unique way because it was Barry Zito's number. Zito was a good Giant, never lived up to the contract, and now Doval's wearing the Zito 75. So something about rocking a big number, and Doval's been so dirty, and he's going to be an all-star.
Oh, man.
That's probably the one I would go with.
I think it's a great call. It's a great call. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1. San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. You can check out everything that goes on this show right after it happens. For instance, those of you big Giants fans, Keaton Wynn was on this show yesterday, one of the big 5 rookies that are really, really performing, and he very well may end up being a big part of tonight's game, knowing that, again, they'll use Walker as the opener. Keaton Wynn could be one of the guys to back up and end up getting bulk innings tonight for the Giants, and it was obviously his first appearance on this show, and we had a great time getting to know him, so you can check that out. Let's go to Rich in Fremont here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rich, what are you doing?
I'm still at work. By the way, if you got any pest control needs, call ATCO. ATCO Pest Control is what we do.
Well played, Rich.
Thank you, Rich.
I got to say, I'm telling you something. This is terrible for me. You guys are going to hate this. I'm going to sound like a Debbie Downer, but I got a feeling that the streak's probably going to come to an end tonight. I hate it, too, because I love what they're doing right now. But I think you guys had Laura Britt on earlier, and she said it. It's just not sustainable. What they're doing with that bullpen right now. If they win tonight, that'll just be amazing. You're talking 10-plus wins, man. That's just amazing.
Well, but
I got a feeling that I'm going to go ahead.
No, Rich, I was just going to say, it's one thing to say it's not sustainable, but you seem to make it about tonight. Like it's definitely sustainable for, that's just tonight's a baseball game. There's no reason they can't win the game tonight. Why wouldn't they?
Well, it's just, it's kind of one of them things, when it comes to playing sports. You win for a while, and then, unfortunately, you come down to earth. I just got a feeling this tonight's the night.
That's fair.
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I want to see him win. I want to see him get that 10th straight. That'd be beautiful to watch. But something just feels creepy about this one.
Well, they actually are by Vegas info. They are the underdog tonight. They're facing Yu Darvish, and the Giants are going with an opener again. They're going with Ryan Walker. So yeah, look, they're going to lose a game. They're going to lose plenty of them along the way here somewhere. To me, it's not about that. It's an interesting word right now. Sustainable. Do you think that this is sustainable? I don't mean 9 in a row. I just mean the Giants being one of the top 5 teams in the National League. Sustainable, yes or no?
Yes, absolutely. And if you look at FanGraphs, they now have a 70% chance to make the playoffs. They've got a 23% chance, 22.3% chance to win the division. They're just behind the Diamondbacks. The Dodgers still, according to FanGraphs, the best chance to win the division at 39%. But the Giants as a playoff team, more than viable at 70%. And if you look at where they are overall, Mark, in terms of win percentage, they're only at 562. So can they play 562 ball the rest of the year, which would basically mean you win 56 of the final 100? I know there's only 89 games left, so can you wind up going, what would that be, 50 and 50?
What did you say? There's 89 games left?
Yeah, they played 73.
Times
0.562. It's like 50 wins.
50 games.
So
that would give them 91 wins.
91 and 71. Can you see this team being a 91-win team?
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So that, to me, is the definition of sustainability. Yep. Can they be, because they were bad this year, then they were mediocre, then they were bad again, then they were mediocre, then they were bad, and then they've been white hot ever since.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. Like, we do want to know which team, and we do this all the time with any streaking team. Who's the real Giants? Most people will go, well, the truth lies somewhere in between. Whatever they were at the beginning of the year, scuffling and injured. And I remember Cap being asked this question, right? Are you worried about the record? Early in the year, are you worried about too many losses building up? And he was like, no. And he was not worried about it, and he's been right. So you say they're 41-32, they're a 562 team. True. However, over a pretty significant period of time now, 6 to 7 weeks, they've been much, much better than that. So is that them? You look at who the Giants are since the youth came up. They've been absolutely incredible. So even if they tap down a little bit on their pace, they could end up at much better than 91 wins. I don't know.
Or they could revert back to the team that they were when they started 5-11. And I know they didn't have the youngsters up there, and you were trying to figure out your rotation, but that's the same sort of sample. 16 games, you were 5-11. I know they've won 9 in a row, and they've won, 24 of 33, I think, is the number, since they were 17-23.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, 24-9 over the past 33.
Yeah.
That is scorching. So if you look at a 33-game stretch before that, they started 15-18, which was pretty blah. Mm-hmm. They were mediocre. They were bad, mediocre, bad, mediocre, bad, mediocre, and now they've been scalding for the past, and you're right, 33 games, that's a real sample, because we're going back to May 14th, now June 20th. That's a good long, that's, 5 weeks? Yeah. Almost 6 weeks.
No, they've been playing really, really well. And the other thing to look at is the framework of the National League. Like, what do you know in terms of the playoffs? I think we know that the Atlanta Braves are going to play in the postseason.
Yeah.
I don't think we actually know anything else beyond that. I would think that the Dodgers are going to play in the postseason. And then where do you go from there? Are the Diamondbacks sustainable? I think so, but I don't know. Is Miami sustainable? I think not, but I don't know. Someone's going to come out of the Central that has a feel of a one playoff team division.
For sure.
And then the other question for me are 3 teams my eyes are on who have all been very disappointing, but they're high priced, and can they turn it around? And that is the New York Mets, who are right now 34-40. the Philadelphia Phillies, who are 38-35. They've been starting to play better. And the team that's in town right now, which is the Padres at 35-38. But like all we did there was come up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams. And there's 7 going to the playoffs. So most of these teams that we're talking about right now are going to make it. So right now, of course, what'd you say the FanGraphs number is? That for their playoff chances?
70%.
Doesn't surprise me.
Well,
yeah,
I'm just
like as we
looking
sit here today, they're probably going to make it.
I'm looking at the wild card percentages, and this is not including Atlanta. This is not including whoever's leading the Central currently. I guess it'd be the Reds, right? The Reds are leading the Central.
The Reds have a game and a half lead on the Brewers.
And it's not including the Diamondbacks. So those teams are taken out of this, but you've got 48.5, 47.4, 44.6, 41.8, 38.4, and then the Mets at 20.5. We both agree the Mets are still live in this conversation. So 6 teams fighting for 3 spots. Marlins, Giants, Dodgers, Phillies, Padres, Mets. 3 of those teams likely are going to get in. And if the Reds are not sustainable, then you'd throw the Brewers in that mix, which would make it even more convoluted.
Right. Someone's going to come from the Central, but that's probably it. Grant Brisbee, the Athletic, one of our favorites on the Giants, is going to join us here in just about 5 minutes. We also promised this. They're calling it the worst call of the year. Some are saying it's the worst call they've ever seen in all of baseball, which is a guy who was called out at home plate, and then on review, it got overturned because the review officials said the catcher did not allow for open space for the sliding player, even though replay showed half the plate was completely unblocked. This all went against the Rangers. It led to go out on the field. And he got tossed, and after the game, this to say.
Those guys, I mean, they're not making a call. I get that. I just want to get clarification on exactly what was called. I couldn't hear, and for that call to be made, I'm dumbfounded. It's absolutely one of the worst calls I've ever seen, and it was done by replay. I just don't get it. I don't care how many times they'll try to explain it. You can't do that in that situation. It's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
You thought he had a clear lane to the play. What did you see on the play?
Yeah, there was never any contact with the catcher. It's a sweep tag. I don't get it. I really don't. I'm just, again, I'm shocked. Jonah did a great job there. The throw took him to the left a little bit. Sweep tag. I'm lost on this one. That's a tough one to take. I'm dumbfounded.
Oh, man, I'm dumbfounded.
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
Going out there and thrown out.
And then she follows up with a question, and before she can even finish, she goes, "Oh!
Wow.
Yeah.
We should have won the game."
I'd have to look at the actual rule book to know exactly what they were seeing back in New York. So I'm looking at a still right now.
They messed it up.
The catcher's right foot is on about the middle of the plate.
Middle of the plate. So
his left foot is in the right hand hitting batter's box. His foot is down, but his knee is forward somewhat in the way. I'm sure that they're looking at his knee and thinking, well, he didn't have a clear path. The point is, the spirit of the rule, the ball beat him by 5 feet. He is out.
Right.
He's dead to rights. So is the catcher supposed to be behind the plate and then put the glove daintily in front? This one is a misappropriation sensation of the rule.
Sweet tag. Yeah, we got screwed. I think is what the interview could have said. All right, Grant Brisbee knows a thing or two about Boch, Cap, everybody else. Great article today in The Athletic. More from Grant Brisbee on Giants baseball coming up in a moment. We're sponsored by Raid from SC Johnson. It's Willard and Dibs.
I'm lost on this one.
This can't keep your loved ones protected from pests, but Raid can.
95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. It's tough to focus on anything else once you hear from Bruce Bochy. And I'll tell you also, you got to hear the sound, but that interview has a video aspect to it as well. I still can't stand staring at him in a different uniform.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
It's true.
I'm happy for him.
It's true.
Really
I'm happy for him. It's not that. I'm definitely happy for him, but it's still, it shakes your trees a little bit.
Little bit. I think it would be tougher on me if I see Bob Myers GMing somewhere else, because it feels like, Bruce, go ahead and do it. Give it your best shot. It would equally sting, though, for me with Bob Myers.
That's interesting. Equally?
Yeah, maybe even more so.
Interesting. Yeah, it's but I'm glad for his success. Rangers riding around in first place, so that's good. All right, let's now bring in someone who we are not fully convinced actually exists. I was worried. I thought maybe you had moved to a different planet, but I now know, Grant Brisbee of The Athletic, that you're back because of lines like "Long live odd year poppycock." That's what I'm talking about, Grant. I don't know many writers who can come up with that. I just know you.
This is the odd year poppycock. It's got a ring to it, right?
I listen, why are you not in the marketing meetings for the Giants? They're coming out of there with things like nothing like it, and you could have had odd year poppycock.
I mean, I would work like on commission on a freelance basis, so, hit me up.
All right, there it is. Grant Brisbee, The Athletic. How are you, my friend? What do you think of this? How sustainable is what's going on right now?
Well, first, I just want to throw my 2 cents in and just say, as long as Jim Tomsula isn't coaching anywhere, I'm fine with anything else.
Yeah.
But as far as the
That's
Giants, man, it's a lot of fun to write about a team that is winning like this and coming from behind and just playing compelling baseball with young players. It's fun to write about. I mean, what else can you say?
You can say that this team's 10 games below 500 and wins the next amateur draft, but instead we're looking at all these youngsters, Grant, who have come up and really looked like they belong. What has been your big takeaway from the past month of looking at Schmidt and Matos and Bailey and the other youngsters come up?
So I'm a little bit bearish on the fact that Patrick Bailey is just going to be right away an offensive force. I think there's going to be a little bit of an adjustment. The league's going to adjust to him. He's going to take a step back. Doesn't matter. As far as his value goes, his value is on the field. His value is as a field general. That shouldn't go away. He's been incredible. I think Casey Schmidt is already starting to adjust to the adjustment that the league made. I don't know how that's going to go. There's still a long way for him to even be like halfway normal when it comes to swing decisions and plate discipline. But Luis Matos, that is the guy that I'm all in. I'm willing to look ridiculous in a few years just because you can't fake that kind of bat to ball skill, that kind of eye. He's got the athleticism. He's not chasing. He's not looking rushed. I write in like every other article, I mentioned that the last homegrown Giants outfielder to make the All-Star team is Chili Davis. And I'm tired of mentioning that. It's not a fun fact anymore. It's an unfun fact. So, let's go, Luis Matos. Let's get to the All-Star game.
Well, I'm sure there are other fan bases who feel this way also, but when you looked around over the last handful of years in the bigs and you see the Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s and the Acuñas and the Sotos, I think the thought was, how come we can't have a 21-year-old hot shot? And you speak to it with your Chili Davis comment, and I'm with you, Grant. Like Dibs just asked, if you're going to buy a jersey for one of your kids, who would it be? And I'm willing to be totally silly and 6 games in say that's the guy. So you think he's here to stay, huh?
I do. I don't think just the way he's handling himself, the at-bats he's having, like even when he's not getting hits, he's getting productive outs. He's moving Mike Yastrzemski to third in that 9th inning rally. He doesn't look intimidated by the big leagues, and you haven't even seen his real gap-to-gap power yet. So I think he's in. And yeah, you're right. Like you look around the league, and the Diamondbacks have Corbin Carroll, who's maybe one of the best players on the planet right now. And they drafted him 16th overall, right after the Angels drafted Will Wilson. It's not like the Diamondbacks out-scouted everyone. I mean, they kind of did. But he just fell to them, and they got a little bit lucky. That's what the draft is. And in the first round, the Giants have not gotten that little extra push of luck when they draft someone like Hunter Bishop, when they draft someone like Will Bednar. It's not someone who's rushing up to the majors right away. And darn it, I'm greedy. I want one. I want a prospect like that to cover. I want a Corbin Carroll, and so I'm hoping Luis Matos is that guy.
I think we're all hoping for that, and Kyle Harrison would be another prospect who could be equally awe-inspiring. You mentioned luck, and I'm reading your piece in The Athletic about ninth-inning comebacks and just how rare they are. How much of that would you attribute to luck or just a team that happens to be performing in the clutch a lot this year?
Yeah, I was on the fence about where to go with that as far as, how much is luck, and I wanted to go through and find the teams, like, did it happen more in the seasons where there was a long postseason run, or 1997 when you had the Destiny team that surprised everyone? Was it tied to grit? Was it tied to this? I don't think so. I think it is just sort of a little bit of luck of the draw. If you're a very good team, like the 2021 Giants, you're going to have more of those wins because you have more pieces to put in high leverage situations. You have more pitchers who can hold the line until that ninth inning when you can make that rally. You have more pinch hitters that you can put up there, platoon advantages that Gabe Kapler can play with. I don't want to dismiss it because players aren't robots. If it exists, I don't know if I can find it. But maybe that sort of grit and moxie and daring do, maybe it does exist. I don't know. It seems like they have it this year, that's for sure.
The Giants have won 9 in a row. Grant Brisbee, who's covered the team for many, many moons with The Athletic, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Grant, I know for fans this is hard to quantify, therefore hard to have an opinion about in 2023 because nobody even really seems to know what managers do anymore other than follow spreadsheets, right? But how do you think Gabe Kapler's doing this year?
How many, I'll answer the question with the question. How many complaints are you guys getting about the bullpen these days? Just guessing.
Not many.
Not that many.
Yeah, not many.
Yeah. When the pitchers are effective, you stop hearing a lot of complaints about the bullpen. And really, what he's doing with that bullpen, he's kind of treading new ground. There isn't a super established blueprint for what he's doing when it comes to Tristan Beck, Jacob Junis, Keaton Wynn, when you have Sean Manaea, when you're having these long relievers. They're pseudo-starters. You can think of the Giants as having a 4-man rotation right now or even a 3-man rotation and having to use bullpen games, or you can think of them as having like a 7-man rotation, except 3 of those starters or 4 of those starters are going to give you 4 innings, and they're going to come in the second inning. And he's been able to manage that deftly. I've really been impressed because it's not like he's putting Tristan Beck out there and he's pushing him for 3-4 innings, and then 2 days later he's out of relievers, and Tristan, get back in there. He's not grinding these guys down. When a Beck, when a Junis goes 3-4 innings, they get starter rest. They get 3-4 days of rest, and then they'll come back in. And what that's doing is it's taking so much pressure off of the Rogers twins. It's taking pressure off of John Brebbia when he's healthy, Scott Alexander when he's healthy. Right now you've got Ryan Walker and Luke Jackson. Luke Jackson, it's risky to rely on a high-leverage reliever who's coming off Tommy John surgery, but he's in a really sweet spot. He is not getting grounded to a fine powder. You think back to the days of Jim Brower, and you think back to get Doug Henry up for the 37th time in a row. That's not happening now. It's been kind of remarkable. And even when it was 2021 and the Giants had all these good arms and they were doing a lot of good things, they still had that problem when they were grinding some of their pitchers in the dust. I don't see that happening now, and I think Kapler deserves a lot of credit for that.
Grant Brisbee joining us. You come for the insights, but you stay for the random name drops. For those of us who are Brisbee acolytes.
And the poppycock.
Without a doubt.
I'm here for the poppycock.
I'm here for the random throw out of names just from days gone by. You mentioned the 7-man rotation. It's a 3-man, it's a 7-man, however you want to look at it. Does this work in October, or do they need to do something between now and the deadline, Grant?
I would think you can't always rely on this system. It's working now, and when it works, it looks like a stroke of genius. But you have to rely on 4 pitchers who are not necessarily established, but they are less than ultra established. Where you have Junis and Beck and Wynn, and you're counting on all of them to remain effective for this to work. If just one of those links in the chain starts getting a bad case of gopheritis, Junis has had his ups and downs, but he's generally been solid. just one of those links goes away, and then you have one less option to bring in a close game, one less option to stretch it out. When you've got a one-run game, you're kind of shying away from one of these struggling pitchers. Then the whole thing starts to fall apart. So to answer your question, yeah, I think one more starter makes a ton of sense, especially when you get to the postseason and you have Logan Webb. You know you can count on Logan Webb. You should be able to be confident in Alex Cobb when he comes back from the IL. And he's someone who can give you length. But one more guy in the postseason, I think, would make a ton of sense. It would make a ton of sense for the rest of the regular season as well.
Well, of course, we know the pitfalls of anyone coming out of the minors. But could that guy be Kyle Harrison? When do you think we're going to see him?
It could be Kyle Harrison. I mean, I do think the Giants aren't putting on a show about not calling him up. They are concerned about his command and his control. They're not stretching him out, so I think if he does come up, he would be more of the Tristan Beck type. He would be that Keaton Wynn, where you would see him in the middle innings. Maybe you'd see him like an Alex Wood, where you'd see him for the first 4 innings. But I'm not sure if they are feeling especially rushed to do that right now. Not with Wynn pitching well, not with Beck pitching well. I think they're content to let him apply his trade in Sacramento, get that command and control down. It could be that the plan is to have him be the secret weapon in the postseason or toward the end of the season, much like the Rays did with David Price when he came up last decade. I mean, that was a guy who made, I think, 1 appearance in the majors before he became a postseason sensation. So maybe that's the plan, maybe not. I don't think the urgency is necessarily there yet, even with Cobb on the IL and Stripling on the IL.
Is there a need to really define the back end of the bullpen and their roles because Camilo Doval has been so dominant, or can they just play everything off of Doval and kind of pick and choose when they want to use a Rogers or an Alexander?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And for all the praise that I was giving Kapler for his use of the long relievers and how it's protecting Luke Jackson and the Rogers twins, it's not really protecting Doval from overuse. If it's a close game and it's the 9th inning, it's Doval. If it's a tie game and they're at home, it's Doval. Doval's going to come in these situations, and the Giants are just good enough to have a lot of these situations, but not great enough to blow other teams out and not require Doval every night. So I actually wonder if there's a way to fold more Rogers saves. You know, if you look at the matchup and you see, okay, they've got a bunch of right-handers coming up, we're going to use Tyler. If you've got a bunch of left-handers coming up, maybe use Taylor. Or you can have, they can each get the other side out, so you have a mix and match there. I'm wondering if there's a way to back off of Doval a little bit. I know that sounds heretical because he's pitching so well, but that's the one arm that I worry about going into the September and October months.
Grant, are you getting ready to do a lot of writing about Shohei, or do you think that's just like pie in the sky? What do you think?
I mean, of course I'm going to write about it. I need those clicks. I need those subscriptions.
There you go.
Papa needs a new pair of shoes. So, yeah, I'll write about it. Will it happen? I mean, who can say yes after this offseason? I'm going to be, I have some sources all throughout baseball, and I'm hearing that a lot of teams want Ohtani. A lot of teams are going to be after him. So you can take that. That's breaking.
That is breaking.
So, yeah.
We normally have a sounder for that, Grant. I'm sorry that we didn't hit you with a more formal way for you to break that news, but, man, you had it here first on 95.7 The Game. Teams want Shohei.
I'm hearing at least 3 or 4 teams want Shohei Ohtani.
Okay.
So, there's going to be competition, and, does he want to play for the Giants? He wants to do what he wants to do. He came over before. He could have waited 2 years and come over and gotten that mega contract right away. He came over and was making the major league minimum because he just wanted to do it. He went to the Angels because that's where he wanted to play. He wanted to play with Mike Trout. He liked different parts of the area. He's not someone who's getting swayed by, I've always dreamed about wearing pinstripes, or, the ghosts of Wrigley speak to me when I sleep. He's not doing that stuff. It's just, where does he want to play? Maybe it is San Francisco. Maybe he just loves San Francisco for some reason, whether it's a baseball reason, whether it's a front office reason, whether it's a regional reason. I don't know, but that's going to be ultimately the decision. I think everyone's saying it's going to be the Dodgers because of the money, but he's already shown that is not what's most important to him. If money was the most important to him, he wouldn't have come over when he did.
Yep. No, it's a great point. And with the lack of what we hear directly from him, it feels like a complete guessing game for everybody. We'll keep tabs on that. We'll keep clicking on all of your stories, Grant. get you some new shoes. And thank you. Thanks for coming on, man.
You got it. I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
All right, there it is. Grant Brisbee, The Athletic, with the breaking news right here on 95.7 The Game that other teams will go after Shohei Ohtani as well.
At least 3 to 4 teams, he said. And he might be a little conservative in that, but I'm going to go with his reportage
there you go.
On this case because so thorough. Love talking to Grant because he looks at things from two different sides. One, he's a great baseball mind, analytical and smart, but he's also almost like a Peter Hartlaub in his offbeat, clever way that he looks at the game.
Both products of Burlingame High School.
Grant and Peter.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, the Burlingame High School pipeline to Bay Area media has been strong. The force is strong with that one. Grant Brisbee, Peter Hartlaub, Grant Liffman, Drew Schiller, my dad, if you want to make that's a little bit more of a leap. He wasn't in the media, but I am.
And you were San Mateo High.
I was San Mateo,
right,
but he taught at Burlingame High School for 40, some odd, 40, 25, some 35, a bunch of years. So, yeah. And Peter Hartlaub's dad also taught there.
Well, there you go.
You know that they were coworkers.
Yeah. Your dad and his dad.
Yes, exactly. And Peter Hartlaub's dad is like the most fit 80-some-odd-year-old man.
I just saw a picture of him on Father's Day,
That guy might
He was
as well.
on a bike. I mean, come on, Mr.
And he's
Hartlaub.
not 80. He's like 80
something.
8 or like 85 or I don't know. I got to look up. I mean, goals. He's just goals. Yeah.
I asked Grant about Grant Brisbee about the comebacks because he has a great piece in The Athletic and he runs down the record after entering the ninth inning trailing the Giants' historical records every single year. And this year's team, Mark, is second in win percentage all time among San Francisco Giants teams when entering the ninth inning trailing. They have a win percentage of 125, which doesn't seem good, but it's actually really good. They've won 4 of 32 games this year in which they've entered the ninth inning behind. And that's second only to the team in 2021 in terms of winning percentage going into the ninth while trailing.
There's a little magic going on. There's no question about it.
4 times they've come back when they enter the ninth inning trailing, which is a lot.
I wonder what that is, because it's just one of those sort of human feelings that you can't put your finger on. When you're watching a game and your team is behind, but your confidence remains high, and it just is a feeling. It's one of those gut instincts. I know this is a very well-traveled discussion in terms of gut instincts. Like, do you believe that there's something there, like trust the gut, and do you follow some sort of just feeling or vibe that you have? Because, again, I had it for a good portion of last night's game. And I don't know, maybe that is more tangible than we realize. Maybe it's because of what you just brought up, which is that this team has done it a lot. So you sort of feel like, well, then they can do it again. And they do sort of still exude confidence even when they're down. Although a big piece of these comebacks the last 2 nights has just been Padre relievers who can't throw a strike. It's not like the Giants came up and started clubbing the ball all over the yard. No, they just they were patient.
Yaz with the walk-off splash,
Yaz did,
3-run bomb. That was all because you were able to rally in the ninth. You got to extra innings and you got it done. And in this 9-game win streak, they have a 1-run win and they have 3 wins in extra innings and 2 walk-off wins. I mean, they found a way to get it done here in this 9-game streak. Yes, they've been dominant. They scored 15 in a game. They scored 11. And they scored 13 to start the run, 13-3 over the Cubs. So there have been beatdowns, there have been comebacks, there have been walk-offs, there have been extra inning wins. They've done it in a variety of ways.
I tell you, and going to the game last night, that really felt like a moment to sort of almost explore self in terms of what is it that you're excited about. There's really only there's 2 things that for me are hitting right now. It's obviously exciting to see new talent come from the farm system. And I did watch Luis Matos at bats a little bit differently than other at bats. I'll admit that completely. Like, that's the guy that really, really has my attention. Bailey is more of a really baseball fans type player. Like, if you're really deep into the game, even Brisbee said it, he's hitting over 300 right now. But if that falls to 250 or even 240 for his career, you're like, that's actually okay. Like if he can be a major league bat and do what he does behind the plate, field general, that's everything. I think, especially as a switch hitter, that's huge if the Giants just solidified that position. So that's a piece of it. And then the other piece of it is, I don't know about you, I just feel like over the last 3 weeks, even though they'd been playing better, the last 2 weeks have solidified for me, okay, we have a contender. I know it's early, but yes, for me, that's what this has meant. We've got a contender. We got a team that is going to head into the All-Star break either in first or within a stone's throw of first place, it would appear.
For me to be called a contender, you have to be able to get some distance from being a 500 club. So I was kind of waiting to see this team do that before I could honestly look at them and say, yeah, you're a contender. Because I mentioned before the year even started, I was asking you if you thought that this year would kind of be like a Warriors year where they're 3 or 4 below or 3 or 4 above 500 all year, kind of yo-yoing in between. And I threw that out as a possible way that the season would go. And you didn't refute it in terms of, no way, this team's going to be this or they're going to be that. You kind of bought into that notion of, they'll be 16 and 19. They'll be 34 and 31. They'll be 52 and 54, kind of a back and forth. But now they sit 9 games above on the strength of a 9-game win streak. But even beyond that, when they were 6 below and now they're 9 above. So it's been 15-game reversal. It feels now that they've gotten permanent distance above 500, which to me makes them a real contender.
Yeah, no question. They are actually at this hour, they are leading the wild card chase. There are 3 teams that go, but they are the first place wild card team. They would be the 4 seed, if you will. So they're now leading it. But the Phillies, who are not even in it, are only 2 games behind. So, yes, with full acknowledgement that this could turn in an absolute heartbeat, you watch the way they play baseball, and you think to yourself, yeah, as I said yesterday, this works. You change the slogan to "It's working." Now, they would never do that because that puts a lot of pressure on them to win baseball games. But that's my slogan right now for the Giants this year. It's working.
And it's better than their current slogan
Nothing like it.
Yeah. Giants baseball, nothing like it.
It's still one of my
No one likes us.
It's still one of my favorite things we ever talked about.
The translation.
What was the phrase in Spanish?
Nadie como nosotros.
Nadie como nosotros. So we put it in the Google Translator, and it says Giants baseball. Nobody like us. Yeah.
Well, everybody likes you now,
they
Giants.
Did. When they were 6 and 13, nobody did. I'm like, nobody likes us. I don't even like them.
But now that you've won 24 of 33 and you're chanting, "Let's go Giants" on your way out of the building, everybody likes you.
How about that, man? The chanting. They're chanting on the way out of the building last night.
Chants are back.
Yeah, in June. So 888-957-9570. Open the rest of the way, and we'd absolutely love to take your calls on what has you the most excited after what you're seeing. What has caught your attention with regard to this Giants team? What aspect of what you see has your attention the most? So we'll take your calls on that next. Also let you hear from some of the key players, some of the key moments last night, including where the hell was Juan Soto in the 9th inning. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru.
Well, they found another way. The Giants now have won 9 straight.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Later, hater. Oh, that's what I was yelling during that whole at bat. Later, hater. There's not much in baseball that's better than watching Josh Hader mess up. And you can feel it coming. I was just like, and it almost looked like the way Jock was sort of approaching the at bat. Just foul it off if it's in a tough spot or it's a maybe on the black. Just foul it off because the guy's going to throw 4 wide ones if you give him enough of a chance, and he did. And the Giants have indeed won 9 in a row. There was one thing that was disconcerting about last night's game, just from a personal standpoint. I'd like to share it with you. And get
Go
your
ahead,
thoughts,
yeah.
if I may.
Sure.
Okay. I'd like you to tell me whether or not I should allow my oldest son, Abe, to have dinner tonight.
Okay.
On the way into the game, while wearing a Buster Posey City Connect jersey, big fan, very excited to be there. Giants hat on, squarely ready to go. He is ready to root for his team. This kid says to me, I hope the Giants win tonight, but Fernando Tatis goes 4 for 4 with a homer.
Fantasy baseball.
And I looked at him and I said, I don't want to talk to you about this right now. That's not how we do this. We are here to see the Giants win the game. Oh, okay, Dad. Whatever. I'm hungry. Let's get some chicken strips. All right, sit down and watch the game. Okay? Tatis comes out, whack, base hit right away, first inning, leading off the game.
Does he clap?
No, he's chilling.
Quiet fist bump?
He's chilling.
Okay.
Just kind of gave me a little wry grin, like, because he didn't come around to score. So he's like, okay, this is good, right? Dad, I just got 2 points from that. Okay, great.
Nice.
All right. So then we get to what inning? Was it 5th inning? 6th inning? When did Tatis tattoo one?
That was the 5th.
Okay.
Off Disco. Disco, watch it go.
Disco, a go. All right. Disco twirls one toward home plate. Whack.
High drive. Center field.
The second he hit it.
Out of here.
Dibs. This kid.
Adios, pelota.
You never know what a person's actually thinking until you get their immediate organic response. Because we are humans. We can lie to one another. You can tell me that you didn't want it to be a home run all you want. But I heard your organic reaction. Down 2-1 in the 5th inning. Whack! He makes contact. The kid goes, get up. Get up.
Like, be a high fly ball that's caught? Or get up like...
He yelled at least 2 get-ups, potentially 3.
Oh, boy. Because
after I heard the first 2, my whole world just went red. I'm like, you got...
Stretch.
You're going to sit next to me and eat the food that I bought you with
You better be careful.
the ticket that Christy bought you.
Oh, boy.
And you're going to yell, get up, when Tatis hits one deep twice. I was looking at him and I'm like, man, I'm not paying for any more of your gas anymore. We're not doing this.
We're not doing get up.
Looks at me, he goes,
shout out Mike Greenberg.
I was kidding. No, you weren't kidding.
No, you weren't kidding.
I heard you within seconds of that ball coming off the bat. This kid's go, get up.
He meant Matos get up so he could get up and rob that is what he meant.
Uh-huh. So then, of course, he's peacocking after the game. He goes, Dad, remember what I said on the way in? Giants win by 1, but Tatis goes 4 for 4 with a homer. They won by 1, and he went 3 for 5 with a homer. It's exactly what I wanted. I said, I don't know if I'm ever bringing you to another game again. So you can call this whatever the hell you want, but it's unacceptable. It's not how we do it. Next time, you bench that guy on your way into the stadium.
Right.
Play somebody else that night.
Because that's what you do when your best player goes against the 49ers.
Yeah, usually it is.
You bench him.
If I don't have, if I get another option, absolutely.
You're not benching Tatis Jr. in.
It's one night of 162 games.
But he's facing DeSclafani. Am I right or am I right?
Fair point.
And the guy right now is scalding.
No, he's
Tatis
amazing.
is hot.
He's very good. He's their best player. I know they've got that whole lineup, and he's coming off the PEDs, and Soto is starting to hit a little bit, but like it's obvious when you go to one of their games. You can just hear the way the ball comes off that bat. You can look at the athleticism, the way he has just switched positions and snap of a finger, made that work. He has solidified himself. I think everyone's question when there's a PED thing, you're like, oh, maybe he's not that good, actually. Maybe it was the PEDs. Well, he's come back and shown that, yes, he is that good. He is that good. He's their best player, so I totally get it. But, yeah, I'd have benched that sucker. If I'm going to the game, I don't want to be conflicted. Because, yeah,
he wasn't conflicted. Your son asked for and got what he wanted. My official ruling As a father of 3.
Yeah, does he eat tonight?
He eats tonight. Because honestly,
we're going out too, so that's.
If I may borrow from a 1970s commercial, I learned it from you, Dad. Because the only reason why he's playing fantasy sports is because you taught him fantasy sports.
All right, that's true.
Your kids are sports junkies because you are a sports junkie. So I learned it from you, Dad. So because he learned it from you, and I want winners, you don't bench Tatis. Now, the fist pump, definite yellow. And for him to say, get up, get up.
Dude, he gave a
that's
get
a yellow
up,
card.
Get up.
He gets a yellow. He doesn't get a red for that.
Tried to whisper it like it was so. I'm like, I can't believe you're sitting here next to me. You got my food that I bought you on stained on your Giants jersey.
Oh, jeez.
And you're giving me a get up when Tatis hits it deep? Oh, so offended.
My big issue is his lack of judgment because that ball didn't need to get up. That was a bomb ski in every park in America.
But you know when you're sitting at the park, the angle
and you're in
sometimes,
left field, exactly.
You see those people in the upper deck, like somebody pops the ball up on the infield, and they're like, yeah! They think it's a homer. It's like, no, it's not a homer.
I think I'm with Dibs here, but if something goes wrong and your team loses, if you're rooting for someone else on the other team, you got to wear that. If like Tatis hit a walk-off or a go-ahead homer in the 9th inning, it's all on him.
What does that mean? Wear it. Like, what if the Padres had won 3-2 last night and his home run was the game-winning shot? Then what? Wear it means what?
I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah. I just remember.
Like he's got to turn his Giants jersey around and wear it backwards on the way to the car?
He's got to stain fight his own jersey at that point.
Do his own
spilled
laundry?
sauce on your City Connect. You got to wash your own City Connect, son.
Or you could just not bring him to another game ever again.
Ever again.
Mm-hmm.
But then that gets dicey because Mark wants to go to games, and you can't bring the 9-year-old without bringing the 17-year-old.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Definitely can.
Absolutely, you can.
Okay. Was he rooting for Tatis?
Yeah. You want to? You.
Now, little man had Cronenworth on his team.
No, big man's got his own car. You pay for your own damn parking, and you don't get the media rate there, buddy. Okay?
Wow. Scoreboard. Scoreboard, Abe.
9-year-old is over here. 9-year-old still got quarters for eyes. Everybody's a hero. Yaz, Wade, Matos. Like the kid is like,
Dad, you got to talk to Keaton Wynn today?
The whole thing is just memorized, and everybody's a hero.
Yeah.
And he can't believe that the Giants won. Whole stadium is standing up while Jock's at the plate. Kid asked me if I could pick him up so he can stand in his own seat because he can't see. Everything is magical. Everything's magical. Big brother, 7 years later. Get up. Get up. Oh, my gosh. Took everything. I wanted to reach across and grab that jersey right off his body.
Do you guys remember the last game at Candlestick, the last 49ers game? The Navarro Bowman interception?
Oh, sure.
Against the Falcons?
I was there for that game.
It's a great game. So I had Tony Gonzalez on my fantasy team. And there was I think they were up by 10 with like 2 minutes left. Tony Gonzalez gets a garbage time touchdown, and I start celebrating because it won me my fantasy matchup because it was a Monday night.
Right.
And then, thank you. And then the next play was the onside kick, and the Falcons get the ball back, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I just cost the 49ers a win of the last game at Candlestick. They needed it to go to the playoffs, and I was just about ready to commit to never playing fantasy sports again because it was so terrible. And then Navarro Bowman happened, and it was all fine.
It's a little bit better because at least your team was behind. Like if the Giants had been up 6-1 and Tatis gets into a solo shot, I would have been less offended. But they had just put their first run on the board, and this guy comes out to get it right back to take a 2-run lead halfway through the game. And this kid gives me get up twice. Oh, I wanted to vomit.
That's great.
I wanted to vomit. Kid. All right. Anyway, Willard and Dibs, and very glad you're with us. What about this? Here's another thing that I was thinking about with this Giants team. And this is where we'd love to get some of your reaction. 888-957-9570. I think the whole Bay Area is coming out of what has been 6 months of Warriors discussion. And if you go back 6 months, obviously that was 49er playoffs also.
Sure.
So you're coming out of 49ers, you get into Warriors, there's the Brock Purdy thing. That'll last on and off all summer. And the Warriors here at times over the next few weeks, including tomorrow, when you and I will be at Chase Center to cover the NBA draft. The Warriors, thank you. They're gonna do something. And so there's going to be newsy days. But the overall vibe about the Golden State Warriors, I feel right now, is this idea of they're stuck and they can't find a way out. And the declining older guys, the young guys who didn't blend, and so the Warriors, it's done. And it's not going to happen, and they're stuck in financial hell, and we don't know what they're going to do. And I was thinking about what you're seeing from the Giants just in the last 3 weeks. And I wonder if this can be exhibit number 432, if you will, of like, do you ever look at seasons like this and kind of shake yourself on the idea of stuff that you don't see coming can happen in sports all the time? I find this whole conversation to be a little bit of a head scratcher, to be honest with you. Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. I guess here's another way to say it. If you're going to compare right now how a Warrior fan feels about their chances to win a title next year versus how a Giants fan felt about their chances to win the title at the beginning of this year, how would you compare those two?
The Warriors fan feels like they have a much better chance than the Giants fan did in mid-March, even late April, even mid-May. The Giants fan at 17-23, a quarter of the way into the year, wouldn't have looked at that and thought, yeah, we got a good chance. Warrior fan looks at it right now with all the questions you laid out. Will Poole and Kuminga be here? Who do they take at 19? And all the rest of the questions. Can Jordan and Draymond get along? We might have beaten that one into the ground. We're going to find out in the coming days and weeks if they can or if they even get to. But right now, Warrior fan looks at their chances not knowing the answers to a lot of questions, and you still feel pretty good about your chances. But I think right now, Giants fan would feel as good, if not better. Right now, in this moment, on this day, first day of summer, June 21st, 2023, you've won 9 in a row. You're the wild card leader. The youth movement has arrived, and people are chanting, "Let's go Giants," after walk-off wins at home.
In June, yeah.
The Dodgers are injured. The Padres are overrated. And the Diamondbacks might as well play in Missouri, the show me state. Shout out Guru. It's his bit, because I'm not believing in Arizona. It feels more and more like the Giants fans, among me, being maybe the diehardiest of them all, we feel like the Giants have a great chance to win the title now. I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah, I guess the point is I try to remind myself this at the beginning of every season. Luckily, because we live here where I can't even remember, quite frankly, the last time one of these teams went into a year feeling the way the Kansas City Royals or even the Oakland A's did at the beginning of this year, where it's like, this is not, there's optimism and there's pessimism. There's years where you're a favorite. There's years where you're not. But never seemingly in the last 20, 30 years has there been a year where you went in and you're just like, look, we're not even here to compete right now.
Interesting.
We're just doing something else.
I think first year of Shanahan was that year.
Okay.
Because you look at that roster, and we can go back and pull up some of the names. They had nobody. They had absolutely no talent outside of Joe Staley.
And you're searching for a quarterback. And if you're searching for a quarterback, you're not in the discussion.
New head coach, no quarterback, and a roster that was completely devoid of much talent. And you open up the year 0-10. That felt like the last time the Niners were in that spot. The Giants, even like after 10, 12, and 14, 16, they were in the playoffs. And there were years where they could have and should have been, right in there. So you'd have to go back to probably 2007 or 8, the post-Barry, pre-Buster couple of years where it didn't feel like they had much going on.
Yeah, so we're taking calls on that. What caught your attention the most over the last 3 weeks with the Giants? 888-957-9570 is the number, but here's sort of what I'm getting at. What's happening with the Giants right now is the most special stuff in sports. And all we got to do is go back even just a year with the Warriors to realize it. Or go back to the year, whatever it was, year 3 or year 4, with Kyle Shanahan, as you just mentioned, where the 49ers ended up in the Super Bowl. I remember both sports radio stations in town did the whole, right, you get your preseason predictions, and what's everybody doing? And the best I could find was someone thought the 49ers were going to go 6-10. And I got made fun of as I often do, for being Captain Positive, because I went out there and said something stupid, like I think the Niners could surprise you and go 10-6 this year. Something stupid.
Captain Positive again.
10-6.
Captain Saving Niner.
Yeah, they went 13-3 and ended up in the Super Bowl. So the Warriors last year, the parade, which, by the way, was that a year ago today?
Yesterday.
Okay, a year ago yesterday. And I know you remember one of the things we talked about that day, which was of all 4 championships, where did this one rank? Most people said second because there's nothing like your first time. But what made last year so special was what? It was a surprise.
Yeah, unexpected.
Sports are so much better when you don't see them coming. It's one of the things I've criticized with baseball for years in a team like the New York Yankees. It's like, if you're going to just spend $300 million and everyone else is going to spend $50 and then you win, what did you really achieve? There's a little bit too much of that in baseball where it feels like Billy Madison, where an adult is playing dodgeball with kindergartners. It feels like that a little bit too much. But when you get this, when you get something where let's be honest, Giants fans, we started the year off livid. We were one of two emotions. We were mad or we were bored or maybe both. And now, 2 months later, you're 41-32. You got the second best record in the entire National League. You're second in the National League in run differential. You're on an unbelievable streak. They win tonight, and they have the longest streak in 20 years for San Francisco Giants baseball. And no wonder people are chanting at the ballpark on the way out. Because if this goes somewhere, it was unexpected. And that is, for me, that's the best stuff that can happen to a sports fan.
Yes, especially when it happens at this point in the year, because then you continue to get this enthusiasm and you get the adrenaline built up about this team. And let's be fair about where we are in the sports calendar right now on June 21st. Even if the Warriors would have gone deeper in the playoffs, we still are beyond the end of the NBA discussion. The Nuggets parade was about 10 days ago, so we're not even thinking NBA until the draft tomorrow when we go live from Chase Center. And then after that, we do have free agency. But NBA-wise, in terms of the heat on June 21st, it's about a 2 on a scale of 1 to 10. Tomorrow it ramps back up, and then in subsequent days. But on this day, with the draft, them picking at 19, it's a 2, I think, on the topic thermometer. And the 49ers right now are a 1.
It's dormant.
On a scale of 1 to 10. And, when we get to August, they'll be a 7 or an 8. And then you get to September, and they're a 9 or a 10 every single day. And we know that. But right now is the Giants' time to shine, and shine they are.
Well, it's funny that we're talking about the word sustainability so much today. Rich Aurelia started it this morning with Bonte and Joe, questioning the sustainability of the way the Giants are going about their pitching.
It's hard to sustain the way they're doing things now for the long term, because if you keep bringing in Beck to throw 4 or 5 innings, or Mania to throw 4 or 5 innings, or whoever else wins to throw 4 or 5 innings, well, but then that affects your bullpen, right? So then those guys got to come in sooner and eat up more innings. So my concern isn't today. My concern is, what does that bullpen and the rotation look like going into August?
So I think this is a really good point, and I think this is an interesting point. And so there are 2 thoughts going on in my head with regard to the word sustainability. One of the reasons I'm so excited about this run right now with the Giants is not because it's just, they're playing well, they're winning games, and there are some young guys. Part of it is the young guys, because they sort of are attached to my point. Doesn't it feel right now like what the Giants are doing, and wasn't this always the goal, what they're doing right now could last well beyond this year?
Absolutely.
Does it not feel that way?
It does, and you and I played this game a couple of weeks ago where we went through the roster and looked at who is under team control, who are core guys, and we came up with 12 or 13, and I don't think we yet were counting the likes of Keaton Wynn. We might have counted Luis Matos because he hadn't been here yet, but we counted him,
see him coming.
Kyle Harrison, and we counted more than a dozen players upon whom you can bank, not only now, but in the future. And now these kids are playing well enough to where it becomes a now discussion. It's not just boy, when they all get experience, next year is going to be fun.
Right. Like you can start to sprinkle in free agents. That's fine. But Lamont Wade's not going anywhere. Estrada's not going anywhere. Schmidt, Matos, Bailey, Webb, Doval, if Harrison comes up.
Yaz, Estrada.
Yeah, exactly. None of them are going. So that is incredibly exciting to me. However, the other point that Rich Aurelia brings up, I wonder, and I wish we could have Farhan back on again today to ask him this question. Well, we bring up the deadline a lot, and people go, okay, well, the deadline is kind of like Steiny's point today. Well, that's 6 weeks away. What are we talking about that now for? Why do you have to wait? Why do you have to wait? If I'm the Giants, I'm going to get real interested real fast in calling some of these teams who have pitchers who are going to be available and say, look, let's talk about this right now. They'll say, it might cost you a little more. My answer, that's fine. Let's talk about this now. Think about how you beat people in life, right? How do you get an A boarding pass on Southwest?
You check in 24 hours exactly ahead of time.
And in fact, sometimes that doesn't even work because you got the people that get the auto boarding pass that gets lined up. But you beat people to the punch by showing up early. How do you make sure you get the bobblehead? When it's bobblehead night and the first 10,000 are getting bobbles.
You know somebody in the front office.
Okay, that's a good point.
And you have them bring it to your job. You get there early, Mark.
I did.
Sorry, I didn't mean to joke around. Because this is a good point you're making.
We sat there in the press box and they brought them to us. That's true. That's true. But
my son home from college just got a box. I'm like, oh my God, I remember when I got you this one.
Oh, right.
There's a John Miller one in there. There's all kinds of bobbleheads.
I love that. Exactly. But that's
to your point.
Just get there first.
Yeah.
Just get there first.
And also, if you do that, you would get an additional 6 to 8 starts from this guy. So is it really costing you more if you're getting more bang for your prospect buck?
Well, look, it's not a name that resonates. I guarantee you 99% of our audience has never even heard of the guy. But we brought this up. This ended up coming up on the crossover earlier. Just doing some digging in starting pitchers who are available right now. Eduardo Rodriguez, who has playoff experience. He's left-handed. He's with the Detroit Tigers, who are 9 games under 500. But he's hurt right now. He's not going to be back for another month. I have an idea. Get him now. Get him now.
And I would love
Why
to.
not?
Let's file this away for Doc Pandia when he joins us, and maybe
I love this.
Maybe I'll reach out to him directly and ask him about how you recover from a ruptured A4 pulley in your finger, because this is an injury. I mentioned it earlier. I had never heard of this injury, but doing the research, the pulley attaches the tendon to the bone. Sounds like it's pretty important for a pitcher who needs to grip.
Right, but it's also a finger. It's not his arm. It's not his elbow. It's not a ligament.
Right, but it's the thing that allows you to grip the ball, and pitching is about grip as much as it is about arm and elbow and shoulder.
Right, but it will heal is what I'm saying. It's not like one of those mysterious, I had a twinge in my shoulder, my back.
My neck and my back.
Right, exactly. So I just think what Rich Aurelia is saying is true. The San Francisco Giants are having all these come from behind wins, which tells me their starting pitchers are falling behind. And so that's great that they can come back. And it's great that they've won 9 in a row. But I was in the building last night, and I can tell you firsthand, and not that you needed to be there last night, you could probably feel this on TV too. There is not a lot of confidence in Anthony DeSclafani when he's facing Tatis, Machado, Soto, and Bogarts all lined up in a row. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. It's not terrifying when Logan Webb is doing it. When Cobb is healthy, it's not terrifying. But they're going to need more starting pitchers, and I wonder, why do you got to wait? Why do you got to wait till July 28th?
Well, you don't.
Okay.
I mean, you don't. And
then I would be a proponent of doing something now.
Yeah, and I think that the Giants would be as well, but it kind of defeats the purpose to bring in Eduardo Rodriguez if he can't pitch until July 28th anyway. Now, I know the price for him might be a little bit lower now than it will be when he gets healthy, assuming he's able to pitch again in 4 weeks. The estimates are late July, early August, so right about the deadline. You may not actually get him to pitch before the deadline, so would it really benefit you to get this particular player right now?
I mean, for those of you who are deeper Giants fans, you know that this is a thing that they've done. he never ended up pitching for the Giants, but they went out. Remember, I was all excited last year about Matthew Boyd. I thought Matthew Boyd.
Keep your eyes on Matthew Boyd.
And then they traded him.
Yeah,
they traded him, and they got prospects for the guy, and he never pitched for the Giants.
And according to Lucas in the back, they got served on that trade.
You don't know yet because the prospects they got, we don't know what they're going to turn into. But Boyd is racking up some stuff right now. Is the Mariners? Is he with Seattle, Lucas? Is that where Boyd went? Boyd and Casali? Did they go to Seattle, I think? I can't remember where they went.
He's with the Tigers now.
Yeah,
that's where the trade happened.
Yeah,
Tigers signed him to a 1-year, $10 million deal.
Well, that's where he was before. He used to be with the Tigers when the Giants signed him. And they thought he's going to get healthy midseason, and he'll be good for us. And then by the time he was healthy, the Giants were out of it, and they dealt him. So
the Giants got Michael Streifler.
Yes.
And Andy Thomas.
Very exciting young players.
You're so
I don't know who they are.
Michael Streifler is Double-A.
See?
4.5 ERA.
Oh, he's crushing it. That's lower than what Tristan Beck had last year.
He was in Sacramento last year. Didn't do well.
Okay.
And then, so he's
Andy
gone from
doing?
AAA back to Double-A. Andy Thomas, as we keep the content rolling here on 95.7 The Game, he's in Richmond. Good little hitter, hitting 208. OPS is 645. So
remember, that is a pitcher's league, Double-A Richmond.
Thank you.
Even Matos was struggling there for a period of time.
Arizona Fall League, he had an OPS of 584.
Oh, that's exciting.
Not a pitcher's league.
No, not a pitcher's league.
And last year in, I want to say it's Norway, but that's the Northwestern League.
Yeah, I don't think he was in Norway.
844 for, he traded from Everett to Eugene. In High A.
Okay.
He was all right in High A. He's struggling in Double A.
Okay, that's fine.
Farhan got served.
Yeah.
That's
perfect.
Yeah.
How about Luke Jackson? That was another one. They signed Luke Jackson. He's coming off of a big injury. Now he's a big part of the bullpen potentially for the second half of the season. So, a lot. Alex Cobb was a guy who they got at a good rate because he was coming off of injury. Like, this is something that they do. They target these guys.
I get it, and I don't think it's a terrible strategy. I'm just saying if you're going to trade for a guy in late June to beat the market, it kind of defeats the purpose if he can't pitch until late July anyway.
I don't know.
If he can even pitch in late July.
I don't know. Or maybe the reverse happens, right? Maybe, the price goes up if he comes out and throws 7 shutout innings for the Tigers on July 20th. And maybe the Tigers want to hold on to him for that point. But this is more not even about that specific pitcher. It's more about the concept. Do it now because whether this is going to bite you at some point because people will wear out or just the fact that, hey, the last 3 weeks have afforded you now like you're one of the big boys in the National League. So start fortifying the group now because it feels like they need help now. They've got the same opener throwing tonight. Who threw Monday night? That tells me they don't have a rotation.
Right.
They've got no rotation.
Well, we talked about it earlier, and I think it's a 2.5-man rotation basically at this point, and that's not sustainable. And, you heard Laura Britt and Richie Aurelia with the morning roast today saying the same thing in terms of sustainability. And you and I mentioned it yesterday, 13 straight in 13 days coming out of the break in 5 different cities. That will tax you, especially if you get into some bullpen type of games where these guys are all going to have to throw. It's going to be a lot of Farhan shuffling of guys up and down just to keep fresh arms in the room.
No doubt. And speaking of which, Grant Brisbee, The Athletic, if you missed any portion of the conversation, download the Odyssey app, subscribe to Willard and Dibs. You can go ahead and hear the interview in full for Giants content. But one of the things he talked about was Gabe Kapler managing this pitching staff and the bullpen.
What that's doing is it's taking so much pressure off of the Rogers twins. It's taking pressure off of John Brebbia when he's healthy, Scott Alexander when he's healthy. Right now you've got Ryan Walker and Luke Jackson. I mean, Luke Jackson, it's risky to rely on a high-leverage reliever who's coming off Tommy John surgery, but he's in a really sweet spot. He is not getting grounded to a fine powder. I mean, you think back to the days of Jim Brower, and you think back to the, get Doug Henry up for the 37th time in a row. That's not happening now. It's been kind of remarkable. And even when it was 2021 and the Giants had all these good arms and they were doing a lot of good things, They still had that problem when they were grinding some of their pitchers into dust. I don't see that happening now, and I think Kepler deserves a lot of credit for that.
Well, I tell you what. So what are we? 40 was it 74 games in? Is that right? 74
that's right.
games in?
Feels about right.
Have you heard one
73 in, I think.
Have you heard, yeah, you're right, 41 and 32. 73 games in.
Yep.
Have you heard a Kepler complaint yet? Have we gotten one call this whole season complaining about Gabe Kepler?
I'd have to go back and look, but I don't recall that many.
What's the game that he supposedly blew? Bob Melvin in San Diego, I can promise you this, has had 2 in the last 48 hours.
Right.
What's the game this year where people were like, freaking Kepler?
The opener.
The opener?
When he didn't throw at Aaron Judge.
Oh.
Such a candy soft move. And you got shut out.
I've reached a point where I'm able to have this conversation with you and just laugh it off.
Good. Laugh it up.
It took me weeks.
If you wind up a game out of where you want to be, then you talk to me, Captain Save a Cap.
I will. I don't think hitting Aaron
Here you
Judge.
go, Aaron. Have a cookie. You want 91 on the inner half? Here you go, big fella.
I love that you make it sound like their choices were to either hit him or let him hit a home run.
Light him up.
Well, how about get him out?
You can't do it.
Anyway, you can. He doesn't get a hit every time. I wanted to get him out.
Can't do it.
Yeah, they didn't get him out.
They couldn't do it. What? I think he went 5 for 5 that game. 2 for 4.
2 for 4. See, they got him out twice.
Attaboy.
Twice they got him out.
Logie.
Yeah.
Here you go, AJ.
Logie was struggling a little bit.
Yeah, he was.
At the beginning of the year. But, yeah, has there been a Kepler complaint?
I don't think so.
And it's just interesting. You know, I mean, I get it. We got to the beginning of the year, and it was very much like, okay, Farhan can't get a free agent. They're mad about Carlos Correa. And this Kepler dude with his beard and his cooking on Instagram, and good Lord, it's nauseating. And I think we understand, right? If they go on a 6-game losing streak, Kepler goes right back to being annoying again. It's quirky when they win. It's annoying when they lose. I think he gets it. He's one of those polarizing personalities, and so that's fine. But here we are. Here we are at 41 and 32 and the second best record in the National League. And the complaints that we've heard for the better part of, 12 months have gone totally silent. Anyone got any complaints? What could you even say right now? What could you say? We asked this yesterday. One person called in and goes, well, I still don't know if Farhan can sign the big ticket.
Right.
Okay, that's fair.
And that is fair, but right now you're 9 games above. You've won 9 straight, and you've been scalding. And really, it's been more than just since they were 6 games below 500. They were 5-11 at one point this year. And I think that's when Kepler was getting his most criticism. And it wasn't any specific thing. I'm looking at the game log right now, and you had that 2-game series in Detroit. It should have been 3, but you had that funky rain out.
Yep.
You got walked off in consecutive 11th innings by the Detroit flippin' Tigers. And I think at that point, that's when Giants fans were probably at their angriest. Then you went to Miami and you lost the first 2. You were a little jet lagged because you had a non-game in Detroit. You had to go right to Miami. And Miami's better than people think. And I am a believer in Miami in terms of a long-term this year, being a playoff type of team. I think they're underrated. But you lost, that's 5 in a row. Mm-hmm. And you lost 8 of 10 in that stretch to fall to 5-11. At that point, there was maybe not specific criticism of Kepler, but there was rumblings. There was murmurs about, what do you do? Now, are these guys both going to be intertwined? Because if you fire Cap, do you get rid of Farhan and vice versa? There was some of that chatter after a bad start.
Absolutely. People were talking contracts. Do you want to know? I finally remembered it. Do you want to know which caller had the biggest Kepler complaint so far this year? It was when Alex Wood called us. Do you remember?
That's right.
He was mad about getting yanked out of the game the night before after 5 innings. And he was cruising. Now, the Giants went on to win, but he admitted it. He's like, look, we won the game, but yeah, I thought I had every right to continue in that game. He was very open and honest with us. And that's what competitors will do. I dig that. I dig that he had the courage to go ahead and say that publicly, and it didn't turn into any sort of a thing with the Giants. Those decisions have to be made in the moment without knowing what's going to happen next, and that's difficult. So Yeah, that not every single one of them is going to feel good. I just
that was
noticed,
April 11th.
Okay, and where were they in the standings?
They were hosting the Dodgers. He went 4 2/3. He allowed 1 hit, and he allowed 3 walks. He had 5 punchies, and he got lifted. And the Giants would go on to win 5-0. He didn't get the win, and I know that wins.
Oh, that's what it was.
Wins aren't what they used to be.
That's what it was.
But he went 4 2/3, and he had a 1-hitter, and they went on to win the game. That was game 11. So I guess at that point the Giants would have been, I think, 5-5 or 5-6 at that point.
Was it that early in the year?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here, April 11th.
It doesn't feel like it was that early. Yeah. Okay.
But that was a criticism going back to last year, where pitchers were a little bit cheesed at, his we feel as if you've thrown enough.
No, Logan has expressed this before.
Right.
Zach Littell is no longer on the team because of being pulled when he didn't want to be pulled. But by the way, I still look back on that experience as a moment when Giants fans can understand the backing that guys like Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi have from the organization. There's always 2 conversations when someone is struggling, a coach or a manager or an executive. There's the what do the fans think of this person, and then what does the organization think of this person? And I've always thought over the last year or 2 that the organization thinks much higher of Gabe and Farhan than the fan base does.
For sure.
Right? Like, all you need to know in terms of what the organization thinks of what these guys are doing. Gabe Kapler goes to the mound. Zach Littell wheels his head around, gives him a whatever he gives him. Cap struts to the dugout, tells him, get your butt down in the tunnel right now. We need to talk. They go down the tunnel. We've never seen Gabe this animated. He lights into him in whatever way he does. That dude was DFA'd. He was sent to the minors and gone the next morning.
Yeah.
And he now plays for Tampa. That's the backing that Gabe has from the organization. That's all you needed to see.
Yeah, and that was, I was thinking of how quickly he got DFA'd, and it might have been before Gabe even left his office that night. He did the media thing. And
he was getting sent down, yeah.
No doubt. And to handle it in that fashion, and also back to the Alex Wood outing where he goes 4 2/3, it's a 2-0 game, and he gets lifted, even though Wood is upset, and I'm sure he expressed his feelings to Kapler, and he came on our show and said the same thing. You didn't lose, Alex Wood. Wood doesn't become a disgruntled player. He doesn't escalate it beyond that, and it's like a difference of opinion, and I'm sure Cap sat him down and said, this is the way we're going to do things, Alex. You had gone through and thrown 75 pitches, and it's only April, and this is what we're doing, and as a player and a manager, if you're transparent about what you're going to do, you can live with it.
It's funny, man. Do you think that the people who run these shows ever sit around, and I bet they do, behind closed doors, and just marvel at what the public at large says about them and about what's going on? We could take this to any one of these groups. Like if you're Klay Thompson right now, if you're Draymond Green, and you've had the experience that you've had the last 10 years, how are you feeling right now about what the public is saying about you? Like,
that's an interesting question to me, because if you're a smart athlete, you see it both ways.
Okay.
You look at it and you go, these fans, they've got no idea what we do. They've got no clue. But the other piece of it, thank God these fans care so much, even though they have no idea.
No doubt.
Thank God there are fans out there who want to bench me as Klay Thompson and who want me gone as Draymond Green and who think my laminated play sheet is all I've got as Kyle Shanahan and think that, Steve Kerr is this and Bob Myers is that. Without that sort of nonsensical passion, none of these guys make as much money as they make.
That's a great point.
So I do see it, but your way, though, too.
Yeah, well, no, you just wonder if I think they get very good at having a thick skin. I think you have to. Many people, many jobs are that way. I think ours is that way. It's nowhere near at the same level, but I had this conversation with Abe on the way to the car last night. He was showing me something that one of us said on the internet. Look at these people. Look at all the comments, Dad. And I go, you know what? In our business, you learn real quick to be totally unaffected by what stuff gets said on the internet. It's okay. And I'm sure they're that way too. But 2 years ago, Farhan Zaidi was a damn genius. It was like he had figured out the code. And he was the only one. And we all sat here and watched it. I mean, I had Giants players on the show, and they're going, "In Farhan we trust." They're screaming it into the microphones. Everybody was like, "This guy's incredible." And don't forget that I was manager of the year.
Thank you.
He wins manager of the year, and you couldn't find one person outside of maybe JD. He didn't like Gabe Kapler. But other than that, you couldn't find one person who was not complimenting these two. Somehow a year later, they were overrated buffoons. And then Farhan goes through an offseason that is by far and away the angriest of them all. We're going to get a big name free agent. No, we're not. Actually, we did. Just kidding, we didn't. And you get to opening day and people are ticked. And here we are 73 games in, and you and I are having a conversation about whether anyone's criticized either one of them all year long. It's incredible. It's incredible. To me, sometimes we got to put a mirror on ourselves and admit, and I say this tongue in cheek and it's fun. It's okay. We're fans. I'm not criticizing anyone, but we got to put a mirror up and realize we change our opinions like we change Juan Soto's pants.
Right. It takes about 3 minutes, and if our opinion rips, then we change it. That's actually, I'll give you a 4 for that analogy because it does take a little bit of time, but we're happy to do it, and that's the way it should be. Not only because fan is short for fanatic, shout out Guru again as I continue to borrow from him until he returns, then he gets his material back.
Yeah,
but
is he back tomorrow?
I think
he's back
so.
tomorrow.
I hope so. I missed the Goo.
I know that crazy guy.
And that's the way fans should be in terms of your passion. So and so is a bum, and then you're down on him, and then he throws an 8-inning shutout, and you get the win over your rival team, and now you love him again. And that's just the nature of all of this. And Draymond Green, I think, is maybe the one athlete who crystallizes this argument the best, because you can love and sports hate Draymond in equal amounts, maybe over the course of one game, 1 week, 1 month, one season, because he just does that to you.
Yeah. All I know is this. In this particular example of what we're talking about, it's a whole lot of fun. It's a whole lot of fun. Like for us to be sitting here on now June 21st of 2023, talking about a club that is 9 games over 500, but more importantly, believe it or not, talking about the energy in the building. Like, think of how many reasons we've come up with over the last, 3 years. First, COVID. Then, only limited a number of people come back. Then everyone's allowed to come back, but we're San Francisco and we're California, so most people are still not going to come back. And the city is empty.
And they were dead boring last year, too.
Dead boring last year.
They had not.
Dead boring.
They were boring.
Yeah.
They had no player. Like this year, even if this team was 30-40, they've got some excitement. They've got some sizzle. The fact that they're winning makes it even easier to go. But for the first time since maybe 2018, this feels like, and you mentioned the 2021 year where limited attendance, it was 107 wins, but it was mostly a television show for many of us.
Yep.
This now feels like kind of the old days of Giants baseball, not only for the torture aspect and the come-from-behind wins and the walk-offs and the fun, but they're winning and they're doing it inexplicably.
You know what's something else that I noticed too, and I think of this like, why do you think I'll ask you this. Why do you think that the crossovers here at this station are as popular as they are? Why do you think they are?
I'm on one. Well, there's Guru is probably the number one reason, but it's unpredictable and it is at times volatile and it's real. The passion is real. The takes are real, and it's something completely different. Like today, we had Giddings and Willard and Steiny and Dibbs. We'll have Guru. I'm out. Kruger's in. You're in. There's an occasional Styles. It's a rotating cast, and the opinions are all over the board.
Yeah, I also think it's this. I think it's because a group of, and I know it doesn't always sound like this, a group of friends gather around and make fun of each other. Because that's what groups of people do. That's what friends and family do. Right? Like, I guarantee you, Guru's at the family reunion, I bet people were taking shots at each other and taking shots with each other all week long.
Lay off. I was day drinking.
And I see that with the Giants. the Giants are starting to put out social media content where they're asking, like the one that went out today was if J.D. Davis wasn't good at baseball, what would he be good at? And everybody, right, here comes all the playful ribbing. Apparently the guy can sing, or at least wants to. So there's a lot of talk about J.D. Davis singing on airplanes and things like that. But it's playful ribbing, and you see a lot of it. Casey Schmidt walked the last 2 nights in key spots. And immediately the team wanted to find microphones and make fun of the fact that Casey Schmidt swings so much he never walks. And so there's all these sound bites about, oh my gosh, Casey Schmidt, he walked 2 nights in a row. Will wonders never cease? Everybody is making fun of one another. And if a group of dudes are making fun of each other, that means they like each other. That means they're having a good time. That means things are going well. Did you hear the Warriors make fun of each other this year?
Not at all.
I didn't hear the Warriors make fun of each other this year.
No, and I was listening to Monty Poole, and he was talking about the road vibe not being there, which did not lead to road wins. And that was a big reason why this thing broke apart, is because a good team, like this Giants team, it feels like they all get along, and they're all in the clubhouse snapping towels and, backslapping and yucking it up. And, and there's a collection of pockets of groups of guys, but they all come together, and Kapler's leading them, and it feels like this is a unified team.
Yep, and it's got youthful exuberance now too, and that's to me that's again, just watching these at bats. It's different. It's different when Casey and Luis and Patrick are at the plate. It's different. And by the way, it makes it easier to watch the guys who maybe now bore you. I don't even want to say that's because Estrada is not a boring watch. Wade is not a boring watch. But if you're one of these people, and I think that over the last year and a half, I kind of get it, if you've decided that watching Yaz or Slates or whoever, if you've decided that that's boring, well, it's different when that guy comes to the plate and it's just like, Crawford, and it's just spliced in between. Here comes Matos. Here comes Schmidt. Here comes Bailey. Here comes somebody with a 900 OPS.
Right.
It just flows. When I watch Giants baseball now, and
there's your slogan, Giants baseball.
It flows.
It flows. And I will tip my cap to the pitch clock, because
that's a big part of it. It's true.
And it makes, even if this team was last year's team, it would feel more exciting, because at least the boring at-bats would come in more rapid succession. I mean, baseball now, Mark, to even, like, we have games on, we got 6 games on right now in here, and to even watch any game, just a random game, you want to give a 30-minute, part of your day to watch a game, you might get 3 or 4 innings out of it now. Yeah. And it's action, and it's, pitch after pitch after pitch. Baseball is more fun in general.
I will say this. My one concern about it did come true last night. Like, if you do need to go on a walk to go get something at a concession stand, you're going to miss an inning. Maybe an
minimum,
inning, maybe an inning and a half. You are going to miss an inning and a half. Like when we did that walk to the Pete's Wind Tunnel last night, and then we had to get a churro on the way back. I think we missed an inning and a half. And our butts got in the seats right in time for Jock Peterson to hit the ball in the bay.
Big.
It's huge. It's fantastic.
And maybe this will lead to more
that's the only thing
mobile concessionaires,
That's an interesting thought.
It used to be where, hey, hot dog, candy corn. It used to feel like there was many, many, many more of those people. Maybe we bring that back as people are more reluctant to leave their seat.
There should be more, quite frankly, because what was the one I found, at least? What was the one annoying thing about, like, I'm sitting in the middle of my row and I want to buy a hot dog or a beer. Well, now I got to involve 8 people in this. I'm going to hand you a $10 bill, and you hand it down person by person. Then COVID hits, and everyone's like, I'm not touching your $10 bill anymore. And so we can't do this. But now all you got to do is wave a credit card within 3 feet of some little gizmo, and you can pay. So why aren't we doing more of these things at our seat?
Yeah, true.
And truly, that was my only concern about the fan experience of the pitch clock, and it is kind of true. It's hard to go get stuff and get back without missing a lot of the game.
Right. And then there's the excuse me, pardon me, excuse me part of having to go out and get something. Mm-hmm. And then, the bathroom wait and the concession wait.
Those poor people sitting next to us last night. Oh, my gosh.
You guys were in and out.
They were doing up downs. poor people.
Because you guys were, and you got a 9-year-old too.
We got kids. Someone's always needing something.
Yeah.
Every inning. Yeah.
Giants go for a 10th straight tonight. Last time they did that was the 2004 season.
That's wild, man.
And I got some 2004 nuggets for you.
Oh, you got nuggets.
Turn back the Wayback Machine a little bit and reflect on where this team was and what that team turned out to be when they last won 10 in a row.
All right, Giants about to go for 10. Time for more of your phone calls on any of it. What is exciting you now? What has been your favorite part of the last 2 weeks of Giants baseball? 888-957-9570 is the number. We are sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Hey, it's Willard for Evolve Training Center. You've heard me talking about it. My friends Jay and Jane over there who just do a phenomenal job. And it's not just a phenomenal job in getting you in shape or getting your mind, body, and spirit in the right place. It's about building something special, kind of like the Giants are. They've built a community within their clubhouse. Jay and Jane have built a community within their training center. It is the Bay Area's premier training center, Evolve Training Center. And they've got classes that are built for you no matter what it is you like to do. Boxing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, conditioning. They've got anti-bullying classes for the kids. And in fact, encourage you to bring your whole family. All levels and ages are welcome. They want to bring your family and the community together as one. So if you're interested in training like a pro without the blows, you got to visit evolvetrainingcenter.com. Check this out. To try your complimentary 2-week trial, go to evolvetrainingcenter.com. They cannot wait to see you there.
At Pennzoil, we have one job, pioneering a motor oil so advanced you don't have to think about your
I'm dumbfounded. I just don't get it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
How many people in sports right now could you just listen to talk, and it doesn't matter what they say, you could listen to them for as long as possible? I'll give you two examples for me. That's one of them.
Sure. I'm lost on this one.
That's Boch, right? I'm dumbfounded. And then the other one is it is Kapler, but only certain Kapler. It's Instagram Kapler talking about food.
He's so stubborn.
That's when I could listen. Gabe has my favorite one still is when he fried an egg earlier this year, and he made it sound like he was putting together
brain
a casserole.
surgery, totally.
It was. I'm like, dude, I'm not usually very good at this, but if I flip the egg and make it over medium, I will see with a little butter if we can pull this off. That I could.
Pretty funny.
He and his son were looking for burgers last week. That I could listen to all day. I don't know how many other people there are who I could just listen to talk all day.
I immediately thought of GP2.
That's a good one.
Just because of his voice. You know, something about the...
My fault.
Yeah. I thought one of those guys had
Grandy, did you have one?
My fault. I'll just say, we have a submission from the back, and it is, it's this guy.
It is gone.
Oh, God. My God. Yeah. Ow. It really hit me. Oh, my
I am
gosh.
going to the grocery store. The lettuce is expensive.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, that Gary is scary.
Right now, Granny's just racking through all the Sterling sounds.
Giancarlo. No si può sto Polo.
Oh, the worst.
Here comes the judge.
Oh, yeah.
Granny's back there grinning ear to ear. Totally.
Yankees.
I'm telling you, you know how we all know someone like this where you think, man, I've known this person for years and I know everything they do, and then you learn something new about them. I was last week years old when I found out that John Sterling does the shimmy when he does the Yankees win. I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Absolutely.
That makes it better.
And you always make fun of me when I do the throw, when I do my Sterling.
Yeah, exactly.
It's because he does the shimmy.
Just do the shimmy. That's what makes the voice.
I guess it does. And he does his arms, too.
All right, so 2004.
Last time the Giants won 10 consecutive games was 2004. And so I did a shallow dive, not really a deep dive. I wanted to see how that year was. And that year, they had an outfielder named Barry Bonds, who was 39. He hit his 700th home run in that season.
Gosh, he was 39 that year already?
39, yeah.
Damn, okay.
The Giants wound up 91 and 71.
Okay.
Missed out on the wild card by one game.
Oof.
The Houston Astros were your National League wild card team in 2004. I could have given you 12 guesses, and I don't know if you would have come up with it.
No chance.
That was back in the one wild card era.
I was going to say, there's no way. 91 wins is an automatic trip to the playoffs now.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I was just fascinated by the fact that they went 91 and 71 because we mentioned it earlier. If the Giants play at this clip the rest of the year, they're 90 and 72. And this team, Felipe Alou was the skipper. Barry Lamar Bonds was your left fielder. I'll give you some more names in a minute, but I just looked at Barry's year, and he had 120 intentional walks. 120 intentional walks, which he led the league 5 of his last 6 years. He led the league 12 times in intentional passes.
How many games did he play that year?
He played 147.
Okay, so a little bit south of 1 per game when it just gave you first base.
He had 45 home runs. The next year, he'd only hit 5. That was the year he got hurt. Then he wrapped it up with 26 and 28. So 45 home runs. His OPS, 1422. He walked 232 times, 120 of which were intense.
I want to give, because there are listeners out there who have no context of OPS. OPS, and this is a very loose way of saying it. If you're north of 750, that's kind of like average. That's average.
800 is you're good.
800 is good. 900 is excessively good.
All-star level.
Exactly. If you get to 1,000, that is elite territory in baseball. And you're saying Barry's was over 1,400.
And 22. Career high for Barry.
That's so stupid. Yeah.
His batting average mark was 362. So, yes, I know he walked 232 times, which does a lot for your on-base. His on-base percentage was 609, which is ungodly on its own. But when he didn't get walked, he was impossible to get out. He hit 362.
Game show music, please. With Barry Bonds having an OPS in 2004 of over 1,400, I'd like to ask you, Dan Dibley,
he's got da-da-da.
How many baseball players in 2023, this season, have an OPS over 1,000?
Boy, that's a great question.
That is a great question. Over 1,000.
Over 1,000, which, as we said...
Can I assume that these are qualified players?
Qualified players, yes.
This is not like...
No.
Oh, I'm 2 for 2.
Right. Luis Matos' OPS, which, by the way, is not over 1,000.
Correct.
Is also not eligible.
What's my plus or minus here in your little game, Mark? Plus or minus 2 players?
Well, this is we'll call it, no, I'll do 1.5.
Okay.
We're getting toward the end of the show.
We sure are.
So
you're getting hangry.
Right.
You're getting a little hangry
I'll
on
say
me.
1.5, but I'm going to follow up once you get that answer with who are those people?
Oh, see, now I know it's not that many.
Yeah. Who are you?
I'll say 6 is the answer.
All right. 6 is... The answer is 1.
1?
Juan. Juan. Not Juan. Juan.
1?
Yeah. You want to know who it is? Go ahead. Who do you think it is?
Would it be Luis Ariz?
No. It will be future Giant Shohei Ohtani.
Jeez.
And by the way, it's 1,002.
Okay.
That's how far over 1,000 it is. And also gives maybe some reference to what Barry Bonds did in 2004. What you're watching with Ohtani, which is generationally unbelievable at the plate right now, being a great pitcher, but also leading the majors in home runs with 24. He has 175 total bases. His batting average is 295. He's also got 17 extra base hits that are not home runs.
Yeah.
He is out of control, amazing, and his OPS is over 400 points lower than what Barry Bonds did in 2004.
Barry Bonds was over 1,000 OPS 14 consecutive years. His career OPS is 1,051. And I know people want to muck rake the career of Barry Lamar Bonds. I'll just say this. 1992, his last year in Pittsburgh, 1,080 OPS. So before you want to sling at double Bs, just know that his OPS was obscenely good early, obviously great in the middle, and fantastic late.
Your boy Luis Ariz is 6th. He is 6th in OPS this year at 932.
Pedro Feliz on that team. AJ Pierzynski.
Pete Happy.
Caught the most games. Edgardo Alfonso was your third baseman most of the time. Second baseman, Ray Durham. Devi Cruz was your shortstop for the majority of games. And you had Cody Ransom play a bunch.
Cody Ransom.
You had Michael Tucker in the outfield. Dustin Moore played a lot of outfield.
Oh, gosh.
So we talk about the inexplicable nature of this team. That team was Barry Bonds and a bunch of, who are you?
And they won 91 games.
Correct, including 10 in a row, which this Giants team is trying to match.
Yeah. I just, I completely believe. This team has gone from producing anger to producing a product that I think is not just winning in this moment, but is believable, potentially sustainable, I think worthy of additions, but also not too many subtractions. Like when I look at the next 6 weeks of Giants baseball, I absolutely believe they will still be in contention. I think that Farhan will add to this team, but he also, come hell or high water, will not pull apart that farm system and start selling off top prospects.
Yeah, I don't think that makes any sense.
No.
Because you got more prospects coming, and, well, he can't sign any free agents, so you're going to need these guys in the future.
Although I don't know what to say about whether or not Marco Luciano is still a top prospect. I don't know. You remember last week we came in here and he had homered 4 times in the last 3 nights or whatever? Want to know what he's done now?
Bupkis?
He's struck out 11 of his last 18 at bats.
Oh, man. Don't even get me started on Elliot Ramos.
Yeah, exactly. No, Ramos is, no. I don't think that's going to happen. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Not here.
Where do you want to do it?
How about we do it down at Chase Center, Mark, for a little NBA draft talk?
On the floor at Chase Center for the NBA draft. Let's do that. But also let you know that what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It is the best of the game. Here comes Grandy, everybody, with an hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day. So for Dibs and Grandy and Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The month of June is filled with excitement. With graduations, Father's Day, and summer trips, it's a great beginning to summer adventures. Stevens Creek Subaru wants to remind you of all the opportunities to explore the open road and beyond in an all-new Outback with class-leading ground clearance to tackle any terrain. Stevens Creek Subaru has been the Bay Area Outback headquarters for the last 20 years. With one of the largest Subaru inventories in the nation, it's no wonder why Stevens Creek Subaru is the preferred destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a new 24 Outback 2.5i for just $351 per month plus tax for 36 months with $29.95 due at lease signing. MSRP $34.32. No security deposit needed. 15 cents per mile in excess of 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN number R3103072. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston Living Suites on display at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, a Heston dealer for both indoor and outdoor. Each and every Heston grill is built from the ground up in California, and the pride and precision that goes into each grill truly puts the Heston product in a league of its own. And now receive a free Aspire under-counter refrigerator valued at over $1,500 with qualifying purchase at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Something big is visiting the Bay. Something heavier than 11 cable cars. 1,000,000 times older than the Golden Gate Bridge. Something that ate the daily equivalent of 500 Mission-style veggie burritos. See the world's largest dinosaurs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. With life-size models and more. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Hello, I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about the payroll tax refund for months. I'm so proud that we've helped over 15,000 businesses claim over $5 billion in cash incentives. If you own a business, even if you've asked your CPA about this, you owe it to yourself to take another look. Every client is assigned a licensed and insured tax attorney who evaluates your company at my expense to accurately determine eligibility. Innovation Refunds has hundreds of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot and Google, and your business might be entitled to receive up to $26,000 per employee. Businesses of all types can qualify, including medical, professional, construction, even nonprofits. Please don't miss out on this. Even your doctor would tell you to get an expert second opinion, and we do a lot of work for doctors. Download the Innovation Refunds app now or go to getrefunds.com to potentially get a payroll tax refund of $26,000 per employee. GetRefunds.com. GetRefunds.com.
O'Reilly. Stay cool this summer with AC Pro and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get a $15 O'Reilly Auto Parts gift card after rebate plus 2 times O Rewards points with the purchase of select AC Pro ready-to-use refrigerant products that include a hose and gauge. If your vehicle's AC is blowing hot air, beat the heat with AC Pro at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Where are you? Asteroid City.
My word, it's hot.
From director Wes Anderson.
Welcome, junior stargazers.
What do those pulses indicate?
There's an alien.
Placing all witnesses under group arrest.
How long can they keep us in Asteroid City?
I'm in no hurry. I like the desert. I like aliens. Jason Schwartzman, Scarlett Johansson, Tom Hanks. What a strange experience this is. Asteroid City. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters everywhere this Friday.
Turn your home into restricted airspace. Tell incoming flights you want them diverted.
The new Raid Essentials light trap plugs into the wall and uses light to attract, then trap flying insects like fruit flies and mosquitoes. Its 24/7 continuous attraction provides insecticide-free protection that's people and pet friendly. Consider air service interrupted. New Raid Essentials light trap, insecticide-free protection.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Ever since we got Xfinity Mobile, the whole family now has the fastest mobile service. My little brother has no idea how lucky he is. Back in my day, we didn't have it nearly as good.
Oh yeah? Back in my day, you couldn't even stream outside the house. I don't like to think about it.
Please, back in my day, we had phones with cords, and they were mounted to a wall.
Forget phones. Back in my day, we wrote letters. Remember, Herman?
Oh, I remember.
Vintage texting. Cool.
Switch to Xfinity Mobile, the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. Get the best price for 2 unlimited lines with 5G compared to the lowest price plans of the top 3 carriers. Just $30 a line per month. Visit Xfinity.com/fastestmobile to learn more.
Wait till you hear about how we rented movies.
I don't think she's ready for that. From Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Unlimited intro service and Xfinity Internet required. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage. Data thresholds may vary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day.
Hey, everybody.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it's time for your best of hour here on 95.7 The Game. Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock. After another Giants win last night in walk-off fashion, Jock Peterson hit the game-tying home run, and then he drew the walk-off walk for the Giants to win their 9th straight game. And naturally, that was the topic to begin the day here on 95.7 The Game with the morning roast. Bonte and Chasky talked a lot of Giants themselves, and then they welcomed on Rich Aurelia, former Giant and a great Giant at that, and also a Giants analyst currently at NBC Sports Bay Area. They welcomed him on to talk about the Giants' winning streak, to talk about the young players, talk about the lack of depth in the starting pitching department, how the bullpen is being used, and all that, and a lot of really good thoughts from Rich Aurelia earlier today on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Chasky, and that is how we kick off your best of hour here on 95.7 The Game. It is Rich Aurelia, Giants great, on earlier today on the Morning Roast.
All right, let's go to my boy Richie, the pride of St. John's. We love him here. NBC Sports Bay Area pre- and post-game show with Laura Britt, Colors Ramirez, George Conto, Sean Estes, you name it. Former Giant, of course, and he's on the airways. And I know our boy Sam Lubman, he's so caught up, Richie, in the Giants' 9-game winning streak. We have these show notes, right, Richie? And we have all these questions on here. And the questions for Rich Aurelia is, and I'll read them to you, Richie. Do you think Dunleavy is more likely to shake up the roster or run his score back? Where is Draymond Green playing next year? Do you think Poole and Draymond can coexist on his team, or has that ship sailed? So he's got nothing but basketball questions for Rich Aurelia. But we're not going to ask you any hoop questions, even though you can do it. How about those Giants, though, Richie? Woo!
Hey, I can handle the hoops questions. I'm watching enough of those ball games, man.
No, I know you can. You gave us one of our best segments this year on Warriors Pre- and Post Game Live. I know you can talk some hoops.
Yeah, that was a fun day. But I know, listen, the talk of the moment's the Giants. So I don't think anybody saw a 9-game winning streak coming. Especially with all the guys banged up that they have right now. But man, it's been kind of nice to see. You know, it's a little right now. I think it's a little reminiscent of the 2021 season with a lot of the late season comebacks and having a feeling that, you know, if you just keep the team close, maybe within, 2 or 3 runs, you got a chance late in the game. And that's what we've seen the past I can't say the past 2 games. I mean, we saw it in St. Louis too. So, the past 9 games or so, we've seen that.
Rich, you were obviously a shortstop. You wore number 35, and Father Time comes beckoning for all athletes and all of us at some point. So I want your perspective on this. It's got to be difficult, right? Like Crawford gets a base hit in the 7th inning. Gets the game to 3-2, drives it right up the middle. They desperately needed a hit right then and there. And then 9th inning comes around, and the guy who's kind of coming for your spot, I know he plays other positions as well, but he's going to get subbed in. I know they're going with the matchup there, but you've got professional pride. This is the guy coming for my spot, and Crawford doesn't show boo-hoo. He doesn't get angry, stays totally calm, kind of rolls with the flow. Schmidt goes in there, draws a walk. Am I making too much of that dynamic? Because I don't think we're giving enough credit to Crawford in that situation, to Gabe Kapler of having the equity to be able to pull that maneuver. Like, I know that they're all spreadsheet driven, but there's a human element to that. And to me, like, the biggest part of this win streak, he's pulling all the right strings, and guys are buying in.
Yeah, there's a couple sides to that. One is, I do feel for Craw because, I've been that guy. I mean, granted, I wasn't an everyday guy the last few years of my career here as a Giant, but regardless, I think as a player who's played a long time and had the success that he's had, you always feel like you can play every day. You always feel like you can go out and do it and compete at a high level every day. And, not till I was retired for a few years can I sit back and say, man, maybe that last year, maybe I wasn't ready to play. Maybe it was over a year before. And I'm not saying that's what's going on with Brandon. I mean, we got a long season and a lot of time left for him to, contribute and be a big part of his ball club, which he is, to your point, which he is even when he's not playing or when he's, getting pinch hit for. I mean, he's a professional. Guy's been through everything he could been through. Mm-hmm. So, or he could be through. So, he's just going to sit there. He's going to, take it professionally. Sometimes you may not agree with it while it's going on, but, you understand the dynamic of, 1, how your season's going, 2, the matchup thing. Listen, we've watched Gabe do this for 4 years now, right? And honestly, surprisingly enough, on the flip side of that, the last 2 nights, you see 2 lefties come up in big at-bats and basically win the game against a left-handed pitcher. And I think that's just the something about their depth. They're not as deep as they were, to use these line changes. So I do feel for Craw. Hopefully I'm rooting for him to come out of it. But you're right, man. There's a lot of miles on that guy and a lot of innings. And, when you get to a certain age, just sometimes I was having a conversation just yesterday with just a random fan, and, sometimes things just slow down. Like you said, Father Time kind of comes around, and your bat speed's not the same as it was. Maybe your eyesight's not the same as it was. Maybe your first step quickness on defense isn't the same as it was. But, you got to figure out a way to get through it and help this team compete and win, which I think he will.
Yeah, Rich Aurelia here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game from 99 to 01. Had one of the best 3-year stretches for a Giants shortstop in the history of the Giants. Hit 79 home runs, 256 RBIs, and batting nearly 300. Rich, when we look at this Giants team, and 9-game winning streak, I don't know how they're doing it with the lack of starting pitching that they have right now. DeSclafani scuffling, Cobb's on the IL, Alex Wood is good for 5 innings. Logan Webb has really been the most stable starting pitcher on the staff here. Are the Giants... Can we take them serious with this pitching staff in its current state, or do they need to go out and get a big boy to help out Logan Webb in his starting rotation? What do you think the urgency is there when it comes to the pitching staff of the Giants?
Well, I think you take them seriously. Just, I mean, granted, the other talk of the National League are the Reds right now.
Yeah.
Was anybody taking them seriously a month ago? No.
Your other squad.
Yeah, everybody's standing up and paying attention. So I think you have to take them seriously. I think my concern, though, and you're right, Bonte, is the pitching, because, it's a trickle-down effect, right? So, okay, you have 3 starters that are healthy. You got Webby, who's throwing the ball well. Mm-hmm. You had Alex Cobb, who's throwing the ball well, but now he's on the IL. Mm-hmm. And Stripling's still on the IL. And you have Wood, who is still coming back from the IL, but even when he was healthy, they were only letting him go 4 1/3. 4 2/3. I mean, it was a luxury if he went 5 innings. So and you see now Brevia, right? You started him or opened him all those games on that road trip, and now he's on the IL. So it's a trickle-down effect. So it's hard to sustain the way they're doing things now for the long term, because if you keep bringing in, Beck to throw 4 or 5 innings, or Manaea to throw 4 or 5 innings, or whoever else, Wynn to throw 4 or 5 innings, well, but then that affects your bullpen, right? So then those guys got to come in sooner and eat up more innings. So my concern isn't, today. My concern is, what does that bullpen and the rotation look like going into August?
Right.
And you bring up, do they need somebody? They need somebody that they can rely on and be healthy. Listen, Cobb's been great.
Yep.
I mean, and that really hurts his team, him going down. But, of course, the next topic should be, well, when do you call Kyle Harrison up? When do you call Kyle Harrison up? Well, in my opinion, you call him up when he could go at least 6 or 7 innings and throw 90 and 95 pitches. And they don't let him do that yet.
Thank you.
So is he really going to help your club coming up when he's going to do the same thing that Beck or Wynn or Manaea or whoever's going to do? So does that really help you? He maybe even infuses some energy into the club and gets the fans excited, but I don't think any fan really wants to see him come out and go 4 innings and throw 75 pitches and then he gets pulled, So I think that's a big need for them. I think they could piece it together offensively. And, what I hit on earlier, I mean, you let Yaz hit the other night against a lefty, and you let Jock hit last night against a tough lefty, and they come through. And all that could do for those guys is boost their confidence as an offensive player, that they're in there in game-winning or clutch situations, and they come through, which can only help the team. But I think deep down they really, really need to, I don't even want to say get one arm. I think they're going to need a few.
Yes,
really
no doubt.
That's what we were saying.
Down the stretch.
Yep,
yeah, I think they need two. I think they need 2 mid-level starters at this point, at minimum. And Richie, I'm looking at Luis Matos right now, and he just passes the eye test. I mean, I don't know what he'll end up becoming. He's at the very, very beginning, but in terms of gliding the balls in the outfield, plate discipline, speed, I mean, Toolsy only begins to explain what you see in him as a prospect. What are you seeing in terms of the eyeball? Because I think he passes the eyeball test.
I see a guy that's playing very relaxed. That's what I see. I mean, which, a lot of pressure sometimes from young players comes from themselves when they press too hard, or they're trying too hard, or they push too hard. And don't forget, like a couple of years ago, let's say 2 or 3 years ago, I mean, this guy's name was mentioned with Luciano and Kyle Harrison, and he just didn't have a good year, so he kind of fell off the radar a little bit. But you always hear, and I listen to sports talk radio sometimes, and I've heard Farhan say, we're not going to call a guy up until he's dominating his level. Well, this is the first guy I feel like they've called up that was dominating the level at the particular time he got called up. Granted, it wasn't for a whole season, but it was for a good chunk. It was about a month or maybe 5-week period where he was just dominating AAA. And would he have been called up if there wasn't injuries? I don't know. But, the fact that they had some injuries to the outfield and they call him up, I mean, that says a lot about him and what they see. And I just think, like, the plate discipline he shows, he doesn't swing a lot of balls out of the zone.
Yep.
Which is a huge trait for a young player to have. Because most guys, there's so much more scouting up here and digging into what players' weaknesses are. And if you're a young player and you don't chase balls out of the zone, I mean, you're ahead of the game already. If a pitcher knows how I throw this ball like 6 inches off the plate, slider away, and this guy's just going to lay off, oh man, all right, I got to come over the plate a little bit more with this pitch if I want it to be swung out or have it be a strike. So I like what I've seen so far, and I like too that they haven't really pushed him too hard yet. In the sense of like a Casey Schmidt, I think they played him so much right away that now there's the book on him, right? We saw 3 weeks ago Casey Schmidt was a Hall of Famer, right? now he's, I don't know what he's hitting, 260, 265. Right. But again, it's a learning curve and a learning process. And we saw, he had a big at-bat the other night, coming in a pinch hit, and you got to walk. And it's a learning curve. So, a guy like Casey Schmidt, everybody in the league knows, you got to watch just a few games to know he swings at the first pitch every time. Mm-hmm. So you're not going to get that fastball down the middle every time. And he's a guy that could possibly, in the opposite of Matos, he's a guy that I've seen, chase a few pitches out of his zone early in the count. So it is a learning process, but they have a nice little 3 young player core that we've seen called up here in the last 6-7 weeks or so.
Rich Aurelia here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. Rich, I got to ask you, when you were playing, you heard that smoke on the water come blaring through the speakers when Rob Nan came out of that pen. It was basically automatic. He was going to save that game. You guys are going to go home with a W. Camilo Duvall is giving me those same vibes. I think he has the potential. Not going to put him in the Hall of Fame, but I think he has the potential to be the best closer in San Francisco Giants history, and it's amazing to see him grow. That at-bat against Manny Machado Monday night, 11-pitch at-bat where he kept his cool. He's throwing cutters, 100 miles an hour. Then he gets him on that slider, and Manny Machado kind of looked back at him. I was like, wow, respect, young kid, respect. Talk about Camilo Duvall, because it does feel like he's headed to Seattle for the All-Star game. What do you see out of him? Because, again, the potential's through the roof with this kid.
Mm-hmm. Well, one, I agree with you in the sense that he'll probably go down as the best closer in Giants history, and probably because he's still so young, right? Yeah. He came up at a ripe young age, and, again, he was another guy. They didn't really push into that closer role right away. But he's kind of really, really groomed himself to be that closer. And you hit it right on the head, man, Devontae. Poise. The poise this guy has out there. Nothing really seems to rattle him. I think we've seen one time in his career where I think he threw his glove down one time or something. And I think that was just like an anomaly, right? You don't see that very often out of him. Mm-hmm. Again, in the scheme of things, he's pounding the strike zone a little bit more now, right, where in the past it was 1-0, 2-0, 3-1, 3-2, it was deeper counts. So as this closer role, you want to see guys like that can pound the zone and get ahead and limit their pitches. And I remember playing, I played with Robbie Nen for years. He's still a great friend. And, again, Robbie got to us, not later in his career, we're probably mid-career.
Right.
And Robbie just had that devastating slider, hard fastball and slider that looked just like the fastball. But I remember early in my career playing with Rod Beck, who at the time was probably, one of the top closers in baseball. And he told me one time, he goes, my goal is to be within, and this is funny, my goal is to be within 8 pitches of being ready to go in the game because I know I get 8 pitches on the mound when I come in the game to warm up. So if I know I'm close, I tell them I'm ready, and I go and I get 8 more pitches. And 2, he goes, 2 out of the first 3 pitches that I throw to a hitter, I want them to be strikes. Whether the ball's put in play, or whether it's swing and miss, or whether it's a swing over the top of a split finger. He goes, that's how I limit my pitches, where it means I could be available for the next day or the next couple of days in a row. And I think that we're starting to see that with Duvall. His pitch count's getting lower and lower. I think each time he gets in there, granted, you're going to have an at-bat where a guy has an 11-pitch at-bat. You're facing a future Hall of Famer in Machado, right? You expect that. But he's really, really transformed into a really nice piece to this Giants puzzle, and especially looking forward in the second half of the season, where you're going to need that guy down the stretch, maybe to go 2 innings.
Yeah. That's a really interesting point that you made about Rod Beck. I really like that. Yeah. Richie, I'm looking at infield defense. Last year, base running and infield defense, horrific. Just not good. The lack of being able to shift, I thought was going to really kill them. And then I look around and I'm like, whoa, J.D. Davis looks solid, like really solid at third base. I didn't see that coming. Wow, Cross still got it. Obviously, Schmidt up the middle. Estrada could play there a little. Estrada, he didn't look good at second. Let's just call it what it is. And he looks great this year. Lamont Wade Jr. at first base. Didn't see this coming. They've done a great job developing their infield defensively, and I just didn't see that coming. Are you as surprised as I am?
I'm surprised at a few, but I'm not surprised at others. Let's start with Schmidt, the youngest guy in that group. That's all we heard about him coming up, right? He was a Matt Chapman-like third baseman. So his defensive skill does not surprise me. His arm is second to none. So that doesn't really surprise me. Even when you're moving the shortstop, he's young, so he could still move around really well. and he could handle that position. But then you move around. J.D. Davis, listen, he played for the Mets, right? We didn't really get a lot of those games out here. He didn't play a lot. I mean, from what I remember, I don't think he was an everyday player, but we've seen him, and at times this year, he's played Gold Glove caliber third base. He's made some of the best plays I've seen this year. And then you move over to first, and Lamont Wade, he's done a fantastic job over there. You're going from a guy who, I don't know how Belt never won a Gold Glove, but you're replacing a guy who is really, really good defensively, and you're holding your own. And the knock on Tyro was his defense. And listen, here's the one thing that defensively, which I don't agree with, are the metrics of defense. Because defense, to me, is hard to judge with a number.
I agree.
Because last year, on our show, Carlos Ramirez was like, yeah, look, Tyro ranks like in the bottom 3 in Major League Baseball in, whatever it was.
It was range and defensive outs over whatever. I'm with you.
But I don't ever remember him at second base. I don't ever remember him costing the Giants a game with his defense. I don't ever remember that. It was like when I played with Jeff Kent. His defense got knocked all the time. Like, oh, he's a third baseman playing second base. But Jeff never cost us any games on defense. And that's how I feel about Tyro. Like, he's gotten better this year, probably because they look, because you know how analytically driven this team is.
Right.
They probably looked at the analytics and said, you really need to work on your defense this winter. And whether it be your first step quickness or, getting to a ball 3 steps to your left and trying to get in front of it instead of back, and whatever it is. But I've never felt like he's a terrible second baseman.
Right.
And he has improved this year. So you look at all that work that's been done and the guys that they brought in and the guys that are changing positions and this and that, they've done a nice job. And I don't worry about Crawford, man.
No, I don't
really
either.
don't. I don't. He's going to make his errors. You're going to make errors, but I don't really worry about him. And then it's funny, you brought up the base running stuff, and I think that was all just one guy.
Luis.
Last year was like Dubon, I think.
Well, Luis Gonzalez was bad too.
So they have made some strides, and it's nice that this 9-game winning streak's going on. It seems like they're clicking on all cylinders, but again, they need to get a little healthier and get some guys back, especially in that rotation. And then, you didn't even bring up the outfield defense. I think the outfield defense has been pretty darn good.
Yazin Wright is elite, and then you put Matos in center, and then you slide over Conforto to left. I think it's a great outfield defense.
I like that they have options out there where when you have Matos, Conforto, and Yaz out there, you basically have 3 guys that could play center.
Yes.
They could. And when you have that in that big outfield, and you have, and listen, I think, for me, this is just me personally, I think Yaz has played more right field there, and I like Conforto in left just because of the experience of handling that right field and that right center field with the wind, with the deep right center, gap there. And I think that's the outfield you're probably going to see for quite a while because of Haniger being out for an extended period of time. And, now, when you play Slater against lefties, is that going to be, you're going to move Conforto back to right and then put Slater in left? I don't know, but it's nice to have those options. And, they are playing, way better. They did get better definitely in the outfield than they have been in years.
All right, that's great Giant Rich Aurelia on earlier today with the Morning Roast. Bonte and Chasky talking a lot of Giants this morning after last night's win, their 9th in a row, going for number 10 tonight. If you missed any of the Morning Roasts, Steiny or Guru and Willard and Dibs, all available on the Odyssey app as well as on the 95.7 The Game YouTube channel. We'll take a quick break here on your best of hour, but when we come back, more Giants talk. We'll fast forward to Willard and Dibs, who had a great Giants conversation with Grant Brisbee, of The Athletic, talking about the winning streak, talking about Luis Matos, Patrick Bailey, and Casey Schmidt, even Kyle Harrison, another youngster who hasn't quite made his Giants debut just yet. All that is coming up on the other side here on your best of hour on 95.7 The Game. We're sponsored by Lucky California. More Giants coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Lucky is helping to fuel your summer with free fuel for a limited time. Now through June 27th, earn up to $20 in gas rewards with purchase of specially marked items throughout the store in one transaction. Fill up the cart, then fuel up with free gas. Learn more at luckysupermarkets.com.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state seizure for taxes you owe? Are you worried about filing a return because you haven't filed in a few years? Or have you received an audit notice in the mail and don't know what to do? Then contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein today, because this is what we do. We work to stop IRS and state seizures for taxes you owe. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare past due returns, even if you have no records. We represent you before the IRS or state in an audit. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm always offers a free consultation so we may openly discuss your legal options without any added pressure. We are a local firm with offices throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call us toll-free 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAX-EXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple idea in mind. Growth comes one customer at a time. You see, while some institutions might be on the lookout for the next big thing, we like to think that's what you'll be. And when you achieve great things, it leads to success throughout the community. It also allows us to continue our tradition of giving back to the region. It's a strategy that's proven successful for nearly 60 years, and we expect to continue success for years to come. Fremont Bank, putting the community in community banking.
New crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver has only 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories, and a taste that has no bitter endings. It's like enjoying a summer night.
Oh no, mosquitoes! Why am I wearing shorts?
Without mosquitoes.
I love summer.
Like if Dracula decided blood's not really his thing anymore.
I'm vegan.
Get all the taste, no bitter endings. Crisp and refreshing Heineken Silver. 3.2 grams of carbs, 95 calories. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aww. He just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
54 and cloudy in San Francisco tonight.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. Make hiring easier with the workforce experts. Hiring is about finding the right person, so let the team at Express Employment Professionals recruit for you. Visit expresspros.com.
Now, back to the best of the game on 95.7 The Game.
Mark Randy with you here on 95.7 The Game as your best of hour rolls along here on a Wednesday. Let's stick with baseball. Giants winners of 9 straight games. And on Willard and Dibs, they welcomed on Grant Brisbee of The Athletic, who covers the Giants, and had a great conversation about the winning streak, about the young guys, and about what this team, their goals might be for the rest of the year. Here is that conversation on the best of the game. It's Grant Brisbee from earlier today on with Willard and Dibs.
We're looking at all these youngsters, Grant, who have come up and really looked like they belong. What has been your big takeaway from the past month of looking at Schmidt and Matos and Bailey and the other youngsters come up?
So I'm a little bit bearish on the fact that Patrick Bailey is just going to be right away an offensive force. I think there's going to be a little bit of an adjustment. The league's going to adjust to him. He's going to take a step back. Doesn't matter. As far as his value goes, his value is on the field. His value is as a field general. That shouldn't go away. He's been incredible. I think Casey Schmidt is already starting to adjust to the adjustment that the league made. I don't know how that's going to go. There's still a long way for him to get to even be like halfway normal when it comes to swing decisions and plate discipline. But Luis Matos, that is the guy that I'm all in. I'm willing to look ridiculous in a few years just because you can't fake that kind of bat-to-ball skill, that kind of eye. He's got the athleticism. He's not chasing. He's not looking rushed. I write in like every other article, I mentioned that the last homegrown Giants outfielder to make the All-Star team is Chili Davis. And I'm tired of mentioning that. It's not a fun fact anymore. It's an unfun fact. So, let's go, Luis Matos. Let's get to the All-Star game.
Well, I'm sure there are other fan bases who feel this way also, but when you looked around over the last handful of years in the bigs and you see the Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s and the Acuñas and the Sotos, I think the thought was, how come we can't have a 21-year-old hot shot? And you speak to it with your Chili Davis comment. And I'm with you, Grant. Like Dibs just asked, if you're going to buy a jersey for one of your kids, who would it be? And I'm willing to be totally silly and 6 games in say that's the guy. So you think he's here to stay, huh?
I do. I don't think just the way he's handling himself, the at-bats he's having, like even when he's not getting hits, he's getting productive outs. He's moving Mike Yastrzemski to third in that 9th inning rally. He doesn't look intimidated by the big leagues, and you haven't even seen his real gap-to-gap power yet. So I think he's in. And yeah, you're right. I think you'd look around the league, and the Diamondbacks have Corbin Carroll, who's maybe one of the best players on the planet right now. And they drafted him 16th overall right after the Angels drafted Will Wilson. It's not like the Diamondbacks out-scouted everyone. I mean, they kind of did. But he just fell to them, and they got a little bit lucky. That's what the draft is. And in the first round, the Giants have not gotten that little extra push of luck when they draft someone like Hunter Bishop, when they draft someone like Will Bednar. It's not someone who's rushing up to the majors right away. And darn it, I'm greedy. I want one. I want a prospect like that to cover. I want a Corbin Carroll, and so I'm hoping Luis Matos is that guy.
I think we're all hoping for that, and Kyle Harrison would be another prospect who could be equally awe-inspiring. You mentioned luck, and I'm reading your piece in The Athletic about 9th inning comebacks and just how rare they are. How much of that would you attribute to luck or just a team that happens to be performing in the clutch a lot this year?
Yeah, I was on the fence about where to go with that as far as, how much is luck, and I wanted to go through and find the teams. Like, did it happen more in the seasons where there was a long postseason run, or 1997 when you had the Destiny team that surprised everyone? Was it tied to grit? Was it tied to this? I don't think so. I think it is just sort of a little bit of luck of the draw. If you're a very good team, like the 2021 Giants, you're going to have more of those wins because you have more pieces to put in high leverage situations. You have more pitchers who can hold the line until that ninth inning when you can make that rally. You have more pinch hitters that you can put up there, platoon advantages that Gabe Kapler can play with. I don't want to dismiss it because players aren't robots. If it exists, I don't know if I can find it. But maybe that sort of grit and moxie and daring do, maybe it does exist. I don't know. It seems like they have it this year, that's for sure.
The Giants have won 9 in a row. Grant Brisbee, who's covered the team for many, many moons with The Athletic, joining us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Grant, I know for fans this is hard to quantify, therefore hard to have an opinion about in 2023 because nobody even really seems to know what managers do anymore other than follow spreadsheets, right? But how do you think Gabe Kapler's doing this year?
How many, I'll answer the question with the question. How many complaints are you guys getting about the bullpen these days?
Not many.
Not that many.
Yeah, not many.
Yeah. When the pitchers are effective, you stop hearing a lot of complaints about the bullpen. And really, what he's doing with that bullpen, he's kind of treading new ground. There isn't a super established blueprint for what he's doing when it comes to Tristan Beck, Jacob Junis, Keaton Wynn, when you have Sean Manaea, when you're having these long relievers. They're pseudo-starters. You can think of the Giants as having a 4-man rotation right now, or even a 3-man rotation and having to use bullpen games, or you can think of them as having like a 7-man rotation, except 3 of those starters or 4 of those starters are going to give you 4 innings, and they're going to come in the second inning. And he's been able to manage that deftly. I've really been impressed because it's not like he's putting Tristan Beck out there and he's pushing him for 3-4 innings, and then 2 days later he's out of relievers and, Tristan, get back in there. He's not grinding these guys down. When a Beck, when a Junis goes 3-4 innings, they get starter rest. They get 3-4 days of rest, and then they'll come back in. And what that's doing is it's taking so much pressure off of the Rogers twins. It's taking pressure off of John Brebbia when he's healthy, Scott Alexander when he's healthy. Right now you've got Ryan Walker and Luke Jackson. Luke Jackson, it's risky to rely on a high-leverage reliever who's coming off Tommy John surgery, but he's in a really sweet spot. He is not getting grounded to a fine powder. You think back to the days of Jim Brower, and you think back to get Doug Henry up for the 37th time in a row. That's not happening now. It's been kind of remarkable. And even when it was 2021 and the Giants had all these good arms and they were doing a lot of good things, they still had that problem when they were grinding some of their pitchers into dust. I don't see that happening now, and I think Kapler deserves a lot of credit for that.
Grant Brisbee joining us. You come for the insights, but you stay for the random name drops. For those of us who are Brisbee acolytes.
And the poppycock.
Without a doubt.
I'm here for the poppycock.
I'm here for the random throw out of names just from days gone by. You mentioned the 7-man rotation. It's a 3-man, it's a 7-man, however you want to look at it. Does this work in October, or do they need to do something between now and the deadline, Grant?
I would think you can't always rely on this system. It's working now, and when it works, it looks like a stroke of genius. But you have to rely on 4 pitchers who are not necessarily established, but they are less than ultra established. Where you have Junis and Beck and Wynn, and you're counting on all of them to remain effective for this to work. If just one of those links in the chain starts getting a bad case of gopheritis, Junis has had his ups and downs, but he's generally been solid. Just one of those links goes away, and then you have one less option to bring in a close game, one less option to stretch it out. When you've got a 1-run game, you're kind of shying away from one of these struggling pitchers. Then the whole thing starts to fall apart. So to answer your question, yeah, I think one more starter makes a ton of sense, especially when you get to the postseason and you have Logan Webb. You can count on Logan Webb. You should be able to be confident in Alex Cobb when he comes back from the IL. And he's someone who can give you length, but one more guy in the postseason, I think, would make a ton of sense. It would make a ton of sense for the rest of the regular season as well.
Well, of course, we know the pitfalls of anyone coming out of the minors, but could that guy be Kyle Harrison? When do you think we're going to see him?
It could be Kyle Harrison. I mean, I do think the Giants aren't putting on a show about not calling him up. They are concerned about his command and his control. They're not stretching him out. So I think if he does come up, he would be more of the Tristan Beck type. He would be that Keaton Wynn where you would see him in the middle innings. Maybe you'd see him like an Alex Wood where you'd see him for the first 4 innings. But I'm not sure if they are feeling especially rushed to do that right now. Not with Wynn pitching well, not with Beck pitching well. I think they're content to let him apply his trade in Sacramento, get that command and control down. It could be that the plan is to have him be the secret weapon in the postseason or toward the end of the season, much like the Rays did with David Price when he came up last decade. I mean, that was a guy who made, I think, 1 appearance in the majors before he became a postseason sensation. So maybe that's the plan, maybe not. I don't think the urgency is necessarily there yet, even with Cobb on the IL and Stripling on the IL.
Is there a need to really define the back end of the bullpen and their roles because Camilo Doval has been so dominant, or can they just play everything off of Doval and kind of pick and choose when they want to use a Rogers or an Alexander?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And for all the praise that I was giving Kapler for his use of the long relievers and how it's protecting Luke Jackson and the Rogers twins, it's not really protecting Doval from overuse. If it's a close game and it's the 9th inning, it's Doval. If it's a tie game and they're at home, it's Doval. Doval's going to come in these situations, and the Giants are just good enough to have a lot of these situations, but not great enough to blow other teams out and not require Doval every night. So I actually wonder if there's a way to fold more Rogers saves. If you look at the matchup and you see, okay, they've got a bunch of right-handers coming up, we're going to use Tyler. If you've got a bunch of left-handers coming up, maybe use Taylor. Or you can have, they can each get the other side out, so you have a mix and match there. I'm wondering if there's a way to back off of Doval a little bit. I know that sounds heretical because he's pitching so well, but that's the one arm that I worry about going into the September and October months.
Grant, are you getting ready to do a lot of writing about Shohei, or do you think that's just like pie in the sky? What do you think?
I mean, of course I'm going to write about it. I need those clicks. I need those subscriptions.
There you go.
Papa needs a new pair of shoes. So, yeah, I'll write about it. Will it happen? I mean, who can say yes after this offseason? I'm going to be, I have some sources all throughout baseball. And I'm hearing that a lot of teams want Ohtani. A lot of teams are going to be after him. So you can take that. That's breaking.
That is breaking.
So, yeah.
We normally have a sounder for that, Grant. I'm sorry that we didn't hit you with a more formal way for you to break that news. But, man, you had it here first on 95.7 The Game. Teams want Shohei.
I'm hearing at least 3 or 4 teams want Shohei Ohtani.
Okay.
So, there's going to be competition. And, does he want to play for the Giants? He wants to do what he wants to do. He came over before he could have waited 2 years and come over and gotten that mega contract right away. He came over and was making the major league minimum because he just wanted to do it. He went to the Angels because that's where he wanted to play. He wanted to play with Mike Trout. He liked different parts of the area. He's not someone who's getting swayed by, I've always dreamed about wearing pinstripes or, the ghosts of Wrigley speak to me when I sleep. He's not doing that stuff. It's just where does he want to play? Maybe it is San Francisco. Maybe he just loves San Francisco for some reason, whether it's a baseball reason, whether it's a front office reason, whether it's a regional reason. I don't know, but that's going to be ultimately the decision. I think everyone's saying it's going to be the Dodgers because of the money, but he's already shown that is not what's most important to him. If money was the most important to him, he wouldn't have come over when he did.
That's Grant Brisbee from The Athletic on earlier today with Willard and Dibbs. Let's change gears here, get to some basketball talk. The Morning Roast, Bonte and Shasky talking about Draymond Green. What do Warrior fans feel? What would they feel if Draymond is not a Warrior this coming season? And it turned into a little bit of a different conversation about some of their least favorite professional athletes. That conversation to wrap up your best of hour right now here on 95.7 The Game.
Would you miss Draymond Green if he leaves the Warriors? Will you miss Draymond?
Yeah. I mean, absolutely you'll miss Draymond.
No, I'm asking you, will you miss Draymond Green?
Yeah, of course I will.
All right.
There's a lot of things that he does really well on the team. But I also believe that, they're in a really tough spot. How do you improve if you lose a player who's very important to you? But if you keep him, how do you improve Kuminga, and how does JP roll back?
Yeah.
There's this huge catch-22.
Yeah. No, look, when it comes to LeBron, that's an interesting question. Will you miss LeBron? I'm not going to miss LeBron James. He's a great player. I respect everything in his career.
Okay.
But I will be ready to move on. I got LeBron fatigue.
Okay.
I do.
Well,
I will be ready to move on.
So, for example, I think we all were ready to move on from Brett Favre. Everyone. Now, no.
I never missed Brett Favre.
No, I think there are some people that miss the gunslinger. I'm not talking about the person who's now a criminal. I'm talking about for a couple years, there was people were missing him. And LeBron's infinitely more impactful to his sport and to society than Brett Favre.
I'll tell you, me personally, the act he pulled on Green Bay, because that's one thing we don't talk about enough with Brett Favre.
What's that?
Green Bay said, all right, fine. We'll let you come back.
We won't let you go to the Vikings.
No. But how about you compete with Aaron Rodgers? May the best man win.
He didn't want to.
He didn't want to compete. He got scared.
Yeah.
You're the best. You're a Hall of Famer. Go compete with Aaron. Screw Brett Favre. Everything about him. I never missed him. I was so happy. His shenanigans with the New York Jet. And then he became a Viking. And then he started saying, when I was looking at that New York Jet helmet, it just never felt right. Shut up and go away. Guys like him, go away.
Did you miss Bonds? Did you miss Bonds?
Well, I miss Barry Bonds, yes.
Okay.
I miss Bonds.
Okay. He was a villain to everyone else.
I miss Bonds. But you get over it. I miss Lincecum right now.
Yeah,
I do. I want Lincecum. I miss Jeff Kent. I'm maybe the only guy who misses Jeff Kent.
Yeah, but I would say that those guys had smaller windows than what we saw from LeBron, for example. LeBron's been in your face for 20 years.
Yeah, and that's why I'm ready for him to get out of my face.
Well, I would say this. At the end of Michael Jordan, I was rooting for other people because I've never been like the way everybody's an over-the-top Michael. Clearly, I recognize how great he is and his impact and everything. But I wasn't like at every single turn slobbing over myself when it comes to Michael Jordan. I wanted to see Stockton and Malone beat him at that time.
Oh, my God.
I did.
Oh, my God.
I liked Hornacek.
Oh, you liked Hornacek?
Who didn't?
Everything makes so much sense.
Yeah, I was rooting for them to knock him off. I was tired of him winning.
Said no one ever. You may be the only guy from San Francisco rooting for Jeff Hornacek.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, my God.
And when he'd rub the face shooting free throws as an indicator to his children that he says hi and daddy loves them. What? I love Jerry Sloan.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You're rooting for Jeff Hornacek.
Yeah, I was rooting for Michael Jordan to lose. Absolutely.
I know a lot of people hated
The first three-peat, I was rooting for him.
Oh, man.
After they won the 73, that was awesome. Good. Toward the end, I wanted someone else. And I loved that Sonics team. Right. I was very conflicted because I love Peyton and I love Sean Kemp. Spawn.
Oh my God.
Rain Man.
Oh my gosh. You and Steiny may be the only guys who ever rooted for Steiny rooted for Jeff Hornacek. I know Steiny's anti-Jordan. We know that. We get that. Larry Bird is a guy. I get it. I can't get enough of Michael Jordan. That's why I keep watching The Last Dance, because it's greatness. The guy was obsessed with greatness. Made him crazy.
Dude,
and I find some of those same qualities inside my body. Like, you know what? I'm obsessed with it.
Well, here's where I'm saying.
Which is why, in my career and to a point, Danny Fryer, former assistant program director, used to say, Pt.2, you need to get the chip off your shoulder. Why do you always have a chip on your shoulder? I said, for every hater out there, every single day, I add them to the list. I say, you know what? I'm going to perform at the highest of highest levels because of you. Keep motivating me. That's why I love Michael Jordan. The hell? Rooting for Jeff Hornacek and Byron Russell.
Just one time.
Oh,
I was tired of seeing the same guy win over and over again.
City.
They
don't deserve it.
Everybody was zigging. I was zagging.
You want to talk about some of the most ruthless fans in the NBA? Yeah, okay. Those fans don't deserve.
I didn't know that.
They didn't deserve it. You could tell Utah. I remember Tim Roy.
I'm
never
not going to do that to the great state of Utah.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, boys. That arena, I remember listening to the games on the radio during the We Believe series when they were playing the Utah Jazz. And they were calling so many damn fouls. And I never forget Tim Roy saying, that's only a call in this arena, in this state, in Salt Lake City. I was like, damn. Even Tim Roy's going out there on a limb.
10 years later. I mean, the
I
shot
always
happened
like
in
that.
98.
Do you remember when the Warriors got into a brawl in the playoff series with the Utah Jazz? Back when George Karl was the coach? I mean, those fans are
I hate
they're
George
ruthless. They're ruthless.
Just saying, the last year I was rooting against
I hear
Jordan.
you.
So what?
I just never heard
I'm
somebody.
not one of these like everybody. If everybody loves Jordan, I'm not allowed as one person to be like, I'm ready for somebody else to win. That's all.
I can't believe he said I was rooting for Jeff Hornacek.
That's all.
That's what
Nobody's making that.
I know. I'm not
and then
kidding.
after he left, we all wanted him back. And I was wrong.
Oh, that Jeff Hornacek.
I admit my failures.
Oh, that poor Jeff Hornacek. Had to go out there and try to guard Michael Jordan. Why are people get mad at me? I didn't do nothing. Gosh, I didn't do nothing. Just never met a guy who rooted for Utah in any series before. That's all. I'm not hating. I just find it funny.
Well, I mean, it's kind of ironic because you've been in a suite with Dwayne Wade, and Dwayne Wade was part owner of the Utah Jazz. I'm sure you didn't share your Utah Jazz, stuff with him.
No, it was pretty quickly.
I'm sure that Dwayne Wade rooted for Utah for the 5 minutes he was part owner.
Yeah. Even Dwayne Wade probably says, yeah, Utah's different. Yeah. You think Dwayne Wade actually stayed a night in Salt Lake City? He probably got on a private jet, got to Salt Lake City for the game, and as soon as the game was over, get me the hell out of Utah, get me back to LA.
Look, I like Steve Young, all right? He went to BYU.
I like Steve Young, too.
He's got roots.
Andy Reid went to BYU.
He's got roots at Brigham Young University.
I got no problem with BYU. I got no problem with the state
Andy
of Utah.
Reid, one of your favorite play callers.
You just ain't finna come out
Andy
here
Reid,
caping
offensive line,
for the Utah
BYU,
Jazz.
You know?
Caping for the Utah Jazz.
Norm Chow.
Come on, man.
BYU.
Gosh. Nah, don't move the goalpost, man. Don't move it. Don't move it to football. We got a lot of love for BYU. Ty Detmer winning the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah.
I got a lot of love for them. I got a lot of love for BYU, the way they handled the Miami Hurricanes in the early 90s and blew them out in Provo, Utah. Go look that up. Huh, Sam Lutman? 888-957-9570. We're just having fun, man. What's everybody say? It's a Wednesday. It's in the summer. The Giants are rolling right now. Why can't we all just smile and
So
have
am I
fun?
a bad person? Because after the third time around, I was rooting
for Jeff Hornacek.
Well, Hornacek and Stockton and Malone.
That must have been a miserable experience.
No, it was just
rooting for Jeff
I was just
Hornacek.
enjoying it.
Rooting for Jeff Hornacek sounds miserable.
They were fun.
Rooting for John Stockton and Carl Malone,
They were a good
especially
team.
the Carl Malone we know today.
Well, timeout. They were a good
That sounds miserable.
What do you mean?
Rooting for Greg Ostertag sounds miserable. Rooting for Byron Russell and Howard Isley sounds miserable.
You didn't have Jordan fatigue, even a little?
Absolutely not. I couldn't get enough of Jordan. Like Tiger Woods.
I mean,
like Serena Williams. These are the greats of the greats.
I rooted against LeBron his entire career because it was a Kobe LeBron thing for the longest time.
Okay.
Up until he became a Laker, that's the only time I've ever rooted for LeBron James. So I'm with you on that, Joe. Like certain times, like
that's what I'm
if
saying.
you want, like you don't want your guy getting surpassed, and that's eventually what happened. And I can admit it now. And maybe it's easier because he is a Laker. But yeah, for the longest time there was that little rivalry, and I never wanted to see him win.
And look, you also have to understand that, like, as a Warrior fan, it was like, dude, we got to root for somebody when you get to the finals at some point. And you just casually, like, I was
Dwayne Dibbs, bar conductor. I was rooting for Utah in '98 as well.
See?
Tyler Jordan.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Guys don't appreciate greatness.
No,
and
we
then when
do
it leaves,
appreciate greatness.
you guys start globbing out to the last dance like, oh my God, Jordan. Oh my God. Brady had the Jordan jerseys. I'm wearing Jordan today, matter of fact. You know? I thought we had the all-staff meeting in person, so I actually wore jeans today.
Michael Jordan's he's literally on my shirt right now.
There you go.
All I'm saying is, when you got to the sixth one, I was like, you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing Utah win.
The mailman.
It's not the end of the world.
I would root for Dennis Rodman any day of the week before John Stockton and Karl Malone.
What about Tom Brady? Were you rooting for him in every single Super Bowl?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Everyone.
Absolutely. Absolutely, I was. I rooted for him against the. Oh, absolutely. I don't.
just
There's
asking.
not one Super Bowl I rooted against Tom Brady. Actually, I respect the Patriots.
Do you have
I wanted
Brady
him to go to
fatigue?
19. Absolutely
Well, didn't
not.
you have Brady fatigue?
No, just like Jordan.
I thought you didn't want him on the Niners.
One of one.
Wait a minute.
I didn't want him on the Niners, but that doesn't mean I didn't love Tom Brady. That has nothing to do with anything. That makes no sense at all. Because I didn't want him on the Niners. I was like, let Jimmy Garoppolo rock it. It wasn't his fault they lost the Super Bowl.
So I don't appreciate greatness, but you're over LeBron.
No. I am over LeBron. That's me. That's me. I can be over certain guys.
Well, that's kind of where I was,
I just tell the truth. I tell it like it is. I rooted for Brady in every one of those Super Bowls. I did. Even against the Eagles.
But I'm not mad at people who root against the Warriors.
I'm not mad at you either.
No, but all I'm saying is like, I know a lot of people that aren't Warrior fans. They're like, yeah, they're sick of the Warriors. And I get that. And that's part of becoming one of the all-time greats, is that people get fatigued by you.
All I said was, it sounded like a miserable experience rooting for the Utah Jazz, man.
You're pretending like I had like a Utah
No,
jersey
I'm
and I
not
was in the
pretending
front
like
row,
it at all. Why
like
you get
waving
so
a
tight?
mountain
Like
sign.
What does it mean that I didn't want Brady's a Niner? That makes no sense. Respect Brady. He's a great quarterback. What'd you say, Lubman?
No, sorry, that was my bad. Premature mic there. But I will say it takes a lot out of you rooting against someone rather than rooting for. Like, hate watching someone is very, very, it takes a lot out of you. And I don't like emotionally investing like that. Like, sometimes you will because you'll have a rivalry. Like, I don't want to see like the Houston Astros. Like, I hated rooting against them. They won it last year. I can't stand them because I'm an A's fan and they were cheaters. Like, they got caught cheating and never paid the consequence for it. But I hate what it does to me at the end of the day. It's like, do I feel small? A little bit, but that's sports, right?
I'm going to back off. What do you guys want to talk about? Now we got the bully word.
Do you know who said the bully word?
Oh, God.
Bully Bate.
This is sports.
Just
Come
trying
on.
to figure out how everybody.
Relax.
No one's bullying here. Come on.
Just sounded miserable rooting for the Utah Jazz. That's all. I never know that. I just find it funny. He picks part at me. We all talk about each other. Calm down, people. It's a Wednesday.
All right, fun conversation there on the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Even heard Spadoni and Lubman there at the end. But that'll do it for your best of hour on this Wednesday. Mark Randy signing off. Thanks so much for tuning in. Of course, we'll be back bright and early tomorrow reacting to another Giants game. And who knows, it is NBA draft day. Giants could be in the news, or pardon me, the Warriors could be in the news. You never know what they might pull off on NBA draft day. And then, of course, we'll be live until 10 p.m. tomorrow. John Dickinson and Charlie Walter following Willard and Dibbs until 10. Willard and Dibbs will be live from Chase Center ahead of and during the first hour of the NBA draft. Likely will not be on air when the Warriors make a selection at number 19 if they don't trade out of there, but should be a great day on 95.7 The Game tomorrow. For now, though, this is Mark Randy signing off. Thanks so much for listening and have a great night.
Attention business owners. Was your company impacted during COVID? If you had W-2 employees during 2020 and 2021, you may be entitled for up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit Program. This is not alone. The IRS paid back billions already. We've helped thousands of businesses just like yours, so let us help you. At ERC Business Solutions, we make it simple. We do it all for you, so you won't have to worry about the complex application process. There's absolutely no risk. If you don't get paid, we don't get paid. Most businesses do qualify, even those with no decline in revenues or those that already got PPP. Discover how much you can claim. There's no cost or obligation. Call now, 800-200-3070. That's 800-200-3070. Get up to $26,000 per employee. Call 800-200-3070. 800-200-3070.
You don't plan for a computer virus. You don't plan to lose files. You don't plan to knock your laptop off the counter. And you don't plan for your PC to crash or your screen to freeze. But Staples has a plan. A plan for unlimited virus protection. A plan for help when you need it 24/7. Staples Total Support Plans are your tech plans for the unplanned, starting as low as $199.99. And although you didn't plan for this, right now at Staples you can also get $250 off select computers. N729 in-store only. See associate for details.
Can I help? Who's next?
Tom's part-time barista is now a full-time actor.
Oh, you didn't hear. He got the part on Broadway. Yeah, great for him, bad for our finicky cold brew tap.
Now he needs a star understudy to fill his open role.
And he made the best grande triple shot with oat milk caramel.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year. Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer. Is this for real?
Apparently. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.